and hung by the movie theater for like 2 months. It was vibing. That caused you a lot of trouble tickets? Wait, really? Beaver's name? Cloudflare. Little did they know that this beaver was a CrowdStrike employee. Okay. Let's play some Dwarf for it, shall we? Sorry for the long intro today. I kind of suspected this would happen. Because, like, I barely slept last night. The old diabetes decided to try to kill me multiple times last night, so I had a long night. I survived, obviously, but it was just, it's not that I wasn't able to sleep. I kept falling back asleep, but I kept getting woken up an hour and a half later, getting up, drinking a juice box, waiting 10 minutes, eating some protein and going back to bed, and then waking up, and then it happened again. It wasn't 2 a.m. my time. It was only, I think it was 11 or 12:30 at that point. It's getting close to 1. That was like the second or third time I woke up, Gray. Because I went to bed at 10. Like, I went to bed early last night for me. But, you know. Trumnpetmurdered continues here. It almost always happens once or twice when I'm getting over an illness. And I have this cold that I've been, like, in the tail end of, Gray. So, Dominoc, you want a happy beard? Do you have any preference of job? I do have some options. Not a huge variety of options, but I do have some options. I've got wrestler. I've got militia. I've got a carpenter. Got a bone doctor. Take your pick. YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis gets to name something. So if you type 3 pickaxe emojis in the YouTube chat, you can pick something. I mean, it just wrecked my sleep, but I'm fine aside from that. That's why I was a little nippy at the start of the stream, which I kind of feel bad about, but we'll move on. At the end of yesterday, you didn't get to see. Most of yesterday was a lot of stress at the beginning due to a really, really bad siege, which is why there's still 12 upset dwarves at the fort. Followed by an Etten, a giant, and several were creatures. None of those went particularly bad. We've had a whole bunch of trade wagons destroyed because they keep showing up after the trade wagons. But I was able to expand my lava moat. I'll give you a tour in a moment once we get this dwarf named. Carpenter? Okay. Name's Carpenter. John Carpenter. An apple. What kind? Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard, or would you like to name a piece of furniture? Up to you. This is Dominoc. Dominoc. Glazed glide. Glazed glide. Glazed glide. That's hard to say. Obak glazed glide. Glazed glide is finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of its merits. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He's curious and eager to learn, and he sometimes can act without deliberation. He's a friendly individual, and he could be considered rude. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to avoid crowds. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to describe his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and taps his feet when he's getting nervous. We'll check in a second, Toast Cat. I don't think so, because we did lose a lot of dwarves the other day. He personally is put off by family and finds blind honesty foolish and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes hematite and tin and red zircon, as well as olm leather, giant tapir parchment, stars and hatch covers, and earrings, and goats for their eating habits. River otters for their fluffy faces and the sound of the intricate barium, the sight of the fuchsia quintessence, and when possible to first consume, tomato wine and white millet, and absolutely hates mussels. Just making sure my recording started properly. He's short and incredibly fat, turns out. Surprise. He worships the same god everybody else does and has a bunch of acquaintances and no friends because the dwarves have been very overworked. As far as clothing goes, we really need to get a clothing industry up and running. Well, the carpenter was just taken by our friend here, Dominoc, but I could give you this woodcutter. In fact, I can even give you an axe. Although, am I going crazy? Your username, like, changed. An apple. An apple is, absorbed in delusions of self-importance and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a calm demeanor, and he is assertive, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical application, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He is trusting, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Nothing has changed mechanically there, so I don't see why it wouldn't. Alan? Like, the melting point of fat hasn't changed, so I assume it would. He personally finds introspection to be a waste of time and sees merrymaking as a waste. Dreams of raising a family. He likes stibnite and bilin and light yellow diamond. The color sandy top and squares and grates. And the words of the sparkle of scribing and the sight of the couple of glossing. When possible, he prefers to consume mosquito and brook lamprey and teff beer and two-humped camel's milk and rice flour and mung beans and absolutely hates hamsters. Again, you have no friends. I really need to give these dwarves some time off so that they can make some friends. And you're also a member of the Hateful Communion, which is the most popular denomination of the most popular god, this guy, in the fortress. Gunmetal Unicorn is our Baroness, by the way. And I have some... Oh, I need to make flasks. Bronze flask. Let's just do 2. So... The named dwarves in the fort are Zapper, glass half empty, T-Dog, Darius, Darut, Dominoc, and Apple, Jerkso, Alf, and Fishbone, Arkenton, Manbeardorf, Ettenslayer, Sleepy Lobster, Gunmetal Unicorn, who's not that pissed off anymore, was as pissed off as he possibly could be a while ago, Mr. Mondays, Tubby, Lanix the Bone Doctor, who's pissed, Denesta, Love You, Shady Shopkeep, 409, Lazy, Ledren, Moreb, and Viking Ball. The child. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people like you have hats next to your name, which means you're subscribed to the channel. If you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. If you're watching on the YouTube side of things, do not forget to leave a like on the stream because that is like what tells YouTube to tell people that the stream exists. This is the fortress. It's a bit squarer than I would like generally, or typically, but I'm going to be working on that. As for the volcano in the center, it's very tall. It goes all the way up to here. And I am working on building a thing above the volcano, but that's very unfinished at the moment. We do have a little walkway over here to the volcano, leading over to this, but again, very unfinished. These are the coffins for the dwarves that have died, who we were able to find the bodies for. We have had several spills, and yes, to the guy who asked in the YouTube comments on the short, I was in fact able to do it without it wrecking my frame rate. In fact, the frame rate like kind of didn't really change. As for the fort itself, we've got some temples up here in this pointy thing, this little peak. As we go down through the mountain, it does go eventually down to here. This is the very insufficient bedroom layer. I might actually do some like stair bedrooms going down and in here, and maybe some up here too, because desperately this area needs more bedrooms. Right here we have some of what is eventually going to be the majority of our siege weapons. I obviously need more. I'm building a little tower over here, which is going to do two things. It's going to have another catapult on it, probably, and some sort of animal is going to be roped up here. In fact, I should probably just like designate some floors for up here. And this is the actual entryway. So there's our stockpile out here. I need to get that lignite turned into coal. We've got a drawbridge that goes up into here. And then this is the actual fort itself. This whole area I'm going to dig out. And I'm going to put battlements probably up here somewhere. Or maybe over here somewhere so that dwarves can shoot. Or I'll build a tower over here. I haven't decided yet. This right here, or at least the idea for it, is it's going to go down and then into here. This is going to be 1 or 2 layers deep. I haven't decided yet. It's going to surround the volcano. I'm going to try and make it look cool. And I will try and probably get most of the boulders out of here if I can. We're going to have to do a big boulder hauling party with a lot of wheelbarrows and such. This is going to be entirely filled with lava. The edges of it connect with this. So there's this wall and then 1 layer down and over. Although I will be going directly beneath this wall, so it connects, is going to be filled with lava. Obviously, there will be a stairwell that goes beneath it, and the volcano will go through it. So if the goblins want to do it down on over and up thing, they can. This is going to double as a lava reservoir, which I'm going to use for shenanigans. I've got plans. And, yeah. That's it. That's the main project at the moment. I've got all of this that we're digging along with this. So this is going to be a long walkway that drops down into lava. This area here, I need to figure this out exactly how I'm going to do it, but I might try and separate it out a bit so that I can drain it. I don't know, because otherwise we're going to lose a lot of very valuable materials. The other alternative that I could do, I don't know. I need to think about exactly how I'm going to do that. But for right now, it's just we're cutting it down a level, and then we're going to cut it down another level. That's what that's going to be. Lava shenanigans? Damn right. Basically, I'm trying to push the limits of what the baddies can do and seeing exactly what they're capable of and what they're willing to do in order to break into my fort. Also, as YouTube chat points out, we got Jeff and Jeff, the bridges. They're twins. I almost deconstructed them yesterday because I wanted to rebuild this, and then I realized I could never deconstruct Jeff and Jeff. As for this outer wall, another thing I would like to do today is I would like to go across the top of this. Most likely just like this. And this. And this very slowly. And I'm going to build out this side. And I'm going to build out this side. With the idea being that I could, you know, have this one wall higher. Another idea that I've kind of thought of, that I was thinking about last night while I was staring at the ceiling, waiting for my blood sugar to get back up to a level where my heart rate would slow down, is I virtually have unlimited glass. We have sand and lava. I could just start cranking out glass right now. I just need to get my clothing industry up and running properly. It's been a while since I've done dumb shit with lava and glass. But, like, So the Rams really want to get to trading depots. If I say made a trading depot like, I don't know, hypothetically like right here. Right? And I made this out of lava-safe material. And hypothetically, I put blocks around it like this. Okay? And then, hypothetically, I put a drawbridge like right here. And I made this all out of lava-safe material. This looks ugly, but this is my pitch. And then I took like a big scoop, maybe over here, and went over top of it and had a pump, like an aqueduct, basically, that would drop like right there. And I fill that up with lava. When the baddies arrive, would they break down that drawbridge to get to the trading depot? Would they? I want to know. I want to find out. You know, Drunken Aussie OG, I think we were talking about you earlier. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. You mean the glass industry? Crank it. Crank up the glass industry. Crank up the volume. Yeah, so that's kind of the idea here. That is the theory. Or at least one of my ideas. Although the first one is I need to get the lower area done, and I need to get this tower done. We need to build several other towers, and we need to start building more. Would a glass bridge be easier to break down? Glass is just lava-proof. It's an easily accessible lava-proof material. That's the only reason I'm thinking glass. As far as glass goes, this is my entire forge setup right now, which sucks and is tiny, and I need to expand it. At the end of yesterday, we did do a little bit. So I've got this area now. These are 3 ballistas that I'm using for training. These are all wooden ballista stockpile, like ballista bolts. These are my 2 workshops where we are training siege engineering. Also, I need to check a workshop. Where are we at? Okay, so we're almost done with the ballista arrow making. These are my siege workshops where I'm training siege engineers. This is the knowledge of sieging, which is a guild hall where they are teaching siege operating. So people are learning siege operating here. With the idea being that more of my citizens will be useful in siege operation. If I actually go here, we can see that we do have additional siege operators that are slowly learning. And I'm slowly cranking up the numbers of them. We do have 1, which is Hunkwat, expert siege operator, or sorry, 2 expert siege operators, but Hunkwat is the only one that's actually assigned as a siege operator. And we are slowly building up this skill curve. You really like the curves you did in the entrance? I mean, it's getting there. It's not fully done yet. It's going to split off into 3 and connect to or 4 actually, and connect to these 4 ones, and they're all going to kind of combine in the middle around here. It's kind of my idea, because like, it's a combination of rhyolite and chalk. So actually, do I have any rhyolite? How are we doing on the rhyolite? 92 blocks. Okay, we could do a little bit of it, just to kind of give you an idea. But these are going to have traps on them, although not all of them will, because I want to see if they eventually like focus on one in particular. So that kind of thing. And maybe I'll like block off some of these, like the ones that don't have traps, I guess, to see if the rams will try to pass to them eventually. So I'm doing a kind of, I guess I'm trying to build a fortress that is going to see exactly what the baddies are willing to do in order to get into my fortress. That is kind of the entire theory or idea behind this fortress, is just like, what are they willing to do? Will they break down a wall with lava behind it? Will they not? That kind of thing. I'm curious if the scripting to free caged allies could be reliably weaponized to turn caged baddies into bait. I don't know. I actually haven't seen them do that yet, YouTube chat. Has anybody here seen them empty cages? Let's just unpause the game. We do need to make a farmer's guild as well. So that is probably something I should try and do first. And I'm going to put the Farmers Guild up here because this is where I'm farming. And I always just like to put the Farmers Guild close to wherever I'm farming. So I'm going to reprioritize this to number 1. Just get this dug out so that we can build it. While it's doing other things. Are you saying that they will? Exiled? Craftword, hello. What does that mean? It means that if a glass object is constructed and lava goes over top of it, or if you make a pump out of glass, or if you make like a what's the word? Like a floodgate out of glass, it is totally fine with lava flowing underneath it. However, if you have a I'm just looking for farmers. I'm just giving all the farmers plant sowing. If you have just items that are made of glass that are on the ground and lava goes over it, like say a brick that's unbuilt, it'll melt. That's what it means. So unbuilt items will go away if lava touches them, but built items will not. As an example, Gabbro, the rock, is completely lava safe, meaning if lava flows over it, it won't melt. And if it's constructed, it won't melt. How resistant are they? I didn't actually see them go after reinforced walls at all. I haven't had a fortress with enough metal where I've been able to completely build a fortress out of them, but presumably it is like the resistance of the metal that you're using plus the strength of the stone that you're using for the actual construction. The other thing that we need to do today is I need to satisfy my Baron, and I actually need to catch up on bedrooms. So today's probably going to be building a lot of little housing districts around the fort as well. With, of course, the biggest priority of getting that lava reservoir underneath the fortress done. It's not quite a mega project because I don't think it's actually going to take that long. But it's still a not small project. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many tickets you have. Excellent. As an example, let's see how many hours I'm up to. I hit 20,000 hours recently, which hurts my brain, actually. We don't know. I mean, it depends on the materials you're using. I really want to make... Okay. I'm not going to do this because I don't have the right materials. I want to know how strong a reinforced, an adamantine wall reinforced with adamantine, or like a god metal wall reinforced with adamantine would be. It would be entirely wasteful, but I would like to know like how long it would. Like, there's part of me that wants to make that video, but I'm not sure if I want to go through the work of doing, like... Because the amount of combinations... It's like, part of me wants to make that video. I don't know if it would be worth it. But... Adamantine Walmart. So there is a, there's a little corner store here called Allmart. And it's in the Walmart font, and it's one word. They just put 2 L's in there and got rid of the W. Allmart. Not to be confused with Best Buy, which is 2 words and not 1 word. And also a corner store. On the same street, even. There's Allmart and Best Buy. Although I'm pretty sure Best Buy is mostly a porn store. And, like, knockoff low-quality t-shirts. Like, you could go in there and buy a really, 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 really shitty, like, Nirvana t-shirt. Diet adamantine? Well, that's way weaker than adamantine. The idea is, like, the strength of it. Chat, I have a question. I want to get a video done this weekend. Like a video for the YouTube channel that's a little bit more than just like a news video or something. Okay, so it's a strange mood, and it's Dominok, actually, who's in the strange mood. Who's claimed the carpenter's workshop. They grab a bunch of logs. If you could choose, you personally, between what you would rather see, what would you rather see? A siege weapon overview / tutorial for the new version of the game, or cloth thread, I'm shining, hold on. Or would you prefer to see tree life, bars metal, okay. Bones. Or would you rather see a tutorial for the new siege weapons and like their firing arcs and all that? Or would you prefer a video on the first 2 fortresses that I built after the update? I.e. like a mini movie, maybe 30 minutes long, maybe a little longer, or a tutorial. I like that it's about 50-50 because that's about what my opinion is too. Like quite literally, this is almost like split. Although I will say I've done a little bit of work on the 2 forts video, because I've been sort of working on it for the last week and a bit. Although I didn't have much time, not last weekend, but the weekend before, to do any work at all. And I recorded like the first, I don't know, 8 minutes of audio for it, and I've done a little bit of editing. And the fact that the forts are named War Machines and Trumpet Beans is way too fucking funny to me. Like, these are the fortresses of War Machines and Trumpet Beans. It's like just, I did not do that intentionally, but. That's actually kind of the problem, Zelkin, because I have like 8 different forts right now that I want to make a video out of, and the further they get into the past and the more I forget about them, the harder it is to make the video. And I feel like I kind of need to either make the 2 forts video, or it might not happen because by the time I finish a siege weapons video, there is a non-zero chance that I will be done with this fort, and like this fort enough that I would just make a video out of this fort. If that makes any sense? So the movie induces new siege stories. The tutorial is a nice follow-up. I'll do some basic testing to see if I could do a tutorial in a reasonable amount of time. And if that turns out to be the case, I'll just do that. But if it's going to take a long time once I start doing some testing and trying to get footage for it, maybe then I'll just focus on the video. Because like the movie idea is a much more reasonable amount of work to get done. Okay, so that is what our strange mood here needed. I think that's probably going to be it. But, like, if it turns out to be something that I can do really quickly, maybe I'll just do that. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. The first gifts of the day. Thanks for doubling today's monies. Appreciate you greatly. Another thing is, every now and again, KitFox commissions me to make tutorials for them that they can upload on their channel, or more specifically asks me to make a tutorial and then licenses them to be put on their channel as well as mine simultaneously. And I'm in early talks and doing that with them again. So tutorials are going to happen anyway, specifically a new getting started guide, but I have a feeling that that'll probably happen in December, just like looking at timelines and stuff. I will say that I think today is going to be the last stream I do this week. Otherwise, I probably won't get anything out because most of these any of these projects that I'm talking about are going to take more than a day of editing. And I know that this might sound like selfish of me, but I do like to take a day or two off a week. At least like a day and a half off, you know? I had a funny conversation, Dominoc, with Krug Smash a number of years ago, before the Steam version released, which was, we were sitting in a Discord call and he was just like streaming to the Discord call, just him sketching while playing a little bit of adventure mode in the background. And I remember asking, because he was also doing a bit of Q&A, I remember asking like if he was planning on doing any more tutorials around the Steam release, and he said, "Oh, no, I'll leave that to everybody else because I'm not a psychopath." Which is very much a mood. I was sick last week too. I'm mostly just getting over the sick, but yeah. I mean, genuinely, like, tutorials are a very weird thing to make because they are, how do I put this? The most thankless type of content you can make. Like, if you make videos like Krug Smash does, like story type videos, or like the movies I make, those are generally, unless somebody completely hates your voice or like dislikes your editing style, they're generally going to be well received if you do a good job. But a tutorial, what will inevitably happen is what started happening with some of my tutorials, where the UI gets updated or the game changes, and 2 or 3 years later, you kind of feel like you have to get rid of it because people are just like, well, this isn't relevant anymore, this isn't relevant anymore, this isn't relevant. That, or they completely misunderstand the tutorial, which also happens sometimes, and tell you that your tutorial is wrong. And the number of times that, like, somebody has left, like, multiple comments on a video that I made, being like, PSA to everybody watching this video is full of incorrect information, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, and then I respond with, did you try, like, turning on hall refuse from outside like I mentioned in the video? You know, stuff like that. Like, very... It's like, excuse me, sir, but, like... Did you watch the video? Although, actually, I've got a funny example. Not of this, but, like, of something else, which I find really amusing. Like, genuinely funny. Hold up, let me... I stuck this on my Discord because I had a laugh when I saw it. So, to those of you who've watched my bigger videos, my movies... I made a video called "I Followed a Dwarf for 10 Years," and I think the person who left this comment is in the YouTube chat actually, and that video kind of has some necromancy in it. Anyways, Heather Beer here leaves us comment saying, "You did a video about turning dwarves into vampires. Could you do a similar video about necromancers? They sound intriguing, especially because of their books. As for this video, I'm quite enjoying the single dwarf psychological exploration." And I don't know how far into the video they were in this, but this is like an hour and 30-minute video. And in the last 30 minutes, it turns into a necromancy story. Like, that's why the face is split. He's like half necromancer. I went for like the Two-Face Batman kind of thing. And then like an hour later, oh, I understand how necromancers work. I guess this video is a necro video I was wanting, lol. Well, what's funny is I saw this comment, and then I refreshed my comments section, and then the other one popped up. Like, I was in the midst of commenting on this one, I was like, actually, I wonder if they made it to the end of the video. Because I realized it had been 38 minutes or 40 minutes earlier or something. Just very funny. Had a laugh out of that. Anyone tried it with Ballista? I guarantee you it works. I haven't, but that's because I'm currently training these. Yeah, the ditch in front of the target thing works with ballistas. I'm glad you like them, General Maxim. Maybe one day I'll be able to get my parents to watch them in regards to the movies. I honestly think that, like, the movies... I don't think they saved me, because that always sounds, like, overly dramatic, but they've definitely been, like, the most positive thing I've started making in the last few years. the most important shift in my content since I made like 25 tutorials in one day, which was the release of Dwarf Fort. Dominok, the carpenter, has created Neketath, a Paradise Nutwood hatch cover, and offers it to the Song of the Wind. Artifact hatch cover. I'm going to put it right here, for one thing. Because that I could lock in case the enemies get in here. The unbreakable hatch cover, yeah. Just going to wait for this to get constructed first, and then I will place it here, and then we'll look at it once it appears. That cats will try to climb out of the ditch to eat the ballista bolts, not if I don't let them in. You remember when Escape from Tarkov introduced features like reloading taking time, and people started accusing people of cheating in the comments under older videos when that wasn't a thing? It's a fun thing to do. It was a fun thing to do? What, tell people that they were wrong? Or accuse people of cheating? I remember when people started accusing people playing Ahri in League of Legends of being furries. Because Ahri, and also I remember vividly listening to somebody that I knew at the time ranting about how League of Legends was becoming a dumb game for normies because they were adding anime characters to it. Like when they added Ahri to the game. So, for whatever that's worth. As far as this hatch cover goes, let's see it once it's constructed. In theory, yeah, Darut. I think I like the catapults. The catapult rework more than the bolt throwers, but this is, oh wow, that's expensive. This is a Paradise Nutwood hatch cover. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and bronze and encircled with bands of clear zircons. On the item is an image of Maffel Merchant Brass, the dwarf, and the Griffins of Infamy, the chalk crown in Paradise Nutwood. Maffel Merchant Brass is raising the Griffins of Infamy. The artwork relates to the creation of the Griffins of Infamy in Trumnpetmurdered by the dwarf Maffel Merchant Brass in the late winter of 261. On the item is an image of Nightmares in Iron. On the item is an image of tapered baguette cut gems in llama wool. On the item is an image of round brilliant cut gems in giant leopard leather. It's a rad artifact. Yeah, no, that's always been a thing. Artifact doors are not always lava safe, but they are untoppable. All artifacts are. So like if you have an artifact statue and you throw it outside of your fort and there's enemy siegers that will break stuff, such as like, you know, trolls or ogres or whatever, they will also just bash their faces into it forever. If you just have like a statue. The sort of safety bunker. I mean, I'm using it up here because to me, this is an area that I want to keep safe and separated. You know, gotta keep them separated. Let's just do 3 rock scepters. And just do those seasonally. You're welcome, Rin. I'm going to see them live. Again, actually. I've seen the Offspring before. But I'm going to see the Offspring in January. With Bad Religion! I'm so excited. Man, you're disrespecting me! Anyway. Speaking of, beardless dwarf. Named the offspring. Just double checking that Rin's never, yeah. Happy beardless, do you have preference of job or just beardless? I could give you the mayor. Unless you'd like a soldier. Actually, no, I don't have any beardless soldiers happier. Well, I mean, we could do like the militia captain here. Or I could do my mayor. You'll happily take the mayor? Rin's gravity or just Rin? Remember making a safe bunker 10 by 10 by 10 out of pure gold and letting it hang out over 20 Z levels of nothing. If it supports at any point snap, it would be a safe ride into the circus for the dwarves. Oh, wow. If you look up my fortress fire orb on YouTube, I once built a giant glass ball, filled it up with lava, built a tunnel into hell, released the circus, caught all of the flyers in the ball of glass, blocked off the ball of glass so that they couldn't exit, and then collapsed it into the lower cavern layers. There is a video of me, I think it's called I Built a Fishbowl for Demons or something on YouTube. It's a really old video, it's terrible, but I made it in an afternoon. Not even like maybe 90 minutes. You gotta go in a moment. So just Rin Offspring. Okay. Rin Offspring has a very calm demeanor. She is not driven, and she rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She's an overbearing personality and could be considered rude. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she could be conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she has little interest in joking around. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She doesn't handle stress well and occasionally overindulges. She tries to keep her things orderly. She winks whenever she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and does not really value skills related to fighting, and likes brimstone and pig iron and moss agate, as well as moon snail leather, llama wool, and the color eggplant, scepters, flasks, and the sight of the saffron euphoria, and when possible prefers to consume sorghum beer, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You're a member of the Farmers Guild, who I'm currently satisfying, or doing my best to satisfy. As for rooms, you need a better study, but you're quite happy with your quarters and whatnot. These are your bedrooms. Like, you have this bedroom, this is your dining hall, and then that is your office. You're not super thrilled with your office. I think, like, maybe if I smooth the walls, that'll satisfy it. If that doesn't, then I'll just make it one tile bigger. But that is your office, that is your dining room, and that is your bedroom. You have a statue of a crocodile, which is actually one of the gods. It's a deity of fish, which is depicted as a female cave crocodile, in iron by Shady Shopkeep. This one right here is an image of Amaksu, Torment Priced, the well-designed image of a goblin and a dog. The goblin is striking down, or sorry, the dog is striking down the goblin. There we go. It's the killing of the goblin by the dog, Tempt Pact, dog in Tempt Pact in the Hills of Murder in the early spring of the year 4. So a dog killed a goblin. And then this right here is an image of dwarves. So yeah, that's it. Unfortunately, you don't worship that god. That would be better, but it was there before you were mayor, and the previous mayor, I don't think, worshipped it either, so it's kind of a mayoral heirloom, if you will. Okay, well, we'll work on that later once they make more blocks, because I don't think they're actually making any at the moment. We're trying to just get these done. Yes, you are the most skilled what's it called? Siege operator in the fort. So you are a siege weapon specialist, and you have the highest skill of any siege weapon specialist in the fort for Hunkwok. YouTube chat. The first person to put 3 fire emojis into the YouTube chat can either name a dwarf or a piece of furniture, if you're choosing. Trying to give out some YouTube chat dwarfs today because I haven't done that the last few streams. This is going to be a guild hall to the Farmers Guild. General Maxim, you got it first. Zelkin, I will give you a this statue of a goat as a consolation prize. Zelkin's goat. You're the goat. But General Maxim, what would you like to name? Dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? Or would you like a piece of furniture? It is entirely up to you. Let's just check tasks real quick. I think a lot of them are paused at the moment. No, they're not. We are brewing drinks. Maybe I need another still. Like a bearded dwarf. We'll give you happy bearded dwarf. Since your name is General, I feel like you should be in the military. I don't know if you're going to be any good. If you suck, eventually we will just expel you from the military. You're wielding a hammer. General Maxim. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He occasionally overindulges and likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to be passive in discussions and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes to work outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at shit weather. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is disgusted with eloquent speakers. And he values good craftsmanship and values harmony. He likes talc, tin, and violet cespertine, as well as rope-reed paper and short swords, the sight of the saffron euphoria, and when possible prefers to consume pangolin and brown bullhead and sheep cheese and dwarven beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He's a member of the snarling denomination, worshipping the crocodile god Levin, of the god of fish. He's pretty happy, actually. He's exhilarated after remembering a sparring session, so you really like training. And he has no friends. Just T-Dog, who's his only acquaintance. Yeah, this is Hanquat, but he's not happy. Not super thrilled with his life. Also, he refuses to equip a shirt in regards to Hunkwat. I don't know why. He's not in the military or anything, but he refuses to wear a shirt. Like, it's not that we don't have them available. They're available. He just doesn't equip them. So I don't know. A little bit at a loss on that one. All right, so since most of these are no longer functional, get rid of a bunch of them. By a bunch of them, I mean most. Oh, shit. I like that this world still has this bug where all the were creatures are children. The werebear child, Sarviv Lasianthi, is a very large bear twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow orange. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Pause the game. Where is it? Okay, so it is not, in fact, in the fort. But it is close to Viking Ball and Tourist, the fishery worker. Let's just remove everything from that and turn these on. And see if I can just pull this lever to close this bridge. And hope that Viking Ball has quick feet. Sorry, Viking. Rest in peace, Viking Ball. First casualty of the stream. The bridge is closed. And the elf child is finished here. Goodbye, kid. At least they put the kid out of their misery. Sad. I'm sure they will be buried with the other great dwarves from the fortress. This will be their tomb. Rest in peace. Agree. Devilish. Agree. Unfortunately, you didn't survive, but we wished you well. May you rest with Armok, Viking Ball. And the evil seem to live forever. Enemy. So I want to make a little bit of a central staircase here. Just a little bit. I'm going to make a stair that goes up here. And I'm going to, much lower priority, build a walkway this way into here. This right here, let's check your value. Cool. So that's satisfied. It's valuable enough, although I will shrink it by 1 tile. I will give those doors because that looks awful with nothing there. This is going to be not a large room, but it's going to be a pretty big room. And this is going to be probably most of my rock crafting industry. And as for the priority number 4 area, this is going to go around here. And we'll connect here. But for right now is mostly just going to do kind of this thing. Because I need to fill this out with stuff eventually. What's up, Linku? How's you? Did you miss anything? A were creature arrived and ate a child. I presume we are tombing them or have tombed them. Yes. Love you is putting the child in a tomb. 1 tooth at a time. Good to hear, Linku. For Armok's sake, Blyde, make some more bins, please. For Armok's sake, Chemical Blue, don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. No, because none of these stockpiles are intended to be permanent, and I don't want mixed bins with tons of stuff in them, or more than I need, until I've got proper stockpiles where I want them to be. And we don't have those yet, so no, I will not do that, actually. Because it's high time for us to actually make wooden wheelbarrow, and I'm gonna do 30 of them. Also, I have to say, I think that might be the first time in my life somebody has told me to make more bins. And I'm also gonna do a wooden. Minecart. up here. And I'm going to do this. Chalk. I'm going to do this. Chalk. I'm going to do this. Chalk. That. And this, except to those of you who are very aware of what I'm doing here. Okay, maybe not all that, actually. Like I said, maybe not all that, and then I did it anyway. You there, you there. And then all the way along the front here, we'll do this. Basically, this is so that I can build the corners. I want to say this layer is probably the one, or this layer had iron ore on it. Specifically, there's some right here. Let's also check this. Okay. I'll go here. Change blueprints to standard selections. Let's do all that. How's everyone doing today? I'm all right. I slept terribly. Aside from the sleeping terribly part, though, I'm doing all right. Just getting by. Getting into the swing of things for the day. Actually, let's go the other way. This is going to be an infinite stockpile for boulders. For everything that isn't clay, chalk, dolomite, marble, lime. Well, actually, no, I will put those in there. We'll just do everything. Actually, no lignite. Speaking of lignite. No lignite, no coal. Receive a shipment and unpack for 30 mins and then get paid and watch Pine for the last 5 hours of your shift. Sounds like a good shift, man. Getting paid to watch me. Imagine. This is how you know this fort had a slow start, is I'm only building a stone stockpile now. From which this stops vehicle will take items. So take items from there. The items we will load into the minecart are the ones that I've been putting in so far. So no clay, no coal, no lignite. Everything else, though. I just need to wait for that to get built, although that won't take too long. I was going to say that seems like a very odd product. What is the value of 1 or 2 diddly squads? Let's do 30 wheelbarrows. So 30 of our dwarves are going to actively be hauling stuff here. So it's time for the haulers brigade. Hey, chat, I need you guys to promise these dwarves that when this process is done, they'll get a break, because I swear they will. Labor. Everybody does this. That I will leave on only selected do this. That's fine. We'll let you fish, although that might kill you young, but that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, yeah. Do I do holiday burrows or cancel tasks? I pause tasks and do holiday burrows. I do both. It is always a combination. Okay, so we're going to start making wheelbarrows and minecarts. I'm also going to make another storage location for right there. But now we can just see all of the dwarves picking up the task of transporting boulders. And they're just going to move them all up there. And then once you down here make the coffee wood minecart, which they're currently making out of coffee wood, as soon as Hunkwat here is done, I think that the wheelbarrow is a sign of dwarven success. When you have enough time in your fortress to get most of the dwarves either pushing wheelbarrows or hauling items to a stockpile, that is a true sign of absolute dwarven success. And there are a few things that are a better celebration of dwarven strength and success than moving boulders everywhere to somewhere else. I'm also going to maybe make a small gypsum plaster stockpile over here. This over here needs some tables, but I really don't have any at the moment. But yeah, I was doing a little bit of research last night not before I couldn't sleep, but before I tried to go to bed. It does seem like rams are like an active FPS drag for a lot of people. Same with digging. It seems like the goblins have spent a lot of time thinking digging. I really hope that Putnam does like a optimization patch. Like I really like in my mind, the way Dwarf Fortress development works right now is Tarn spends several months coming up with a feature, develops it, puts it in the video game, and then once he's done doing all of that, Putnam then just goes in and, optimizes it. That's kind of my headcanon of how the Dwarf Fortress development is going right now. And I do actually kind of wonder how accurate that is. Held a boulder hauling competition, and then a boulder throwing competition where they have to throw them into the minecart. Of the first boulder hauling competition, which was held on the 24th of Opal in midwinter in the year 262. The fort's beginning to look awesome. Yeah, it's starting to look like a fort. Although, I did get a little bit of judgment from Deep Space last night when I was lurking in Deep Space's stream. Because Deep Space had, like, I don't know, 30% of his dwarves were, like, red face. And someone in his chat popped in and was like, wow, that's a lot of unhappy dwarves. And then then I was like, man, and sometimes I think my forts are unhappy. And he's just like, oh, you're totally fine until you have, like, 70 or 80. That's when you really need to start to worry. I'm like, man, I get worried when there's, like, 12. When you finish lunch and you immediately want more. Yeah, I've been there. I know the feeling. What'd you have for lunch, Q and green tea? I had toast with grated cheese and a little bit of butter and 2 boiled eggs for breakfast. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the enemy pathing will do with the siege too. I have a feeling they'll try and just go over it, but I'm also wondering when they're going to invade me, because I do have a lot. Like, it's not like there isn't goblins that are at war with me close by. Like, they're literally, like, right here, and I'm right here. And there's also, like, these Dark Goblins bits, which are next door to me, but they're not at war with me. It's a different faction, so. Okay, it looks like they've finished clearing this area down here out. Let's just see if we can get most of these boulders out. Or at least a good chunk of them. I was really kind of hoping I would hit... like, I don't know why I was hoping this, or why I was expecting that maybe this would be possible, but I was really kind of hoping that I would find some iron ore down here. No luck for me. Big sad, man. They're not great for, like, minerals, but normally it's not this bad. I mean, I've already found a bunch, right? Early on, we found a bunch of different ore veins. I could dig deeper. That, admittedly, is something I haven't done. Oh, man, I'm going to use pomegranate. This pomegranate wood looks nice. I realize there isn't enough for... Well, actually, no, there's 8, so we will have enough. Ore generates in the natural rocks that it would be in real life, which means they could be on this layer. It's the right type of rock for it. Dwarf Fortress tries to mimic reality, and in some ways it fails horribly, and in others it succeeds marvelously, so... So they will start making rock blocks again, except I'm just going to set that back to 0. Higher overall value for the room, which makes dwarves happy. That's the entire purpose of the surrounding things with rock floor, is higher total value. And if I want, I can go in and then... Let's do some lower priority. I can do this and engrave them, which increases the value even more than sand ever would be. It's literally just like a room value thing. That is entirely the whole goal of this, is it's just a room value thing. What's kind of funny, though, is, like, before Premium released, I almost never did this. Like, the building floors thing. The reason I started doing this after Premium released was they made it so that you can engrave the built floors. Before, you could only engrave smooth walls and smooth stone. You couldn't engrave constructed walls. So often smooth stone and engraved stone walls were higher value, unless you were making like metal floors. But now, because you can engrave stone and wood and everything, it increases the value kind of exponentially. Don't forget to give them a break after the boulder haul party. Oh yeah, well, I mean, that's going to take a while. I mean, there's still boulders down here on this level. There's boulders down here. There's boulders outside of the fort. You know, actually, I think I'm going to forbid the ones on the outside of the fort for the moment. Just because that is an unnecessarily large amount of work. I mostly just want the ones inside the fort cleaned up. Like, these are just much lower priority. Feminine award. Any dwarf, odd profession. Beard or no beard? Waiting on your response. Very new to Dwarf Fort and want to thank you for your content. It's been very helpful. Happy to help, Mythic. Happy to help. Any is fine. Okay. Also, odd profession literally means I will just give you the happiest dwarf I see. Because the dwarves in my forts all inevitably get specialized, so I don't have any weird edge case specific dwarf. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He is not a private person, and he freely shares details of his life. He finds humor in most situations. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and often is cheerful. He tends to be a little stubborn when working on projects, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He likes to take it easy, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is not particularly curious about the world. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society. He sees war as a useful means to an end. He likes native gold, silver, and rubicel, as well as giant anaconda bone, jute fabric, and giant snowy owl parchment. The color, dark scarlet, and quivers, and armor stands, and bracelets, and armadillos for their thick, bony armor plates. And the words of the born coasts, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. I don't know why I'm doing this with the background moving, because it's harder for me to read. He has two friends in the fort, Kulbok and Fath. And you're a member of the Blameless sect who do worship the most popular god in the fort. Thick indeed. Wretched. Thick indeed. Anyway, I need to increase the value of the Farmers Guild. I think that the empty room that I made them is just a bit too empty for them. Because we're just like, can you increase the value, please? Trying to think what I can do to easily increase the value of this. And it is a farmer's guild. Put some pedestals in here. Oopsies. I'm gonna cut gems. Just see what we have. I'm gonna cut green zitrons, and I'm gonna do 80. I don't play with minerals set high enough for there ever to be enough gold to do that. So, like, I literally do not play with settings that would be conducive to that kind of level of opulence. I have no idea, Because I haven't generated a new world, and there wasn't any specific patch notes related to that. Unless that's also related to the ogres bug, I have no idea. You would have to generate a new world and wait for a werebeast to show up to check, or ask somebody else, because I do not know. I'm actually going to move this up here, this gem, because I have it down here, and it doesn't need to be on this pedestal, and it'll make my life a lot easier to do it this way. There we go. The Born Raptor. The Born Grain is the fort. Guild Hall. Looks like moods are slowly improving. Yep. And I'm sure that they will improve just in time for the monsters to arrive and attack me again. The Born Identity. Oh. I mean, certainly. I think eventually... Actually, let's just dig out the rest of this. I think I'm probably just going to dig out the rest of this and then forbid the boulders that are down here and just melt them. I think that's how I'm going to do it. Because, you know, we've already got all this. We got so much more to do. What do I use? So the default settings set the mineral scarcity to everywhere, which used to be... So the default used to be the middle one, which I think is sparse. But when premium released, everywhere was the default. Sparse, you maybe have 1 or 2 types of minerals, and you usually have to look really hard to find it. To give you an idea, I've maybe found maybe 150 bars worth of iron in this map. And this is a map with iron in it. On everywhere, I would have like 9 different kinds of metal, maybe, or 9 different ores that I could be smelting. Everywhere is like easy mode. You don't need to acknowledge the existence of the economy difficulty. While some people like that, I kind of hate it. It makes me not value or prioritize how I use the minerals that I do find. And I find myself just wasting them. And personally, I feel like that kind of sucks. If that is your thing, I get it. But, like, it's not how I like to play the game. I understand why they did that, but the default settings are just way too frequent. So I set it closer to sparse, if not, like, less frequent. So this should just be for stone and clay blocks. You have to try it out. I mean, you play the way you want to play, but, like, for me, I want it so that if I find, like, a platinum or a gold deposit, I freak out a little bit. Because I like kind of that rare mineral lottery instead of, like, digging around and finding, like, you know, thousands of every metal. Like, to give you an idea, in between 2009 and the release of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, I found 2 diamond deposits. I say 2 because I think it was 2. In that entire window of time. And I never encrusted them. I literally just cut them into gems and put them on pedestals with legendary gem cutters because I was so happy. Whereas like the scarcity and rarity of those is significantly lower now. And like, it's not a problem that it's way easier to find that stuff now. But to me, I don't know, it lowers my excitement, including in those geos. Those didn't exist. The lava spires, like down in the magma layers, didn't have diamonds in them. Like that is a new addition. And those little tiny cubes full of diamonds, those also didn't exist. None of that existed. Yeah, it feels less special. So like, if I want platinum, I want to have to import it or get extremely lucky. And I think that that's a lot of the fun of the game. Oh no, I was waiting for that. You've disrespected the trees in this area, but this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. We are warning you. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen eventually because I've been clear cutting a lot. So yeah, the everywhere setting is good if you're learning the game though. Like, I think that should be the setting for the tutorial, which is probably why they did it that way. But personally, like, I find it a little bit frustrating. Piglet. Chalk, and nope, not reinforced, just fortification. Chalk. I mean, the way I've been playing this fort, basically unavoidable in regards to War with Elves. Takes items. We'll take items. You're going to take items from that stockpile. Also, another fun thing about setting rarer minerals is goblins are less likely to just take over everything. Because if the goblins have less minerals, then they are, you know, not as strong as they would be normally. It usually gives humans a better chance because they focus more on like surface and shallow metals. So if there's less minerals overall, then the humans like tetrahedrite, copper, and like occasional iron deposit is much more likely to be able to fend off goblins and other invading forces, which I kind of like. Like, changing the frequency of metals changes the balances of power a little bit, which is really interesting once you've generated a trillion worlds and are a bit too much of an uber nerd. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think I have 16 picks. Could be incorrect, but I want to increase the number of picks. Look at all these wheelbarrows. You'll love to see it. I mean, that's the thing that Dwarf Fortress does that's interesting, right? Is like, while you're playing Dwarf Fortress, the rest of the world is playing a very slow game of Civ, sort of. And your, like, success in your fortress does impact the wider world, but maybe not as much as I would like, to be honest. It does still impact it, though. Enough that it's noticeable. I think that this is going to be my clothing industry right here. So you're pushing a wheelbarrow with a boulder in it. Push it up here, and then you go store one in the vehicle, and then repeat. They will use wheelbarrows automatically if there are wheelbarrows assigned. Stone stockpiles by default have 1 wheelbarrow assigned, but I've just cranked it up to 30. I could actually probably bump it up to 40. They'll use them if they're in the stockpile. Automatically, yes. but only if they're in the stockpile will they use them. Oh, also, something I should probably point out, because I think it just got posted. Here it is. Yeah, it did just get posted because I got tagged in a thing. This is a link to Blue Sky. If you happen to have Blue Sky, it'll work. Otherwise, you can just watch the video. That is a little video that I edited on the 24th to 30th, the RimWorld Hot Potato Returns, which is a RimWorld charity marathon that my stream team runs, and I made these little videos for it. So if you want to see my editing in something that isn't Dwarf Fort related, there's an example of it. There's another version of this video that'll be showing up in other places, but yeah, 44 streamers in a relay race playing RimWorld for charity. I think in total, including the 2 Dwarf Fortress ones we did, it's raised over $500,000 US for Doctors Without Borders. So that's the thing I'll be yelling about when it happens during the actual weekend. I don't understand what people mean by double stacked. Oh, one behind each other? Like, not vertically? Vertically, sure. Behind each other, they friendly fire. So, no, you would kill the dwarf in the front. Or at least seriously maim them. Catapults friendly fire. The shrapnel friendly fires, and so does the boulder itself. So yeah, if you guys could go give that that Blue Sky post a repost, and I don't know, mark your calendars if you like watching RimWorld. I like watching RimWorld once a year when that event happens, which, you know, my team helps organize. I've done a little bit of behind the scenes stuff. In this case, mostly promotional video editing. I'm just going to pause the game for a second. Probably comes with experience in the game, makes it more of a challenge to play and more fun when you hit the rare elements. Certainly. I will also say, don't grab my putty in YouTube chat. Back in the day, people often talk about the Dwarf Fortress community as being really friendly and welcoming, and I think for the most part that's true. However, back in the day, in the ASCII days, there was parts of the community that were a little bit gatekeepy in weird ways. And you would kind of get lightly made fun of. Turning on my other light to fix my lighting a little bit. Lightly made fun of if you played with minerals on everywhere back in the day. So I learned the game on sparse because I felt like I was committing a crime if I played on everywhere. But that's, you know, I was a less mature person back then. At the end of the day, just play on the settings that you feel fair. Like, I know somebody who, I don't know if he still does this, but at least at one point was playing Dwarf Fortress exclusively with DF hack Fast Dwarf 2 turned on, which is basically speed hacks, with minerals set to more frequent than everywhere, and did that because he had 3 kids and maybe an hour and a half every evening to play the game, and instead of it taking like 6 months to build a fortress, he would just like basically speed time up. And honestly, I think that's super fair. Super, super fair. Without super rich ores, you like being fabulously wealthy? I mean, totally fair. I mean, like, if that's, like, I think it's not quite like the difference between playing Minecraft in survival mode and playing Minecraft in, like, sandbox, but it's not too dissimilar to that either. So, like, you know, you do you. You play the game the way that it works for you, but for me, I could never play with that many resources because it just, I don't feel like I'm playing the game. Or I wouldn't feel like I'm playing the game, I guess. Here I'm going to make another other stone stockpile, and this is also going to take items from here I only remember that one Formite putting magma in every discussion, beside that most besides that, almost every most people were nice there. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, when you think about nerds, and when I say nerds being gatekeepy, and I say, like, a little bit gatekeepy, I mostly mean it in the like, tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, you criminal, you're committing crimes kind of thing. But, like, I don't think anybody's actually being serious. Like, if someone's actually being serious about stuff like that, then, I don't know, just fucking roll. Who cares? Who cares? At the end of the day. That's all I really have to say about that. It's like, it's just people being goofballs. That's it at the end of the day. Chat, what are you guys up to this weekend? Out of curiosity. If I stop coughing and if my schniffle goes away by the end of tomorrow, I might go to a concert this weekend, but not the normal kind of concert I would go to. Because the normal kind of concert I would go to is heavy metal. But there happens to be well, my brother-in-law is singing in a choir thing, so I might go to that. But highly depends on if I start feeling better or not. Although apparently he's also not feeling great, which makes sense. Fitting. Taking the kids frisbee golfing. Gotcha. We've got another werebear. Lots of werebears. Has come. A very large werebear twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow orange. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. I wonder if my pig spotted it. Nope. I think my fishery worker spotted it. But the pig has been hooked up. I'm just gonna close this. Let's see what happens. Fishery worker, drops a raw mussel. Okay, well, let's, turn on the inner sanctum. What are you doing? Oh. You and Stukos the duck are just gonna go attack the werebear? Miss. Attacks, miss. Okay. It's attacking the fish cleaner. You started bleeding. Did you get bit? Attacks, 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 scratches. Ooh, scratches. Okay, so this dwarf's still okay. They've only been scratched so far. Well, one of the... Somebody lost a... Oh, I see. One of the ducks died. Attacks, miss. Miss, miss, miss. Bites. Okay, so this dwarf's been bit. So this fish cleaner has been bit. I'm just gonna type... Bear. Where bear? There, bear. But I don't think they will live very long. Nope. They're gonna probably die of lack of lungs. And it goes for my livestock. Man, this is a long day. Oh, there we go. Rono the human child. Rono! Cannot exit the fort, to my knowledge. So I will tell this squad to go kill it. It does have 6 kills. I'm not sure where it's going, but it's running into the fortress. With the dwarves running around, doing various dwarf running around things. Do you have any relations? Oh, wow, you have a huge family. Nobody has interacted with us, though. Rest in peace. Human. Let's turn this off. Go over to this burrow. And let's hope that, you don't get crushed or anything silly. So I got raw mussels. So let's just say shell crafts. When it's above 10. Apprehend the child? I mean, It's a murder kid. It literally killed one of us. And we have to bury him in a tomb. Rest in peace, Light Test. Check, can I get a round of beers for Light Test? Hey, Shark Jumping Walrus, how are you? No, it's I don't care about no werebear. There, don't care about no werebear. Actually, chat, now I'm kind of curious, based on like seeing a few responses here. Do you play with rare minerals on, or do you play with the common minerals on? Like, what level of mineral scarcity do you play with when you play Dwarf Fort? Because I either play on like slightly less than sparse or slightly more than sparse. Like if I'm feeling saucy, I'll try and have it so that I have like maybe 2 kinds of metal on a map. Whatever is default, so everywhere then. Everywhere is default. That's where you have like multiple types of metal on each map. Sparsity like 4,500. Yeah, I do. If I do custom world gen, I do somewhere between 1,500 and 2,500. Common usually. You remember metal by default being a lot more sparse, so I consider it a treat of the Steam version. Fair enough. Yeah, they were more sparse and also less clear as to what metal you would have on each map was the biggest change, or the biggest difference, I guess. Well, we're clearing it. We've cleared out most of the minerals in here. Actually gonna get rid of this. I forgot that was still there. Just want them to get this stuff done first. Your butcher stations are always full and create miasma and don't get emptied. Is there anything I can do? Make sure that you have enough storage in your stockpiles. If you go to places and you go to stockpiles, your food stockpiles would be these. Check which food stockpile you're trying to put them into. I should probably actually rename them because you can rename them, but it'll say how full they are. So if you don't have any space in any stockpiles nearby that allow meat, like this is my stockpile that allows meat. If you don't have any space, then they just won't haul it. It's almost always due to lack of space in a stockpile or lack of available haulers. So that's the thing that you need to do, is either make sure that you have available haulers or make sure that you have more space available. It's one of the two. So, chat, I have a question. Should I go around this volcano with walls to make it look nicer? What do you think? May as well. Yeah, I guess. I agree. Also, like, if I decide to dig this out at some point, that'll look way nicer. Some migrants have arrived. Hey-oh. I'll check that in a second. I'm just going to finish doing this first. I may chuck some of them in the military right away. Migrants have arrived. Ceramic walls for the toilet. I don't have ceramics on this map, I don't think. No kilonite. High stamina, creative, clumsy, depression prone. No. Kitty cat. It's the first cat in the fort in a while. Llama. Ew. High social awareness, high kinesthetic sense. Great work of art. Personally says freedom and friendliness. Doesn't respect commerce. It's fearful. How about you? Thrill seeker. Get in the military. Family Noir the Milker has been possessed. Bunch of ponies. Gem Setter. I'll save Internal Rage. He doesn't like that natural world. A little time for forgiveness. Presents himself modestly. Yeah, not good for the military. Go be an artist or something. Lulio. Hello. The next migrant I enlist. Okay. Do you have beard preference? Fact-oriented, resist sickness. Likes a little excitement now and then. Probably this one. Does this work? Deal? You're very happy to embark with a tame elephant today? Neat. It is now facing a new forgotten beast down there. I owe 7 to that child. May they fight valiantly, and if they survive, they deserve to live another day. It does? Sweet. So before I forget, would you like to be ranged or melee? Crossbow or sword? Or spear? Or axe, maybe. Depending. You might live longer if I put you in crossbow, but... because I could put you in either. The pointy sticks, and we'll call you the sharp bolts, because that's a better name. Maybe the cunning bolts. Melee, okay. You can join the pointy sticks then. You are an axe dwarf. He's interested in only facts of the real world and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He is swayed by emotional appeals, and he is rarely jealous. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to consider what others think of him. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He likes a little excitement now and then. He rarely feels discouraged. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He often acts with little determination and confidence, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is nervous, and sometimes he cracks his knuckles. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Personally, does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't see cooperation as particularly valuable. He has a very long beard, which isn't that long. You're an axe dwarf, and you have no friends, and you worship the god that everyone else worships, which is the god of generosity, charity, sacrifice, and torture. Ooh. Dreams of mastering a skill. How about you? Stains loyalty. Clumsy. Yeah, no. Frenetic. Quick to love. Not lustful. Loves, but not lustful. We got an artifact happening, which is Family Noir. Child survived after some burrow management. What kind of beast was it? Luizaki. Oh, there was a Hydra that also lived on the tile with you. One of my favorite instances of a mega beast like a Titan was I settled on a cave that I knew had dragons in it because I found it in adventure mode, and I settled on it, and it was a dragon, and it's that dragon's child, and the child was like 40 years old, and the mother was like 500 something, and we tamed them both, and we had them both in the fort, and that fortress fell, but the dragons survived. And I abandoned that fort when it fell, and then made a new fort close by. And almost immediately, it was like on day 4, I got the pop-up saying a dragon has survived, 1,000-year-old magical creature with fire hotter than the sun, or whatever the pop-up is. And it was a tame dragon. It was one of my trained dragons. And that was maybe one of the coolest things I've ever witnessed in Dwarf Fort. They want me to make a miners guild, which I'm not super surprised by because I did assign a whole bunch of miners to the fort, so. All right, chat room. You need what? Okay, Starlight, bars. Okay, so gem shining, raw green, rough color, leather skin, stone rock. Okay, stone rock, bars metal, bones. Okay. You guys follow this dwarf. I'm going to go use the washroom because I've been streaming for almost 3.5 hours, and I need to take a piss. Could I please get a big round of beers? And, well, Dio, I never actually named that dwarf, did I? I read the description, but there we go. You're using an iron warhammer, looks like. And pretty decent armor. I will be back momentarily.
Cheese for everyone!
It's a unit system. I know this.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Tea Earl Grey hot. Sandwich!
Also, you guys can't see outside where I'm at, but
Heel,
it is
damn
a
it.
beautiful day outside. Holy shit.
You fucking don't
Got the other things he needed. You need to grab those alpaca bones, raw green glass, 2 gems, and lynx leather. Okay, so the profane doctrine needs a temple complex and a high priest, and we need to make a miners guild. For the miners guild, I'm thinking maybe like around here, because I could just build like a little room. Now let's go in here and just do something like this. That's a little bit too much. So let's fill some of this back in. What do you think? Does that look like a pickaxe convincingly? Why no crates? Why you no see all the crates I have? Also, you need crates for bolt throwers. So I do have crates, plenty of them. I just don't happen to be pointing the camera specifically at where I happen to have crates at the moment. One more for the handle, maybe? We'll see how it looks when it's built. I can always replace it. Mostly because I can't remember exactly where in the square it was. So I'll deconstruct it and reconstruct it. Ice Blue, it's good to see you. How are you, sir? You thought it looked fine? I want to see it with color in it, mostly, but feedback noted. We'll take into account. Also, I do have to say, I think that yesterday, the Oh No short that I uploaded might be one of the best shorts I've ever made. I'm very rarely proud of shorts. Mostly shorts make me feel dirty. It's like, I feel like I'm participating in something that actively annoys me on my phone whenever it forces me into the short screen. But like, genuinely, I think that might be one of the best shorts I've ever made. How's Blind? Blind slept like absolute dog shit, but Blind is okay. Blind is probably going to stream today, but not tomorrow this week. And, spend Friday, Saturday, and then probably Monday editing a new video. Although I'll possibly also Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday editing a video and just do less hours. But pretty good. Femi Noir, the Milker, has created Castangak Kekimont, a Riddleite bracelet, and offers it to the Song of the Wind. So one more for the handle. Okay, so like one longer. Down to there, basically, is what you're thinking, chat? Yeah, I kind of agree. Does look a little short. Could also do a different color of floor for the end of the handle. You know, actually, I think I kind of want to go down to here, even. So let's do like a... Ooh, let's be fancy. So a single tile of rose gold. And then a single tile of dacite. How's that for the handle? Out of a metal bar. I will say that I'm not going to do that because the amount of actual metal that I have in this fort is minimal. Unless you're saying like the cross part at the top, which I would be willing to move the rose gold from here to there, like up to here, basically. Because I've got very little metal on this fort that I'm actually willing to give up on a vanity project. The whole top, I'm not going to do that. Maybe make the handle out of wood flooring instead? Ooh, it's not a bad idea. I will probably put that artifact of Femi Noir in here, though. Actually, why don't I do like this down the wood? Just checking to make sure nothing has fucked up my moat. Seems fine. Oh. Was bound to happen eventually. The vile force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parley. The army is commanded by the golem Stasost Peak Monster, a competent commander. In 204, He got divorced. Well, that's clearly why he's so angry and wants the murder, right? Or maybe that's why he's merciful. And I like how the most historically important thing that this goblin did is he got divorced once. I love this, by the way. This is maybe one of my favorite parts is the like little history behind the commander, like the notable event that they took part in once. His wife left him. Yeah. Actually, no. It looks like the goblin divorced the other person. So either Stasos, the goblin here, the army commander, is the person who divorced their spouse, but. Let's see. You right here. Yeah, so she left her husband. She's also got a goblin bone crown, a goblin nail amulet, a goblin bone bracelet, a shield, and a book. Probably instructions. Probably has got notes on how to take over the fortress in this book. It's like roughly sketched. Written on the item is a portion that consists of a 165-page guide entitled Better Monastery. That's actually instructional guide on how to build a monastery. It concerns the monastery base tree. Okay. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Is she wearing her X? We do not know. That is for them to decide and you not to know. Okay, so they did bring Rambos. They've got some Mineras. It's not the biggest siege. I could super just make this into a catapult battery. Actually, maybe I should do that. Oh, I know. But they're asking a parlay, which means they're not going to attack us right away. We have 3 months to respond to the parlay. Glad you liked it, Gaia. I'm glad you just watched the beginner's guide. Hopefully it was helpful. Also, I forgot to like those Panther Carpi. Thanks for 10 bucks, by the way. Ah, my brain is like filled with 7-Up today. Bioactive, that's a big streak. Oh yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. Where were the hammer gobs that got called out? It might just mean they have a lot of hammermen, because I'm not actually seeing any extremely scary hammer masters or anything. I'm also just going to go out to here. Throw a human cage over there. Throw a lever right there. Okay, let's just confirm this. Literally have no logs at the moment. Okay, I do have a dwarf going to go fell trees. Of giant rat riders? What faction was it? Bioactive? I just love the fact that the most notable thing that this commander ever did was left her husband or wife. We'll never know. It's one of the two. Oh, it's goblins? Oh, that's neat. Usually they're mounted on, like, beak dogs. That's fun. Oh, it's possible. It does look like she has a husband. And she also worships the god Apap, which is obviously the A-tier version of a CPAP. This isn't a very big siege, though. It's just the singular ram. They don't have any builders. So this is definitely like a smaller first siege. So I think we will finish chopping down all these trees. Catapult parts. Let's do 30 catapult parts. And then I've got another spot I want to put a catapult potentially over here. I've got these two built. Oh, this could also be a catapult battery very easily. I don't know. We'll leave that for right now. You tried to make a siege tower and the goblins invaded again before you could finish building it? Oh no! As in, like, they invaded and you're like, I'll get you next time, you stinking goblins, and then they just invaded before you could actually get them next time. The thing that I like, another thing that I really like about the siege update is that they attack frequently enough without actually, like, parlaying, that parlaying is, a bigger risk. Oh, shit. Okay, well, you're not dead. Don't bleed out, please. Don't bleed out. Don't bleed out. Don't bleed out. Come on. There you go. Okay, I'm just gonna pause all these fell tree jobs in here. Let's also go to places, go to siege engines. Everything's loaded. Good stuff. Let's go bars. Let's go bronze bolts, 10. Wooden bolts, 30. Just to get some additional bolts. I don't really care the materials. Actually kind of agnostic about materials. This here needs to be a miner's guild before I forget. And that artifact needs to go in here, which I think was a bracelet. Guild Hall, Miners Guild. You, bracelet. Or was it a ring? Was it an earring? It must have been the bracelet. Because I was dumb and cleared it. Yes. That was it. It was the bracelet. And I should be able to place wood here for the handle. Let's do... Need 4 wood blocks. Let's do Paradise Nutwood. Also over here, there's something I would like to do, or mess with a little bit, actually. This is one of those buildings that I can never remember where it is. Screw press, that one. Throw 2 mechanisms over there. I'm also going to link you to this friend over here. Let's just get all these logs inside. Let's see what the value of this is. Oh, that's great. This is a rhyolite bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with lynx leather and encircled with bands of bronze. This object menaces with spikes of rhyolite, iron, and green zircon. On the item is an image of Azure squeezes the allied haze in the sardonyx chain in alpaca bone. On the item is an image of a dwarf in green glass. Well, because they're still witnessing death. Honestly, like, you kind of need to be selective of who you allow to be siege engineers. That seems kind of like a given to me. I would say that... how do I put this? I would say that it's also probably wise to do something along the lines of, like, a misgenerator for your more delicate dwarves. Miners Guild completed. Profane Doctrine, which is a temple all the way up here. This one, I think. Yes. Do I have statues? No. I'm like kind of short on stuff I can easily use for this. Let's just do kind of some engraving along the bottom here. Kind of a you problem. Yeah, I mean, I think if I were to do such large batteries like that, I would probably, like, use retired soldiers or just, like, set it up so that in order to leave or exit the battery, they have to pass through a, like a waterfall or something, or maybe utilize aquifers in those regions. I feel like that's just a wise idea. Not that you have to, obviously, but I'm not going to say it's mandatory, but yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a negative impact on the mood. Dwarves don't revel in the death and torture generally, so maybe also a reason as to why you'd want to make like an army of adventurers that are exceptionally brave and then bring them in for the use in of siege operators. Okay, so they're hauling all these. How's actually the big underground area doing? Let's just... Oh, wow, they're actually getting through it. I'm going to permit Lower Burrow to do this area. And that area. Going to begin... Well, maybe not quite just begin. Going to actually build a little catabank. No, they'd be too exposed. And I don't want them to die. So there's a few places where they could try and climb and jump. But I think the wall is pretty much secure. Or as secure as it's going to get. So I am going to put the dwarves into the narrow burrow. The inner burrow. And I'm going to move the livestock. Actually, before I turn that on, I'm going to move the livestock up here. And are you hooked up? Yes, you are. Let's get rid of that. Also just going to allow this for a second. Gonna do this. Just so that they are a little bit more delayed, potentially. Just a little bit, not much. Gives us a little bit more time. No, that's my plan. That is my plan. I'm going to wait for them to get a little close, and then I'm going to open it up. Is this the Temple of Hatred? No, it's the Profane Doctrine. The Temple of Hatred is one higher up. This is the Temple of Hatred. This is the Profane Doctrine, which is high enough value now. And so Fishbone is now the first truth. Ooh, I'm going to make an Etten Slayer my Holy Cradle, because Etten Slayer killed the Etten. But Etten Slayer is a very not thrilled dwarf. They were as mad as they could possibly be a while ago, but they've gotten a little better as time has gone on. And they're very happy about the establishment of and upgrading of their temple. So they're very proud of this. You got a promotion, yep. So you are now the head of a particular religion in the fort. This dwarf is trying to be a dumb and climbed up. In order to make sure that they don't just climb up this, because they very well might. I mean, they still can, but we're just gonna dig out this. This won't take very long. I think it's going to take me longer probably to select all of this than it is for them to actually dig it out. Okay. Religious time, correct? All right, now we see exactly how effective they are. A lot of digging to do, though, at the moment. Oh, shit, we've already hit summer. We don't have much time. We do not have much time. How's everybody dwarfing? Doing all right, dwarfing. You had elves mounted on tigers last night. I got attacked by an elven army. This was a while ago. That was mounted on giant saltwater crocodiles. But their arm was mostly made up of hamstermen, which was really funny. So we just kept getting ambushed by angry hamsters with bows on giant crocodiles. The crocodiles were scary. The hamsters died very easily, but it was just really funny. The part on the upper level, the overhangs won't collapse because overhangs don't collapse unless I remove all of the supports. So if I like deconstruct the floors here and deconstruct the floors here and dig out all of this, it'll collapse. Otherwise it won't collapse. So how do I know? Because I know it won't. Things don't collapse unless you remove literally everything that supports it. They're like 10x the size of a dwarf. Cave crawlers are scary, dude. Like, seriously. Cave crawlers are terrifying. All right, let's turn off this and turn on this. And go into here. And I'm just going to pause all the jobs that may cause problems. Okay, where are you headed? Feltree. Woodcutters. Nobody does this. I'm assuming you're going out to... No, not there. Up here, then? Yep. Okay, you're just getting rid of the last of this, which is fine. I'll just remove that. It's good enough. All right, let's go to places, siege engines, set everything but these 3 training ones to fire at will. 1, 2, 3. And I need to make sure that this, oh geez, I kind of screwed this up a little bit. It's okay, I can fix it. And there we go. Everybody should go get ready. We are now going to deny the goblins' parlay. All right, chat, I need a big vile force of darkness. I need you to run around in circles like a chicken with your head cut off. And make your best war cry. While the dwarves go dance, or something. Because we're here to dance. Curious to see if the ram's gonna move towards the fort, because there's nothing for it to break down right now. Although, actually, I could close this. But that's actually out there. And then you right here. Ooh, actually, no, I gotta close this for a sec. Okay, this has been closed. The way is shut. And then you, right here, need to be pulled. Let's see what happens. What? Why? Oh, I was gonna say, why haven't you pulled the lever yet? They just did it way slower than I was expecting. So this is it. This putrid slayer killed 5 goblins in the Hills of Murder here at some point in their history. I don't know if they're friendly with the goblins or not, but doesn't seem like it. Where did they all go? Okay, well that's where they're grouping up currently. They don't really have much of a direction to go. Let's see, has the ram moved? No, no reason to. I guess I do just have to leave it open, eh? Although my frame rate is dropping pretty rapidly, so we should definitely open this up. Although maybe they've agreed to go dig. My frame rate has gone down to about 30. What are they doing? We're down to 15 FPS. Still very playable, though. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Stone. Some noticeable lag. Well, let's just pull this too. We'll let them in. I mean, we're ready. We're as ready as we're gonna get. I wonder if I'm actually curious to see if this is gonna be able to hit down there. I may have to point it this way or this and this way. But we'll see. I'm just gonna wall this off on this side. Okay, so that route here is gonna go pull the lever. Someone in the library. Don't have a library. And any beardless dwarf? Okay, can I do it after the siege? Or would you like me to do it before the siege? I would prefer to do it after the siege. Okay, so they should have a direct route into the fort now. After is okay? Okay. So I'm still at like 15 frames a second. Lots of dramatic slowdown happening. I wonder how many tiles this is. Oh, that's just a little bit too far. Most Mark dwarves can shoot about 30 tiles, so they wouldn't be able to hit those. They're hiding in this little hole. They found a trench. They feel safe. Safe and secure. Presuming a lot of the dwarves are just like hauling the last of these boulders. Still at 15 frames. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Only trenches, yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna go out to meet them. I mean, are there any animals on the map at the moment that aren't them? There's an eagle and 2 barn owls, which I wonder. Nope. Okay. I do wonder where they're from specifically. It's an image of the Wraith of Crescents. Yeah, I wonder. These do seem to be much more agile than wagons. So I wonder what they're trying to do specifically. I'm gonna try and do something a little silly. Let's build some bait. I wonder. I wonder what that'll do. If anything, probably nothing, but... As I ain't gonna go out and meet them. They're properly sieging, though. I gotta give them that. Wherever they went. What? Oh, they're moving. They on the move. Not quickly. I don't see any of them with pickaxes, though. I wonder if my trade depot being outside of the fortress is causing them to short circuit. Wait, what? Did you not know that they could use weapons? I mean, the Monster Slayer? Yeah, of course Monster Slayers can use weapons. They're soldiers that exist to attack, like, forgotten beasts and big creatures in the caverns. Like, that's... They bring weapons specifically for that purpose. You'd do that too, but you're far too lazy. Yeah, often I end up wearing the goblin's armor. If there were options to pre-decorate weapons and armor and things, I think I would do it a lot more. Oh, hold up. Let me just do something real quick. I've got an issue that I'm noticing with this burrow. Well, they're suddenly heading south. Certainly a shift. My frame rate also went down to 7. Where's the majority of them? But at least they're heading in the right direction now. It's got to be the ram. Yeah, that seems pretty consistent, Darius. I'm gonna skip this ad that's about to run. It was at 15, but they do appear to be heading towards the fortress now. I mean, I think undownloading the RAM might actually, like, fix the lag. Like, having less of the RAM. Not that I got, you know, anything against the RAM in particular, but I think having no RAM here might make the game run faster. Actually, I wonder. No, I keep on wanting to, like, station dwarves over here, but I know that's a bad idea, because if I do that... Chat, do we know if rams can't get through non-3x3 zones? Like, is that confirmed? Heh. So they started pathing towards my fort, and the frame rate went down when I built that. So I do wonder now, actually. Okay, so these catapults can't hit at that angle. So we know that now. But these ones will be. These marks dwarves. Oh, you need a quiver. Just make like 5 of them. Let's actually see how many bolts do I have available that aren't assigned to dwarves. 820, that's not bad. I'm actually going to turn off 2 of these for now, which I'll turn on later if I need them. And here we go, chat. It begins. The bolts are beginning to fly. At the first goblin who is dumb enough to come through and into the fort. And as they get covered in a shower of bolts fired by my marks dwarves, most of these are made of wood, I think, actually. Wood and bone. Yeah, most of these are wood and bone. Some iron, though. So the occasional spike of iron. Hangcrest? What? 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 Why were you out here? Okay. I didn't see them go that way. Why? Well, that's perplexing. Like, how did you end up that way? Oh, this may actually be part of it. So we are cleaning patients, that's good. Tibbe, thank you very much for the $5 and the first notification of money in 2.5 hours. Thank you very much. It's been a very slow day, but it's all good. Okay, we'll turn on these two now. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell happened to that dwarf. But if they decided to go that way, then they went that way. I'm getting paid for 4 hours instead of 5 for watching the stream. I mean, yay. Chat, can I get a round of beers, by the way? Okay, so I put these one further back, thinking that they could spin more. I think I might move them further up. Because this seems to not allow them to shoot down as far, which does make sense. Although they did do a good job softening up these goblins. So as they get closer, we'll get ready to send them out. Let's send this squad to go kill this goblin. I may just wait for this ad to play through and then name elf poles during the ad. Because there's an ad that's going to go off in about a minute. This is a very injured goblin. Can't stand, barely can grasp. Only one functional hand on a pike. The other one can't even move. So where's the rest of the goblin army then? They're all hanging out over here? Or are they moving towards the fort? I can't tell. They don't appear to be. This kind of just seems to be a scouting group. Also, it seems like we shot this goblin's ear off, by the way. Got the other goblin incoming. I'm very tempted to just exterminate the goblins on this battering ram so the game pauses. I'm going to name elf poles. They wanted a beardless dwarf. So you get this peasant. Elf Poles is easily moved to mercy and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She is often cheerful and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger. She's a friendly individual, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. You're going to be a siege operator. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She enjoys the company of others and chews her lips when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly and does not care about friendship, but dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes saltpeter and steel and violet and sespertine, as well as lime wood, green glass, linen paper, bucklers and grates and chains, and blue peafowls for their coloration. Penguins for their coloration, and the words of the sparkle of scribing, and when possible prefers to consume seahorse, turnip, and turnip wine, and absolutely hates slugs. 27 seconds left on the squad. They both ballistas, catapults, and also bolt throwers can all shoot up and down. They also target enemies, but they can only do so at so much of an angle and so much of an angle. Whereas bolt throwers have a lot more agility, I suppose. Is how I would describe that. I don't know. In a world where, like, a lot of liqueur is like, based on various other root vegetables, I could see it be fine. Turnip is a pretty sweet root vegetable, actually. I think some people just hate or, like, biased against turnips because they had bad experiences from bad cooking, and that's fair. Okay, dwarf just started running. So this dwarf is lazy. Not actually lazy, they're named lazy. They're a professional swords dwarf. Up against this skilled pikeman. And quickly, they stab their foe to death. Feeling euphoric due to inebriation and experiencing trauma. Could be worse. Send this squad to go fight this other goblin up here. Oopsies. then they'll turn around and head back. After they complete that killing. I feel so good about this trauma that I've just been diagnosed with. All right. Now they should... Actually, General Maxim here. He was a skilled Hammer Dwarf. Skipping directly over and heading directly towards their next target. This is just the speed the game's running at, which is currently 7 frames per second. Which is a wee bit on the slow side, honestly. This goblin is trying to turn around. This is Cursed Deuce. Cursed Deuce. And he's saying, curse these bolt throwers who are about to start shooting at him again, I think. Unless it's the Marksdwarves currently shooting. It looks like it's the Marksdwarves, actually. Way less bolts, but still very effective. Kind of surprised the bolt throwers aren't firing. A forgotten beast named Fiva has come, an enormous feathered iguana. It has 2 narrow tails and it is ravening. Its sienna burnt feathers are long and sparse. Beware its fire. Oh, that's fun. I don't think it can get to me, though, because we don't actually have access to the fort. Echo bloats! Do you think it bloats the echolocation? Okay. More bolts are flying. Pikeman bats it out of the air. This goblin is basically playing baseball with bolts at the moment. But it won't be able to play baseball with my whole squad. Okay, well, killing that goblin just made the frame rate go up to 8. And now we get to find out how effective the rest of this can be. Let's pull this lever. Now, my squads, these guys at the very least, are stationed here. And there is a goblin army right here. You're already bleeding because a Swords Dwarf is fighting with them. So I'm just going to station this squad right here. And I pretty soon will need, like, Marksdwarf batteries out here, but... Here we go, chat. Wish the squads good luck, because they are now in melee combat with the enemy goblin, who clearly doesn't have much in the way of defensive weapons, especially against Moreb as well as General Maxim, who are both professional and skilled. They're all quite well-equipped dwarves. We do need their gear and army. It's going to be very important for us. I'm very worried about the fact that they may be about to start fighting on my bridge, which is very dangerous, and I don't like this very much. So, dwarves, do not fall into the wall, please. Thank you. Under no circumstance... Okay, maybe I can close Jeff and Jeff. Maybe if I close Jeff and Jeff quickly. Closing Jeff and Jeff may be the thing that we need. Maybe. I will keep an eye on it, and I may have to pause closing Jeff and Jeff if things go bad. But we'll see what we can do. One of the dwarves falls, as they damn well should, because it's much safer down there. Uh-oh. Hekios was found dead. One of my soldiers. The other one falls over and is now dying. I was very worried when I saw them coming in, because I'm like, oh no, this whole squad's gonna die, isn't it? Good news is the frame rate's going up. We're up to 15 FPS now. I'm really, really, really hoping that these guys all get flung. Who's pulling levers? You're pulling levers? Okay, so you're all the way over there. Where's the other one? You're there. Okay, so there's 2 dwarves heading to go pull levers. They need to get to that. So hopefully we can fling a bunch of them off of this, because that would be hilarious. Please don't charge forward. Please don't charge. Actually, pause game. Cancel this squad. I want them to turn around if possible. Well, that's good. Please don't follow. Do not jump after them, because Goblin just fell into lava. So Evil Watch, Statos, just landed in my moat. Moat's working as intended. Okay, dwarves, turn around. Okay, cancel that, actually. Darut's still gonna go pull the other one. Well. Some things never change, Chad. Some things never change. And just as swiftly as Lazy commanded the military, they fell to their doom. I will leave the flipping of this bridge, and General Maxim may be about to die very valiantly. Oh, there goes another one. Trying to go help his leader. Or he's going to step back and not fall, which would be even better. I did tell him to retreat, in my defense. That's 2 of them. So F's for Lazy and Cole. Not for this goblin, though. Good riddance. Has this been pulled? Yes, it has. So we are now on a timer. If General Maxim steps forward 1 tile, he may get launched into space. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Come on, Dwarf. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yes! Fuck yeah! That's incredible. Okay, so if this dwarf survives, they get to run my military. Is a little stunned. That's amazing. This goblin ended up on the wrong side. He is missing an arm, though, so I don't think he's the biggest threat in the world. Moreb down here is injured. Same with Cole. I'm going to station both my squads right there. But let's see what General Maxim can do. He's got to get unstunned first. You're injured? Yeah, but you're on the right side of the wall. There's only 1 goblin on the wrong side of the wall with you who's more injured than you are. General Maxim is tired and no longer in a martial trance. And up against a bunch of skilled hammer dwarves, but he too is also a skilled hammer dwarf, or a skilled hammer god. Never mind. Wow. Strikes, the hammer dwarf strikes the goblin, but it was parried. It was parried, and it bashed him in the head, jamming the skull through the brain. Can somebody please clip that whole thing? I'm sure it's longer than a minute, but if somebody could clip that, I would be very happy. Are you the only death? No, absolutely not. No, there was you, Hankwat, 2 dwarves fell into the lava, so 5 so far. So once this smoke clears and this goblin can move, frame rate will probably get better, I presume. Mark Dwarfs to the bridge? Not to the bridge, because they will jump into the lava. No, just to down here, the bottom of the bridge. Although most of the soldiers are actually trying to get out of here. Where's Moreb? Oh, actually. I mean, I could turn the pumps on down here, but I don't want to do that. It's too much of a risk. Okay, so Moreb is you are rolling towards the Hunk fell? Yes. No, you fell. I literally verbally stated multiple times you fell. I don't know why, but you decided to be in the wrong place all the way out here. I don't know why you went out there. You even responded when I said that you died, but I can't help you. But yes, you did in fact die. You know, it's kind of funny. Sometimes I think I need to do a better job describing the fights. I don't know what I can do better though. Because like, if the fights are happening really quickly, people miss their own dwarves dying even when they're actively in chat. And when the game is moving really slowly, people still miss it. So I don't know what I should do differently. Like I ask for rounds of Fs and stuff, but Fell in as in fell off. They ended up in the lava one way or another. Doesn't matter how, but they did. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Pull this lever. And pull this lever. We're gonna pull the Jeff lever, because he's probably gonna try and leave. And we'll also drop this stuff down. And that was a drowning. That was a very slow and insidious drowning. You're on mobile. Ah, that's fair. I mean, I think, like, verbally is what I mean by I need to do that better. Like, I think that there's days where I'm much better at it than others. So we're just waiting for these bridges to swap. Oh, frame rate just, like, tripled doing that. Dropping those doesn't seem to have hurt the frame rate much. I need another tower right here. Name any fitting animal meep. Meep. The gelded cavy boar. He has a strong sense of duty, isn't given to flights of fancy, very humble. Is very humble, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and enjoys the company of others, and he likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Meep. Is that fitting? Shadow Absorber? Man, I gotta say that the flight of Max was extremely valiant, but like it's such a shame that dwarf had to die. So are they retreating? That is the question. You know what's crazy? I started the siege on the 7th of Hematite. It's the 19th of Hematite. It's been less than a week. The important question is, are they retreating? Oh no, doesn't look like they are. Aw, man. Alrighty. I'm a little scared to do this. But they don't have any bolts available, so potentially. Frame rate's back up to 20, so that's nice. It's nice to have such a high frame rate, let me tell you. How about actually cancel all this and send them all back to there. Let's wait for them to turn around. Yeah, let's do that. Let's let them in again. Actually, maybe a little bit too early. Did I already pull it? I guess I already did. Oh, no. Pause that. Let's wait until the mark dwarves are past this line. Uh, 103. So when sieges show up, Dr. Y, at the beginning of the siege, thanks a ton, Tive. At the beginning of the siege, the game gives you a little bit of legends about the commander of the army, and in this case, it was the goblin that had the crown. Okay, so they've got the Mineras this time. And the goblin with the crown, their last name was Peak Monster, and she divorced her husband or wife. We're not actually sure. And that is their historical importance, but they're dead. So, ain't that historically important? No, I appreciate it. What's up, Burner Inserter? Okay, bridge is back. The Jeff bridges are now open. And the goblins and Mineras are taking another wave. They were no good anyway. She's better off without them. Well, I mean, she's dead, but... So I don't know about better off, necessarily. I really don't want to go out and fight them again. The good news is, though, for most of these dwarves, this is a lovely experience. You know, we've got a bunch of dwarves just hanging out. We got dwarves dancing. I mean, like, for the dwarves, this is great. Like, they're having, like, unless you're one of the dwarves in the hospital that's actively getting stitches put into your whatever part of Moreb needs stitches, then you are actually having a great week right now. Oh, they're coming towards us again. That was 59 years ago. It is true. Did you make it to the hospital? Yes. Moreb, you were the dwarf I clicked on, so you are in the hospital. Still alive. And honestly, I think that you getting injured and backing off was the right decision. I wouldn't have told them to kill that second squad if I realized the other one had moved forward so quickly, but the frame rate was low, and I was assuming that they were moving slower than that, but apparently they were just beelining it. At least we are better defended than the last Necromancer siege, you know? Given them means, their given name means tick? Huh. That is a little interesting, I guess. How well armed up is this squad? They all still have bolts. I'm just going to send them over here. No, I'm saying that commander wasn't particularly noteworthy because the most notable thing that commander ever did was get divorced. That's what I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with it being socially acceptable. It's got everything to do with, no, that was just the most notable thing they've ever done. As they get smarter after every raid, you find? Yeah, no, it certainly seems to be true. I mean, they certainly seem to know that they die in here. Lazy's been missing for a week, which means... I can go right here and say... Lazy. And so is coal. I think the issue that I have right now is just the lack of frame rate. So I'm going to do something here. Exterminate this. Exterminate this. I just want the frame rate to come back. Exterminate this. And exterminate this. And the frame rate's back. That's all I wanted. Yeah, it really sucks that those guys cause so much frame rate problem. Cause such heavy frame rate problems, because, like, the Rams are super cool. They just lag. They're just slow. Yeah, no, they really need tree choppers. Tarn needs to take the suggestion that I suggested ages ago, which is, like, yo, what if the goblins could chop down the trees to try and incite wars with the elves? Okay, well, they're firing bolts out now, softening up the goblins. Got that much off to a good start. Once they run out of bolts, they should zip off. Go get more ammo, and then they're gonna cycle up to the upper level, which is what we need. Done good work, softening them up so far. None of them have made it to the bridge as well, which is good news. Wait, what? We had 2 different coals missing for a week? I didn't realize I had 2 coals in the military. Let's see if this got done. Yes. And... Alright. I guess we lost coal and lignite. Ooh, actually, I know what I can do. I'm going to have to time this right. No, actually, I don't want to burn my dwarves' bodies. I want to be able to bury them if I can. And that would also be very dangerous for a dwarf who runs across here. Seems like there's only one of them who's still able to stand, and that's Masto. Where'd the arrows go? Okay, so they're still holding back. I mean, I suggested that the last time I spoke with Tarn in an interview. I was like, yo, what if the goblins could, like, incite war with the dwarves? And he goes, ooh, that'd be naughty. Basically was his response. What are you doing, Moreb? Oh, they're still stationed. Walk. Okay, cancel that. Run away. That was my bad. Okay, yeah, that's just a bad angle for a tower. And then let's go here. Places, siege engines, fire, with the exception of the 3 training ones. And actually, Moreb, because you only have 1 working hand, it seems. Put a different dwarf in the leader of this so I can remove you from this squad. We're going to remove you from the squad. And I'm going to jump to you. And you are going to take up siege operation. Retired military become siege operators. Here come the remainders. Yeah, I really like them regrouping and, like, trying to do second attacks and, like, avoiding dangerous locations. I really, really like that. The issue that I have with it is just how the frame rate falls over. And just like that, like, they don't really have much of a chance here, I don't think. Yeah, I need to point these to the right. There's something I need to do with these. And the cat tries to fight. Unsuccessfully, it seems. The last goblin of the group falls over. And with that, the Moneras leave or attack? This one at the bottom seems to be attacking still, but I think the ones up top are leaving. Because you only were able, you didn't have a sword, you didn't have a shield equipped, and you have a little yellow symbol above your head, so I'm giving you time to either heal or be retired from the military because you're injured. Okay, he's leaving. Just taking a weird way out. Let's just close this. And turn on the upper burrow. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to just set everything here to be melted. Everything here to be melted. Everything there to be melted if there is anything. There to be melted if there is anything. And then claim everything up here. Same with you. Well, I think that went all right. I mean, that obviously could have gone better. I think they always could go better. But I think that that went all right. I think that that went all right. Is this a dwarf who'd like this? He's going to move to Mercy. Oh, this is the dwarf that hates everything. I remember this dwarves. This dwarf. They literally, like, hate sacrifice, hate perseverance, hate power, low stamina, poor empathy, no social awareness. Sounds like a drill sergeant. Well. Yeah, we did in fact see Maxim fly. That is true. Let's just go to you and type in melt. And let's just go down here and go corpses. You just had a siege operator enter martial trance. You didn't know that was a thing? I mean, siege weapons are a combat skill now, actually. If you look, dabbling siege operator, it's a combat skill. It used to be a civilian skill. Let's say, okay, what are these dwarves wearing primarily? Not the ones that are running up and grabbing all this gear. You back here. Socks, shoe, trousers, shirt, glove. Okay, so... do I have any annual clothing tasks? I don't think I do. So let's do cloth, sock, shoe. Shirt. And we'll just say 10, and we'll just say seasonally. Okay. They don't get interrupted while they're manning the station, actually. Or if they're reloading it. which is kind of whack to me. Like, it's kind of nuts. The fact that it works that way. But it does work that way. Or it seems to, anyway. But if they get exhausted or hungry, they will cancel the task, right? Let's see, do I need more tombs? Okay, we got a couple extras now made. And I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to place these additional slabs. I do completely agree that could have gone a lot better, but that also could have gone significantly fucking worse, so. Have more kills than your regular military? I mean, they probably have better, like, odds of survival, if nothing else. The rocks continue. All right, this is all dug out. This is mostly built. Let's finish building this. Because it doesn't have that much left to do. Some migrants have arrived. Which means I need to open the gate. Let's finish this construction. That's what we're gonna do. Finish this. And I'm going to dig this out one more, all the way around the edge. I'm going to fill this in with blocks around the edge. And then I'm going to flood it with lava. Although there's actually one more thing I need to do before I fill it with lava, which is I need to dig out this. Because otherwise digging out this area is going to be a pain in the ass. So I'm going to get them to just do that. But actually, no, I'm going to do this at priority 2. So I'll finish this lower end first. About people missing their death when you describe combat, how about a ringing death bell each time someone dies? Maybe. I don't know. Need to think on it. I mean, like, realistically... Okay, so this is going to sound like I'm talking shit about myself. I'm not trying to. I think the production value on my stream is really bland. It's my face, green screen, game, and I've kind of always kept it that way. And part of the reason I've kept it that way is because, at least historically, and I still get this, although I mostly get it these days from my VODs more so than the actual stream itself, which is people use my stream to sleep, like, quite literally. And because they use my stream to sleep, I kind of don't want to wake people up if they're sleeping, especially in the VODs. So for that reason, I've always kind of kept the volume low. I've always kind of kept it lurker friendly, which is really funny because, like, that is, like, the textbook way in this industry to make no money. At least I find it funny that it's the textbook way to make no money. You make a lot less money if you aren't, like, loud, essentially. Stu goes to Planter withdraws from society. And, like, the result of that is a lot of stuff when I'm streaming is maybe a little bit more low-key than it could be. The bell? I don't know what command you're talking about. But I don't have one that's a bell that I'm aware of. You need pictures of skeletons. You need me to Cut up an animal. Can do. Where was I going with this? Right. So because of that, I've kind of kept the production value pretty low key. But like, there's a lot of things I could do if I got like either a Stream Deck or like a hotkey pad or something. More so than just like the little like AliExpress like mechanical keyboard hotkey pad that I've used in the past, which I don't use currently because it broke. Where like I could zoom in on like Dwarf's personalities while reading it, and none of this would actually affect like my recordings or my videos, and try and make the production of my streams a little bit more like my videos. But I don't know how many people would actually appreciate that. Like, it's one of those things where it's like I can't fully decide if that's a good idea or not. You watch old Godzilla movies to sleep? Sure. I mean, we all have our preferred mode of low-key vibing entertainment. I end up watching H-Bomber Guy videos while I sleep. Not the same thing, but... Stream Decks that work on Linux used to be a bit of an ordeal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't actually know what the compatibility of Stream Decks and Linux is either. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in a weird spot, I guess, when it comes to the production value of the stream. Or my old vids. Well, they're long. My videos are long, I can tell you that much. No, I get that. Well, it's not that it's low production value. Like, the production value is here. It's just chill, you know? Like, it's not super sensory slamming. It means I'm unappealing to the kids. I mean, I did with the last one. YouTube Susser. YouTube chat. The planters created Kobem Ireg, a horse bone floodgate, and offers it to the Song of Wind. I don't have any real use for a floodgate in this fort, so I will put it in this guild to increase the value of it. I might repurpose it in the future, but... I also need to go up to this. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. I'm also going to deconstruct the one on the end here. Move this one over to here. I'm going to angle that one that way, and angle the other one on the other side the other way. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Angle them both that way. Yeah, it's an art piece. The floodgate. Also, if you just hit the X's on these, they'll just queue it up again. The dwarves will. This is now getting worked on. Also hoping I will find more iron ore, but, you know, only so much we can hope for. Dwarves are working on getting all of this filled in. And this is going to be a gigantic magma reservoir. Yeah, the problem, Sloth Dad, is I sometimes wish I was the guy pulling 20,000 viewers, because the guy pulling 20,000 viewers is making more ad revenue per day than I make in pestering my audience for tips and subs in a month. So I, you know, there is always like this Not stressful. Stressful's the wrong word. There's a lot of competition, I guess. Have I checked the caverns for iron? I have not. I've been digging around in areas where I've already found iron. But currently my priority is keep the fortress safe and don't open up other opportunities for things to kill me, because the surface is a big threat. And I'm, I think, doing a pretty good job of it, for the most part. So I have some adept marks dwarves that have wandered into the fort over the time, so I'm going to throw some extra dwarves in. I'm going to recruit some extra dwarves sight unseen, and if they hate it, we'll move them out with time. I mean, who's the most pissed off dwarves at the moment? I like how it's my chief medical dwarf. It's kind of funny, actually. Another thing I need to do is I need to satisfy my Baron. And I need to actually make a hospital. Shit, there's also still people in the hospital. It's an apple. What do you need? You need traction. Shit, I never actually built the traction bench. Let's go place that. I did make one, though. It's very heavily encrusted with gems. Very fancy traction bench. Oh, I know. Like, trust me, I'm not, like, knocking the size of my audience. Like, I was looking yesterday, actually, because I was curious. I am, on average, right now, in the top 2,000 most viewed channels on Twitch. Like, I'm doing just fine. I have no idea about YouTube, because I don't really look at the YouTube stats all that much. YouTube's too big and weird for it to really be relevant. I mean, you know, there's 222 people watching on Twitch and 120 on YouTube, which I think is really funny, YouTube folks, because yesterday was the first stream in, like, a week that I didn't put New Fort in the title, and we had 40% less views yesterday on YouTube than any other day, and today is exactly the same. I find that really funny, but Twitch is affected by that as well, but it's nowhere near as intensely. I just find it really funny. It's like, somebody once said that if I started a New Fort every stream, I would be twice the size, which I do think is true. You might have tracked the cheese crowd. I don't think that crowd exists, actually. Because I've tried all sorts of wording like that. I think there's people that like watching New Forts, and then my core audience. And so when I stop putting New Fort in the title, I just get the core audience, which is totally fine. Like, there's no issue with that, but I just think it's funny. New adventure in the stream. Then people would think I'm playing adventure mode. That's kind of false advertising, in my opinion. No, YouTube stops recommending it to you when less people watch, and more people watch during big updates. To give you an idea, full lupus in YouTube chat. When there's been a big update to Dwarf Fort, and there's people searching for Dwarf Fortress stuff, and people uploading Dwarf Fortress content, my YouTube stream sits at like 500-600 viewers. A couple weeks after an update, it goes down to about 150. But normally, like, you know, month and a half in between updates, it's around 80-90. Twitch, when there's a big update to Dwarf Fortress, I have about 400 to 500 viewers. When it's about 2 weeks later, it goes down to about 250, and then generally sits at around 150 to 200 normally. It just is what it is. You couldn't imagine doing that with Dwarf Fort? That kind of sucks. I mean, I've joked about it because I think it's a funny concept, DOS style hoist, but I would never do it. Mostly because, like, I need to not go insane, and I make enough money, so I'm good. Speaking of money, how are we doing today? It's been kind of quiet in a lot of ways. Currently $50 US away from the daily minimum. We're crawling towards it. Thanks for the $1 bearer, Dev. Very kind of you. Well, actually, it's $53, so I guess $52 now, but thanks much. No idea what you're doing. You gave me 100 pennies. 1 bit is 1 penny. But you're trying to... Oh, I see. Sorry. I missed the question. If you added me, I would have seen it. But yeah, you don't type the exclamation point. You just type cheer, and then the number of bits that you want to throw. But thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. If you put an exclamation point, it does fuck all. Don't put an exclamation point. You just have to type cheer and then the number. Or if you type in, I think it's Crypt Cheer, you'll get my special emotes. Deja vu. Thanks for $2, mate. Appreciate you. Twitch is weird. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I don't know. I don't think it's anywhere near as weird as it could be. I really like bits purely because it's very transparent as to how much money it is. And I think that's kind of an important thing. Personally. So many walls can be destroyed. As for now, I am asking me what the next features and updates I'm waiting for is a very silly question because it's the next thing that they're working on and they haven't said specifically what that is yet. So whatever they announce next is what I'm most looking forward to. I don't make a list of priorities because if I did, I would get disappointed or annoyed that they're not updating the thing that I want them to update. That's a very just unwise way to get excited about and play video games, in my opinion. It is USD cents, yes. It's 1 American penny is the value of a bit. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, people will always ask me what I'm looking forward to. Whatever Tarn feels like adding next. Because I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than disappointed that they're not adding the thing that I want. The Blameless Doctrine now requires a temple and a priest. I will leave that up there for a minute. Oh boy. Getting there. We are indeed getting there. I mean, saying that you're looking forward to Magic is like saying that you're looking forward to one portion of each patch, because every portion of each patch is including a little bit of Magic stuff. We got a bunch of Magic stuff with the Adventure Mode release, and nobody seemed to notice. So, it's the way it is. There are Magic healing potions in Dwarf Fortress that will heal your Adventurer. That you can jury-rig into Fort Mode if you're crazy. Which sometimes work, but didn't seem to work the last time I tried. It's getting there. I mean, we just need a few more blocks around the edges to be done. Mostly for vanity reasons, but also for defense reasons, because this is actually lined up with my wall. So, like, this is my wall right here, and it's right there. On this side, it's one off, but that's fine. I mean, there's lots of things I would like to be able to do, but I'm much more interested in what is currently in the game, generally, or what is currently announced. Oh, right, yeah, there is a fire beast down in the caverns. Forgot about that. And I think that that's actually a very healthy way, at least for me, to play the game. Wait, what? How did I discover that? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. We're also going to build that up. If you ask, it's going to get redeemed and you're not going to get it. So just redeem it. That's all I have to say. Just grab it. I didn't forget the beast. I left it. I ignored it. I forgot that it had fire and then was surprised when I heard something collapsed. But so I was worried when I heard something collapse. But it's like, oh, yeah, right. I left you down there. That's fine. That's fine. That was intended. I meant to do that. The intentional ignoration of thing. A statue of Sleepy Lobster 22. Actually, let's do green glass statue. Sleepy Lobster 22. Oops. Okay, I need an empty bag. Oh, I see. Heh. Let's actually just go. Let's just say 10. Silk bag, 10 of them. Hopefully that was enough. Oh, nope. No, it wasn't. Oh, never mind. I don't have a sand collection zone. Did I dig it out? Oh, I did. That's actually really funny. I was like, why am I not getting any sand? It's because I accidentally deleted my sand zone. Or I deleted it and forgot that I did that. So I dug out this area without really thinking about it. That makes a lot of sense. Crackalacker, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. You're discovering the perks of having a Twitch account, like getting quick responses from me. Literally, the main reason I prioritize the Twitch chat over the YouTube chat is just in every way historically the Twitch chat is more consistent, like predictable and consistent, which is something I very much value as like job security. So that's a large part of it, for whatever that's worth, if not most of it. Let's claim that. Actually, let's just go here and type in wheelbarrow. Looking back, there was an update, or perhaps other than the dies, that we were particularly surprised and excited about. Surprised? I think most of the updates that surprise me is whenever Putnam puts out some random out of nowhere update that's just like, by the way, your frame rate's 40 times better. Those are the ones that surprise me. Like the performance patches are probably the ones that surprise me the most. Regardless, though, thanks for watching wherever you watch, chat. It all comes out in the wash eventually, and thanks for supporting the channel. Oh, actually, yeah, the colored Forgotten Beasts kind of surprised me. That's a good get. That one kind of surprised me. I think the only issue I have with them constantly increasing the frame rate is it's never gonna fix it, if that makes sense. Because the better the frame rate, this is City Skylines problem, right? The better the performance of the game gets, the bigger the cities, or in this case, the fortress gets. And the bigger the fortress gets, the worse the frame rate gets. So they work on the performance, followed by they break the performance, followed by they work on the performance, followed by they break the performance. Like players break it, make the game run slow, so that the cycle continues. But at the end, I think every game, to a degree, has to deal with that. Yeah, you were on Blood, right? It was rating Blood where you're at? A caravan from the mountain homes of... Whoop, nope, not from the mountain homes. Oopsies. Is that from the mountain? Oh, nope, that is the mountain homes. Caravan from the mountain homes has arrived. Wagons don't have portraits. Literally unplayable. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go assign some stuff to be sold while we're in the ad break. There's gonna be a lot of damaged clothing. I really wish these goblins were more consistent about what they wore on their feet, because there's so many different materials. It's like, come on, guys. I will say, even with the lag, that siege was a lot of fun. Like, I have a lot more fun fighting the sieges, even with the increased deaths. Like, the chaos that are caused by them now is really quite fun to figure out how to get around and deal with. At the very least, I've been enjoying that process quite a lot. Anybody melting? Yeah, you are. I wonder how Moreb's doing. Injury-wise. Oh, no health problems. I could put Moreb back in the military. Let's get Moreb. Ooh, actually, how do you feel about the law? He personally finds a quest for knowledge as a delusional fantasy, likes values family, tranquility, and a peaceful day, and is not particularly valued the truth. Oh man. Okay, I won't make you a captain of the guard, but I'll put you into a squad with Camel. The cuts of swords. Squad can be on duty. Although, I don't... Yeah, I'm gonna... Move my militia commander to somebody else. Move it to the fishery worker, who's Rin. And then swap this squatty out for somebody else. Let's get the last of this. Oh, come on. Just a few more. You're not excited for bolt throwers to get a nerf? I think one of the two things is going to happen with bolt throwers. They'll either get a nerf, or they will stay exactly the same strength, because Tarn's planning to add something that's significantly tougher than what we're currently fighting. And I think that might be the case. Because Tarn has talked about demon-trained sorcerers enough that I very much suspect that'll be the case. Macros are still in the game, still run the same way. You just have to enable keyboard support. I never used them in older versions, so I just don't care. It was not possible to copy things. It was possible to use macros, which are a different thing. If you insist on having that feature, DFHack has a copy-paste function. I don't like using macros, and didn't like using macros back in the day either. The only thing I think I ever used macros for was assigning pump stacks. And these days, like, the mouse clicks is fast enough. It's fine. You hope that trolls have one mounted on their back? I feel like that would just annihilate your whole fort, though. Dwarf Fortress tends to be a game that just buffs everything. Bifferston in YouTube chat. Rin the Offspring meets with Outpost Liaison. Ast Labor Mathis. You continue to impress. We've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. I'm going to import more lignite. They want fish and backpacks. Not fish and backpacks, just fish and backpacks. Oh, we also met with the human necromancer, royal keeper of the seer, Gookie Tudash Sat. Greetings, Dwarf. There's much to discuss. Oh, that's creepy. Gookie can find Frill. They killed a dwarf. Not gonna lie. I think we should kill this person. You need to play more of this version, Sandarimple. I had a squad of legendary dwarves that were killed by trying to face a squad of goblins head-on because they had a bunch of Swordmaster Wolverine men and a ton of, it was like 2 or 3 sets of 10, so like 30 probably, maybe 40, Master Marks dwarves. So, play more of the game. And I had multiple squads that were full of steel just get completely wrecked. Because the second the dwarves get tired, it just gets worse for them. I'm gonna let this guy go this time, but if you come back next year, we're gonna kill you. It's just an accident? No. I don't want to cause a kerfuffle. Besides, if I'm going to kill them, I'm also going to steal the trader's stuff. And that caravan was canceled because we were under siege. Yeah, I personally don't really understand why people want forts to look perfectly identical for every room. And I like the creativity of clicking, so I'm never a person who's going to need or want copy-paste functions. Kind of just sucks all the, or maybe not sucks, but saps all the creativity out of games, and I'm not a fan of that at all, so. Okay, so that's the value we got. I'll trade for the pig iron bars, maybe make a steel bar out of it. Buy all the logs. Buy all the bags except for the ridiculously expensive ones. Buy some cloth bins. Buy the bolts. See if they trade. Nope. Buy the bolts it is. Let's also go here. And go totem. Visitors steal my stuff. If they didn't steal my stuff, they wouldn't suck. It's got nothing to do with xenophobia. It's got everything to do with the rampant crime crisis happening in the Dwarf Fortress worlds. If anything, I'd say dwarves are the least xenophobic faction in the game. I mean, just go visit any dwarven faction like stronghold in adventure mode, and it'll be like 60-40 dwarves. Mostly other creatures. Humans, goblins, elves, necromancer experiments. Dwarves are pretty accepting. They just don't migrate to your fortresses because they realize that us feeble-minded overseers aren't super interested in making 5 different sizes of clothing for all of the different people that want to live in the faction. Goblins aren't xenophobic. Nope. No. They're just absolutist libertarians. And they try to rescue the poor dwarven children from the monstrous place that they are forced to live. Out of, concern and worry for the poor dwarven children. All right, let's go down to here. And forbid all that. Go down to here. And do this. And that. I do. I'm glad you don't. I do. Also, I think that these down here should be where I put the Baroness's quarters. Rin, the mayor, has been reelected once more. Oh, did I? Well, I unforbid all these. I was trying to forbid them. Wrong tool. Okay. So now we just wait for this to all get moved out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this out a little bigger. I'm going to set this as a garbage dump. I'm going to dump all these body parts down here. Actually, first I'm going to get rid of this stockpile. Set all these to be dumped. Maybe not those boulders, though. Actually, maybe I won't use this. I'll use this one. I'm trying to decide how I should do this. Like, the question here is, do I want to fill it manually with pumps? Or do I want to just dig into the side of it? Because I could go, like, basically here. And then go in from this layer and channel down here. What do you think, chat? Do I use pumps to fill this sucker? Why don't I do this? I'm just gonna dig in down here. Well, no, if I do that, then that'll... It's always kind of a weird question, right? It's like, how do you dig in to the thing that could kill your dwarves, but probably won't? It's like, it's probably fine, right? Or just go down. Goes down right there. How about I do it right here? Then I need a hatch cover, I think. Ooh. Okay, so I've got the best idea. But this would take kind of a long time, actually. Should be I build this, which is fine. Then I go up one, 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 all the way up to here. Although maybe not on this spot exactly. Like, I could go similar spot to this. Now, I think from the top of one of these points is probably the way to do it. In fact, this is the spot. This is it. It's right here. It's right in front of me. How could I miss it? How could I say no to such a perfect spot? How did our siege go? We won. That's what I would say. We won. We did lose some dwarves. We got another migrant wave afterwards, though. There's a fruit fly. Actually, that's a fungus gnat. Most of the dwarves right now are storing stuff in stockpiles. I'm going to cut the number of wheelbarrows down here to 15. No burrows around, are they? Nope. I have to go make shell crafts for some silly reason. You're in traction, that's good. I'm sad. I'm sorry about that, Hekios. I'm going to go use the toilet. I'll be right back. Oh boy, that's not good. Why did I go use the toilet? I regret everything. Okay, maybe not everything. I regret some of the things. Oh boy, has the traders left yet? No, they haven't. Welp. Turn on the burrow. Where are they? It's a not small army of the undead. Is there more still coming? Yes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chat, can I get a big vial force of darkness, please? Oh man, I never finished remaking these. That's all on me. Let's get this pulled. At least the zombies are less crafty than the dwarves tend to be. Oh. Where did you come from? Wait a second. Wait a moment here. There's a necromancer amongst them. And I can't see them. Someone is summoning shit. I'm sorry, that is... Okay, that is not an anaconda. Game? I don't care what you tell me. That is not an anaconda's head. You are lying to me. Yeah, there's some shenanigans happening. Holy fuck. That's a polar bear, man. Okay, so there is actually a chance that what's actually happening here is that's a giant polar bear. Fragrant Prophet. There is a chance that we're also getting attacked by the elves right now. A not zero chance that we are also getting attacked by the elves at the moment. And then they are resurrecting them as zombies. That, or it's just stuff from the traders. Which is also possible. Sorry, traders. Oh my god, did we get wagon wood? Holy shit, we get wagon wood! Sorry, this is... wagon wood! The mythical, the legendary wagon wood. Well, they feel like they're in conflict. Did you guys see that boulder fly past the screen over there? Okay, yeah, it has to just be the trade caravan. Certainly seems to be a busy day. Merchant, Yak Bull, Merchant, Axe Dwarf, Merchant, Spear Dwarf, none of mine. Well, that's not good. Human Putrid Slayers. Truly an undead nightmare? Yerp. Don't think they have a way in, and they don't have any way to build. So that is a good news. If I can pull this, which will open you. If I can pull this, which will open you. If I can pull this, which I've already pulled, which will open you. And I pull this, which will open you. I get you 3 pumping. And get you pumping. I can slowly burn the surface. It's not efficient in any real way, but it's kind of seemingly maybe the best option I have at the moment. Okay, so first Dwarf is pumping. Oh. Kind of sensing the issue I have here. I need to wait for this to fill up. But I could burn the front of the fort. Yeah, no, this isn't really viable for that one. Question is, do they have a way in? Okay, now they're just fighting with the livestock around the area. I may just wait. Between elves and goblins sieging you at the same time? Yeah, that, I mean, that can happen. That's always glorious when it does happen. It is, in fact, glorious when it does happen. I'm gonna turn you off. Let's get that unbuilt. So the problem with doing it this way is the way I've currently got it set up, this will flood if I dig into it. So what I need to do rock mechanisms. We have 3 Cabra. Okay, fine. I need something that's lava safe that I can use for a mechanism. Because I don't think you can make green glass mechanisms. Let's see. No. Iron mechanisms. Let's just do 2 of them. I really, really hope that we get attacked again. I don't think it was the elves. I think that the summons were just the intelligent undead. It did look like it was the elves, but I don't think that was the case. Okay, I don't actually need to do this. I just need to block this off. Okay. Is iron lava safe? Yes. This all the way up here. Needs this. This needs all the way up to here. And so that's now being worked on. The lower area is being worked on. I gotta pause. We're in an ad break. Also, hey, non-major nerd, what's up? Hopefully you're doing well, dude. Goblin Hammerman and Hammer Swordsman? Or they're dead, whatever they were. The good news is, if nothing else, we are in fact training our military at the moment. Man, those sprites are kind of spooky. You know, it's just like Goblin Hammerman corpse. No eyes. Wait, hold up. Oh, I guess they're leggings and trousers. That goblin's got 2 pairs of pants on, man. Let's pull you. And pull you. Just waiting for a new attack. Good luck, Masmaras. Okay, so you're done, you're done. Well, actually, that's the wrong type of material. I do care. Down here, I need a bridge. Which I will make out of Gabbro. Go lever. Did I not say iron mechanisms? Oh, I did. I also said rock because I'm dumb. There we go. So iron mechanisms are a little weird. They require coal to make. Okay, so let's get you down here. That's number 1. Why'd you get canceled? It's always a little odd when things like that get canceled. Okay, link. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to go mechanism. Oh, we don't have 2 yet. I'm doing all right. I slept like crap last night, but aside from that, doing okay. It's my last stream of the week today, I think, because I need to get some editing done this weekend. And if I stream 4 days in a row, I'm usually pretty pooped by the time Friday rolls around. And while I can get an editing day in after that, I'd like to get more than one. I don't think there's such a thing as cheesy in a single-player game that doesn't really care about balance anyway. Sloth Dad, so go with Armok and do your damnedest. Break the game as best as you can. You have my blessing. Okay. Now I can go mechanisms. Forbid all these. Except unforbid you. And then it'll be iron mechs. Oh. Why did you get forbidden? The fuck? Okay, you get that done. Then I can go to you. It'll be the 2 mechanisms. Actually, you know what's a feature I miss about Old Dwarf Fort? You used to be able to swap the mechanism that was in there. That is a feature I miss. Love You, the doctor's been missing for a week. All right, so Love You ended up outside, I think. Just go to corpses real quick. Oh, maybe they are actually, like, missing. Is there isn't a lava spill or something stupid, is there? Yeah. Okay, you can stop. You can stop. You can stop. Don't know. But something happened to 2 of my dwarves because my population dropped by 2. They would have been seen dying if they died on the other side of the wall. Well, that's always sketchy. They got him? Is that what happened? Was it in the initial killing of dwarves? Same with Truist, the fishery worker. I think I did see them on the wrong side of the wall. Okay, so let's get this sorted. Okay. Come on, Toltec, you got this. What, my fort, Silver She? Oh, this fort certainly ain't cursed. I mean, we settled close to a Necromancer Tower. I should really just blow that thing up, is what I should do. Because Necromancer Towers are pretty easy to kill. And I'll bet you a couple swift attacks from me would be enough to take it out. I mean, it does these days, Jeremy. They said the game will try to break you in YouTube chat. I was like, yeah, it certainly does now. It didn't always, but it does now. I don't know. I think I like living in a world where Dwarf Fortress is a bit more of a challenge. Even though it's, like, not, you know, crazy difficult or anything. I do think it's a fun world to live in. It's certainly a nice change of pace, if nothing else. Are we still linking? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's go here. Mechanisms. Okay. Sometimes you want challenge and sometimes you want to put your brain to sleep. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like one of those interesting games that manages to like blur the line between like an idle game and a, like, you know, extremely difficult strategy game. Which is a pretty tough line to, like, straddle, I think. It's good to see you, Rolf. How you been, mate? Sure, but there are ways to negate the back-to-back sieges, right? I did also intentionally settle somewhere that's going to be more difficult just by default, so. Sounds like the dwarves have decided to party, though. I'm at year 15 in the fortress, and we've been giving up on cleaning bodies or going outside. Oh, wow, really? You're going to idle some Europa Universalis. It's kind of crazy that that game, people seem to like it. I know that might sound weird, but, like, I cannot remember the last time Paradox released a game that people didn't hate. I mean, it has good reviews. No, but, like, I mean out the gate, Megalodon. I guess CK3 would have been the last one. But even CK3, like, had mixed reviews initially. But no, EU5 has, like, very positive reviews. It's like 89% positive or something when I looked. Can be hard in a bad way, though. I wish I didn't have issues with kids dying in trees because they climbed up and didn't climb back down. I'm going to be mean to you, Jeremy. Don't take this personally. That's a skill issue. You can absolutely stop them from doing that. But learning that is difficult. That is true. Also, I need to place that statue. Don't use step ladders, and if there's things that'll scare things up trees, don't let the children outside. Put the children in their own separate burrow. Keep them in the fortress. Like, there's so many things you can do so that that's never going to be an issue. There used to be a joke in Dwarf Fortress, Truegon. How do you get an elephant out of a tree? You tell it to stand on a leaf and wait for fall. Letteran, thank you very much for the 6 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Thank you very much for the first, or the second resub in the hour. In a very slow stream. Appreciate ya. Means a lot. Okay, well, let's see how this is going. Okay, I don't like that this keeps getting paused, so I'm going to use a different material here. So I don't really want to flood the fortress with lava. I mean, it'd be funny, but... I am so sorry. That sounds very painful. Let her in. A miner's been found dead. Hold up. Oh, I see. Tubby the Thresher is throwing a tantrum. Tubby, why? Tubby, why? They partied too hard. They got too close to the sun. And they began brawling in the tavern. Let me see how many of my... one of my diagnosers is injured. One of my surgeons is injured. That's it. Oy. Sucks, but there isn't too much I can do at the moment. I know I don't have any soap either, but... Good time was had? Clearly. Well, that's not good. It's gonna really impact my construction ability. It explains why stuff was getting canceled, though. Okay. How rare are vampires in this game? It highly depends on the world you generate. Sometimes they're everywhere, and sometimes you never see them. I've generated worlds where I get dozens of them, and then I've had worlds where I get none. So, it highly, highly, highly depends. Okay, I need to increase my plant count. It's not that much, but it's not nothing. I mean, don't poke your eye. Let her in. It's one of the reasons I wear glasses, actually. But eye stuff irks me, so I don't need details. Not to be mean or dismissive, but I genuinely just do not want details. Okay, so it's over here that's causing stuff to cancel. This is the problem. Okay. Let's see what I can do. Let's send the Mark Dwarves over here. See if we can pick off the guys, the baddies as they come up here. I really need to make this into a ballista, or not, either ballista or catapult or some sort of battery. That's what I need to do. Now, dwarves, if you try to jump over and you die, that is on you, my friends. At least this is good training opportunities for us. As they shoot up at God knows what. So I need to get to this up here. So I need a easier way to get here. Why don't I just do it this way? Let's hope that the Mark Dwarves can clear the zombies out on this side. Here's hoping. Applying cast, that's good. Oopsies. Surgery is getting done. Okay. So now that I've done that, let's try unforbidding stuff and see if stuff gets recanceled. I could always use my backup plan, but my backup plan's a little messy, and this would be a much smoother plan. Fuck it. I'm gonna use... I don't want to, like, break stuff that I can't fix. But my backup plan will require that. You know what? Actually, let's use Plan C. But Plan C does require getting everybody inside. Bruh! How did you get in here? Shit. Got this dwarf who's probably getting some really, really good dodging training against this not very smart zombie. Uh-oh. Hey, you got him! In fact, you whacked him in the head with your bronze shield, which bruised the skull, and then he struck him in the head with the bronze shield, which crushed its head. So they were able to get in. Well, that's bad. Question is how? Uh-oh. So, we just lost our count. We just lost Unicorn. I'm not sure who or how that happened. Goblin Pikeman corpse. Stabs him. Where? I don't see no Goblin Pikemen. I'm sure they're here. They must have already killed him. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. This is what I was worried about. Don't you even fucking dare. Stop. You know, I did say if they fall into the lava, that's on them. It's Muthcat. Onul. All right, well, let's just rebuild that wall up top. We're gonna go Plan C. Why? Good question. What? How? Climbing skills? It's not hard to climb a built wall at all. It never has been and it never will be. They saw an enemy and they saw an opportunity and they tried for it. That's their job when they're stationed. It's my fault for stationing them there. No. Okay, so let's just go over to here. There it goes. Okay, so now that that's filling, let's do this. Fill. No, in reality, I would say it's actually my fault for trying. I have no idea. To be completely honest with you, there are too many unknowns for me right now to be able to give you a confident answer. Plinsky. If it's not on the wiki, I do not know. because that is where I get my knowledge and from experimentation. The only things I've seen dig so far are goblins with pickaxes and what are they called? Goblins with pickaxes, and aside from goblins with pickaxes, ogres with pickaxes. That's all I've seen dig so far. But I do not know what the criteria is. I have no firm answers. It's too early to say. Too many unknowns for me to actually give you any kind of rock solid information, because I do not know. I'd love to tell you if I knew. So that they can't dig underneath the fort. And also so that I have a large magma reservoir. Because if I have a large magma reservoir, then, well, simply put, fuck it. I'm gonna go Operation Ballsy. Someone may die, and that is a sacrifice that we might have to make. When placed in situations of extreme prejudice, or extreme desperation, rather, not prejudice, you do extreme things. How many dwarves are resting? Literally none. Okay, so everybody's out of the hospital. That's good. Hey, Ren. Cat the wrestler's been missing for a week. Gotta place a door there. So I'm gonna basically channel down through one of these. That's what we're gonna do. No, absolutely. I mean, they've actually been able to destroy doors and hatch covers for a long time from the top. But only trolls could do it. Now anybody can. So now that's locked. And then I can go up here. I can channel down another one. Which they can't currently access because it's not in the burrow. But if I add it to the burrow, they'll be able to access it. Dwarven child has been possessed. Although, actually, I also need to pull this, like, now. Nope, that's not what I need. That's what I need. Also need tombs, apparently. Let me just do a couple of these real quick. There's a lot of very commonly used sound libraries that a lot of different games use, and there's a few sounds that sound very familiar in this game to me that I've heard from other places. As far as where specifically, I'm not sure. I have heard them in other places. Okay, there it goes. Okay, cool. That's plenty. Then I can do this one further up, and then just kind of alternate all the way up. But think that might be the last one I do right here. That you've heard in 10 games already? Yeah, no, that makes sense. The video game Ziggurat, it's like a run-based first-person shooter. And Ziggurat 2, the door opening sound is the level up sound in Final Fantasy, the MMO. Final Fantasy 14? 15? 14. Speaking of Final Fantasy MMOs, Final Fantasy 11, apparently the dev team just upgraded their development suite. And they no longer require PlayStation 2s to develop that game. So if you didn't know that, now you do. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. But apparently they were still using PS2s to develop that game, which is incredible. We are having tantrums. There's tantrums that are happening. All right, fuck it. I am not in a good place. This is really not good. Not good, not good, not good. I'm gonna do something that I do in desperate situations in this game, which I actually don't recommend doing at all. I'm going to go to labor, standing orders. No, I'm just gonna go to labor. I'm going to make a new order, which I'm gonna call oh fuck or something along those lines. That's gonna be all of the orderlies tasks. Basically. Actually, did I just sign? Yeah, I just put that onto minors. I'm gonna add a new work detail. I'm gonna call this in dire need. Press button. And this is just going to be wound dressers, burial, refuse hauling. Actually, I'm just gonna turn those off right now. Let's try this again. Dire need. And you, just all these. Done. Everybody does this. Everybody's going to do all the doctoring stuff now to help speed this process up. And hopefully we can get some bodies buried. Oh, we're in an ad break. I wasn't looking. Speaking of vampires, have you ever found an antisocial vampire or one that is not amazing at social skills? Mate, I had a fortress with 200 and something vampires in it. What do you want from me? I don't know. Maybe it's not something that sticks in my brain. That's for sure. If somebody becomes a vampire late in life, that could absolutely happen. There's no, like, how do I put it, really correlation there. How did I get 200 vampires? Go to my YouTube channel, find the video that says vampires in the thumbnail, and watch it. I built a vampire fortress. It's very slow and tedious, and I don't recommend it. It's not even remotely fun, but you can do it. I thought I turned that off already, but I guess I didn't. I must have turned it back on at some point. Let's do that. Grab this, grab this, grab this, pull that. All right. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's time to pause all non-mission critical jobs, which is very few of them, actually. It's time to cancel all these construction tasks. I'm canceling them, it's just taking a while. And then, let's go down into here. Well, at least that's working. So that's good news. But no, there's many, many ways to get many, many vampires in your fortress. It's not a hard thing to gimmick or, like, force the game to do in any way. You just need a vampire and then way too much free time. And also, you could watch my video on it. It's kind of funny when people comment that they haven't seen that video, because that video, like, did horrible out the gate and very few people saw it. So I find it kind of funny. It's like, yes, checks out. Out of all of the videos I've made in the past few years, that is one that did real bad initially, but eventually it picked up and it did okay, but it sure as hell took a while. Let's go another catapult. Maybe over here. And then another one pointing this way. So the idea behind this... Also, I wonder how much this is draining. Alright, so it's lost a whole level. Just about. The idea behind this is that it'll drain enough lava from the volcano into here that I can just have virtually infinite lava, which is really what I need and what I really want. Because if I can have virtually infinite lava, then I can very easily do things like flood the surface. Then I can do things like cause mass chaos. You know, the sort of things that are mandatory for a Dwarven fort. But currently, as I can see that the dwarves' numbers are shrinking down here. I'm going to hope that everybody is in the fortress for the moment. I'm going to close this. And then I'm going to turn the burrow off. I'm also going to go all the way up here and see what the hell's going on with these tombs. Oh, I see what happened. They didn't get assigned because they were technically inside of this other zone. Same with those two. 3, actually. Wrong button. Well, it's fine. Just keep the game paused. No pet. No pets. Just dwarves. There we go. That's what we need. And I'm going to turn off the burrow for the moment. Claim all this. Whew. In the same stream, I removed the, what do you call it, the option for you to even do it. So, yes, currently it is considered bad manners because you're not allowed to do it. Where are you guys coming out of? I know they're coming from somewhere, but... Oh, I never finished rebuilding this. I'm a moron. Just rebuild this, and then I'll get everybody back inside. That was not what I wanted them to do, but oh well. Let's open this. Any bearded dwarf? Okay. Thanks for the clarity. You are a surgeon. Well, Mar. He's not bothered in the slightest by any deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. He lacks confidence in his abilities and he dislikes helping others. He rarely feels discouraged and often feels lustful. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and he is stubborn. He has a tendency to consider ideas and also abstractions over practical applications. Just realizing I think I need to plug my phone in. When feeling particularly... He has a tendency to consider ideas or abstractions over practical applications, and it takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a greedy streak, and he lives a fast-paced life. He likes the excitement now and then, and he exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and finds leisure time wasteful. He likes gypsum and fine pewter, as well as indigo tourmaline, orange wood and linen paper and the color emerald, bucklers and crowns, and buckets, and dogs for their loyalty, and the words of the numbers of genius, and the sound of the intricate berry, and the sight of the lilac of pantomimes, and when possible prefers to consume sloth bear and cherry wine, and linseed oil and pearl millet flour, and absolutely hates hamsters. Welcome to the fort. Let's do this. Labor, places, siege engines, plug and go, except for these three. Right now. Except for these three. Now that I've done that, I'm gonna put everybody back into this burrow. Trying to get everybody inside as quickly as possible. Uh-oh. Risen's been missing for a week? Goddamn. It's like, I don't... I've lost a bunch of dwarves a couple of times, haven't I? They must have just vaulted into the lava. I need to make that wall higher. That wall is becoming a problem. For normal lava moat reasons, but... For the normal lava moat reasons. You... God damn. Just heard another one go off. For fuck's sake, man. You know, it's funny. Part of the reason why they climb walls like that is because they used to get stuck in trees a lot more. I don't know how people still manage to get dwarves stuck in trees. But people obviously do. And, Tarn actually changed a thing that in situations of great stress, such as starvation or threat to life, they will climb. And that's one of the reasons they just, like, vault your walls like that. They used to never do that, but... Fix one problem, cause new problem. There is kind of a comedy to it. Fishbone died, apparently. I have no words, I guess. It only really irritates me when it's named dwarves, because then I can't tell them how they died. But I can guess, which is, I think they probably jumped into the lava. All right, chat. I need a big round of good luck, because we are opening the goddamn doors. Dear Dwarf, do not stand directly in front of the catapult. You will die. That is all I have to say. I'm actually going to turn off this squad and send them down here instead. I need to give them their own way of defending. Okay, here come the zombies. It begins, friends. It begins. First of many. There go the first few boulders. Okay. My soldiers decided to stand in not the smartest place. So I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to go... well, rather, not that they stood in the not the smartest place. I didn't get them moved back quick enough. I'm going to turn off all of the catapults. Just so that we don't get hit by catapults. And here come the melee dwarves doing their best, chasing through. Let's follow Ledran, who survived the last series of fights. On the upper level, we've got Risen. We've got a good number of other dwarves running through. Thankfully, none of mine. Dwarves are now running into the covering fire of the siege defenses. Let's send the squads up. And there goes Risen, the dwarf that I was following. They did get too exhausted and fell to the zombies after running ahead of the rest of the squads. We found them dead, unfortunately. Ghosts are beginning to rise. Down to 102 dwarves. Dwarves have charged forward pretty efficiently. I should have closed the gates first. After charging all the way up, I'm going to see if I can get them to back off. But I'm not certain that they will. They continue to charge forwards. Well, okay, so there's some zombies all the way over on that side. Oh, one of them is moving forwards, probably to go get gear. Yeah, he's looking for ammo. That's not wise, dwarf. You know, I'm going to pretend that this dwarf is playing bait. What a goddamn hero. They could possibly buy us quite a lot of time if they were actually pretending to be bait, but they're not, so I'm just going to pretend that they're buying us time. This dwarf up here, Dagal, the Marks dwarf, is in a martial trance trying to pick up some gear and is kiting them away from the wall, doing their absolute heroic work, and has picked up more... Okay, never mind. You are actually a very intelligent little dwarf. I'm going to relock, or Okay, well, they pulled it. I'm going to try and relock it, because it's going to get open. Okay, let's see if we can reopen it. Dwarf is still dodging around. Did successfully pick up bronze bolts from the Trader's Depot, while everybody else has retreated, and is successfully dodging these soldiers. My gates reopened, so I'm going to send the dwarves back in to go help. Let's follow this dwarf and see how good they get at dodging in the next couple of seconds. They are now bleeding, though. However, they may still have a chance. In fact, they just took out what appears to be maybe not the last zombie, but one of many remaining zombies. And the dwarves are now all up in here. And where's what's left? There's a ghost, which is fine. We need to deal with that. This idiot over here, which I'm going to send this squad over here to go deal with. And then this is that the same idiot? Yeah, no, they're different idiots. And then this idiot over here, who I'm going to send this squad to go deal with. Hopefully his injuries aren't too severe. He won't fight ever again, but he was a hero, that's for sure. Well, that's the siege done. Ace Vitura, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, don't forget to check your Prime subs if you happen to have those available. It does literally help me pay my bills. So if you like this stream and you like it sponsor-free, free of corporate nonsense, do think about me. Let's release the dwarves. What a fucking fortress. Yeah, because those guys over there are all friendly. Although we do have watchdogs now. These guys. Which is actually pretty helpful. They will scare off and spook enemies that try to fight with us. Okay. I think we may be about to enter the I actually need to build a hospital era. Because this, like, pile of shit on the floor in the middle of the fort just, like, ain't it. That just ain't it. So I'm gonna put a hospital over here. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna put a hospital right here. Just go back over to floors. Floor those off because they look awful. Stop asking me about streaming and go stream. That's my tip. The worst thing that you can do is ask somebody else for tips on streaming, because what works for them is never going to work for you. And what worked for them will never work for you. I'm old and jaded. I'm sure you can figure it out. Okay, so... there's a whole empty layer in here. See how many things are getting put in tombs. Lots of things. Old by streaming standards, I've been streaming for 12 years. So, yes, by streaming standards, I am in fact old. So do cats. That one really confuses me. Louise Zaki. It's based on the total population you've had, is the city size scaling. Ricardo on YouTube chat. Sorry about the slow response there, but I've been kind of busy for the last chunk of time. I'm also going to deconstruct this. We're just going to use this one. Circled with cabochons of something? Cabochons of something. Aha. Hey, Spituro, thank you very much for the gift. Thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. Except this is going to be priority number 2. This is going to be where we're going to dispose of our bodies. I'm going to also dig out a room right here. And this is going to be for corpses. Nice to mail at the end of the month. Appreciate you, man. No, this month has been very good. Like, I'm trying really hard to not complain, because ever since this update release, things have been pretty damn great. I have literally nothing I can really complain about. So, to give you an idea, I mean, what is it right now, the 20th? Yeah, it's the 20th. As of 3 days ago, or 4 days ago or something, I made more this month than I did in the entirety of last month. So, things are good. I have nothing to complain about. I mean, of course I can find something. If I try, of course I can find something, but... quite literally have nothing to complain about, though. I mean, it's already starting to deplete now. I mean, I think the sale brought more people in, but now it's slowed down quite a bit from that initial weekend. But it is nice to see people come back. You know, it's funny, whenever people ask me, it's like, what thing are you excited for people to work on next? My actual feeling in my heart response is whatever makes people come back to the game. Quite literally. Because I just want people to play this game and enjoy it. All right, let's just go here. I'll make this for corpses. And body parts. Oh shit, I shouldn't have closed that ghost. Tomb. Okay, still got things getting placed in tombs. What is it? Cheers, Wilmar. Thanks for buying a mug. I think I should have fought that siege sooner. I shouldn't have held off. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. And something I'm gonna do. That's the Necromancer Tower that keeps attacking me. I'm gonna send the Cunning Bolts to go raid the place, but please don't steal important treasures. Because this dwarf is actually pretty well skilled. So good luck, dwarf. May you have much success. Let's see, do I have tombs that aren't completed? Or rather, that don't. Do I have these? There we go. Let's do these. Let's do rock slabs. Let's do 30. I do not ever want auto-tailor to be a default feature, personally, because you should learn the job. Also, the game used to have a quartermaster, and it was removed. That was a long time ago. Things that make the game play itself for you, to me, is kind of the antithesis of Dwarf Fortress's design. That's unfortunate. In regards to the Rotting Dwarf. Auto-tailor is not a good function. The automated tasks that are already automated are the most that they should do, in my opinion. And by that, I mean, like, when you butcher a corpse and there's a raw skin available and you have a tanner shop open, they process the hides. That's about as far as I think they should ever go. If they ever go further than that, it kind of stops being the game, in my opinion. And I think Tarn agrees with me. I mean, one of the things that I see get complained about the most in Dwarf Fortress is bins making it harder to trade. And as much as some people hate it, that is an intended feature. That is working as intended. The game is supposed to be that way. It quite literally is the game working as intended. It's supposed to make it harder to trade. Tarn has said this on a number of occasions over the years. Why would the game be broken on purpose? It's not broken. It's supposed to make you accidentally sell items you don't want to sell. So that... What's the word? So that you fuck up and sell those items. That is the intent. That is the idea. It's broken because you don't like it, not because it's broken. Something could be designed in a way that you don't like and would like changed, but is intended to be that way. If anything, you could say it's bad game design. Fair enough. I'm not necessarily going to disagree with that. But it is the intended design. Which is why it's in DFAC. You know. Just wish you could clean up dirt more easily. Place a stockpile over it. Almost always makes them clean it up. Because you have a higher ranked official than I do, most likely, Ricardo, in YouTube chat, by the way. And also, if you have multiple things in bins in ways that you don't like, then you should format your stockpiles better, is actually the other reason. It's like, my bins are fucked because I have big everything stockpiles that I should actually sort. Okay, so this, you are going to go down to 2 wheelbarrows. And I'm going to get rid of all of this. Is corpse cleanup clunky? I mean, like, Sloth Dad, have you ever tried to clean up after a fight? I don't think it's particularly clunky, but... I don't know. I think, like, I'm just at this weird point in my life where there's a lot of things that people love to complain about with this game, and there's some things where I go, yeah, no, I agree. And then there's some things where I go, yeah, no, I don't agree. And... at the end of the day, I like that Dwarf Fortress is kind of a fucked up game. I like that it kind of hates the player in some weird ways. I think that's a lot of the appeal, at least for me. So, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Let's go... you. That's like totally your opinion, man. Puffs on joint. No, I agree. Still working on it, Montecore. Use your stockpile paint method to butcher skin something intentionally? I have no idea what that question means. None whatsoever. What exactly do you mean by that question? I need to go up to here. Deconstruct, 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 deconstruct. There should be a deconstruct click drag button though. That I agree with. You down here. Existing meeting zone. Fill all this in. I still don't... I mean, you mean for, like, animal corpses? No, why would I want to force butchering skinning items? Like, they do that anyway. Butcher stockpiles, like, I mean, because, what's the word? Under labor, standing orders... where is it? I think it's just automated workshops, isn't it? Automatically butcher carcasses. They just automatically butcher and skin anything that's like available to be butchered and skinned. So why would I need to put them in a stockpile? I mean, putting them in a stockpile would stop them from rotting, but I don't know if things are guaranteed to be butchered. I just get rid of them. It's not like we're short on meat or leather. And besides, they didn't bring any animals that were skinnable. But like after elves, yeah, I often see dwarves butchering and skinning things. Make sure that the dwarves have clean shoes, and then it doesn't matter if they step in it, Louise. Unless they're, Louise-aki. Unless they're stepping in, snow that's frozen. Rock, what's this? Game. Let's actually do green glass tables. Let's do 25. Collect sand. 25. There's a mod for that, Kage-jitai. That mod has been around for quite some time. I presume it made its way to Steam. That's how old it is. It's like pre-Steam stuff. No, it's literally based on like total population that you've had, not population that you're at, plus officials. So you can skip up to metropolis or capital by having like a baron. We're a city because we had a count. I had a count because I had a baron, and that baron has since died. Oh, I don't use hunters, like at all. I never have a shortage of meat in a situation where I would need hunters. If dwarves never brought livestock with them, I might use hunters, but I don't really use hunters. Because they just, they don't bring stuff enough for it to really have a purpose. Let's get rid of this. Load from here. You're gonna load all corpses except for dwarves. I will do those manually. So I will never know if they are or are not my own dwarves. Well, then you should make your area where they're going to fight an area that you can flood with lava and deal with it that way. I agree they should be able to carry multiple items in certain cases based on weight. I think that that's an interesting idea. But I will be completely honest with you guys, chat. Whoops. Block. No, not blocks. Rock, block, coffin. If I just made this into a let's talk about things that annoy us about Dwarf Fortress stream, this would be the least pleasant stream on Earth. I think if you've played this game for more than 10 hours, you probably know what annoys you about this game. And it is very likely we all agree At least to some extent. Some more than others. But for the most part, I'm pretty sure we all agree that it would make sense for dwarves to be able to carry 20 teeth at a time. Is disposing of corpses tedious and sluggish? Not really. It's about the same as a lot of other tasks in the game. Could it be better? Absolutely. But all that really happens if we just sit here and talk about it nonstop is it just kind of fucking sucks, man. Like, it's just not fun. Like, that's not my job. My job is to play this game as is and make it entertaining. You know? If you want to leave feedback, put it in the comment sections under my, like, news videos so that I can ignore it. And that's basically, like, I don't really know what to tell you guys. I'm not perfect. I also don't design this game. I don't develop this game. I'm not an official source for feedback on this game. I want it to be better too. I probably agree with you in most cases on things that annoy you. Probably goblins, because they have the most interesting variety and they're the biggest threat at the moment. Friends, gravity. I actually think that dwarves are the scariest, but they don't have that much variety. I think they're the scariest because they can go into martial trances. And that in, like, alone makes them some of the scariest. Oh. Tanned hides. There's not something I want to throw in there. And then you right here. Save everything. There's some tricks to dealing with necromancers, though. Also, something that's interesting about necromancers is the necromancers themselves don't last on the map for very long. And they are the biggest threats. They're the ones with the summons that can make animals appear and shit. So if you just wait, the necromancers will leave pretty quickly. But everybody else will leave. So I recommend actually simply waiting for the necromancers themselves to leave. Okay, let's just go here. I'm gonna throw some additional tombs in right here. Okay. No, necromancers are like glass cannons, really. I mean, I don't know if it's an attention span thing. It's just they don't really have armor. Or did I forget to... They can be. I mean, necromancers are perfectly normal characters. They just have weird hobbies, right? That's been my joke for a very long time now. You got a few in migrant waves. I have a hard time stopping them from showing up in migrant waves a lot of the time. There we go. It's working. So all these bits and pieces and bodies and bobs, like this warthog hoof, is going to go in here and get thrown over the edge. You can already make them use wheelbarrows to carry bodies, Yuri. And this side's filling up nice and quick. And it's taking a while, but it's getting there. And since we're not actively getting murdered anymore, I can actually do this. We can give it some help. And also, I'm just going to do this real quick, because these dwarves make me nervous when they do this. Kind of surprised I haven't done this already. Just, unless you're in extreme situations, do not this area, please. Am I going crazy, True Egon? Or do they do that in vanilla? I swear that I've had Crundle scales in my fort, and I guarantee you I've never modded that into the game. Unless, like, you modded them to be usable for something. But it is entirely possible I'm just going crazy. So you can assign wheelbarrows to any stockpile. The only thing it does is it makes transporting heavy items faster. So they still can't transport multiple items at a time. I might actually look into just making a little minecart route from approximately where the fighting happens, but they'll still need to pick up the bodies and unload them up into the minecart, which is still a slow process, but... Okay, so we still have access to this, so I'm actually going to do this. Once the dwarf digs that out, I'll go up one. Okay, so they do have skills. You just made them usable. Got it. Okay, I thought you were saying that you modded them in the first place. I was like, what the sh... How have I not noticed this? I swear I've seen that before. You were kind of freaking me out a little bit here. I will say, for better or for worse, Dwarf Fortress is a hell of a lot harder now. It is a much harder game now. And also, just looking at the directory, it's lovely to see so many people streaming Dwarf Fort. Holy shit. Okay. There's another one. Then I can take this out. I can dig this out. Why did I just get a petition that appeared and then disappeared? Squad is returned. I don't think it went well. The dwarf Eustuth led the attack against the necromancers, and the defenders were led by a putrid slayer. Almost immediately, Erdem was imprisoned. Oh, they imprisoned us. By the tenor of his pregnancies. That's not good. So I've got one dwarf who's really good at combat. That's Tubby. Now, Tubby is a little pissed. By a little bit, I mean extremely pissed. How good... Just think about maybe making Tubby into a expedition leader and getting them to go fight things on their own, but it's probably not wise. Oh, I absolutely need to make the ability for my dwarves to be arrested in regards to placing them in custody. Well, this is good. That is good. Wonder how much the volcano's drained. It is 1, 2, 1.5 layers down. So this is kind of neat. You see these little spots appearing? They might be a bit more obvious in ASCII. The little ones. That's the volcano trying to refill. The little clear spots are me draining it. Let's make a bunch of bedrooms. Let's do that. Oopsies. Did not mean to do a double click. Let's do a bunch of this. Get rid of these. Get rid of those. And rid of this. Little housing block. Let's do some more. 1, 2, 3. That's another one right there. So then I can go into flooring. Just do this. Just do that. Just do this. Do that. That was too big. There we go. Let's go down here. Let's do another one right there. Let's do another one right there. Actually don't like where that's placed. That's going to be annoying to deal with. Let's do one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that's 2 more. That's 1. Just a few more. Let them work on that. Your dwarf passed away either at the end of yesterday or the beginning of today, one of the two. Oh wow, we got mushroom trees above ground. Look at that. It's kind of fun. I was saying that I need to make this into a catapult battery as well. Let's just get all these tacked down. And just... go flooring. Also going to do this along here. And unforbid all that. Lava still filling. Slowly. The one who will die next. That is an unknowable statement. Unless you want me to literally wait until a dwarf is about to die and then kill them. So give me a little bit more to go with than that, please. As I am not the predictor of things in that way. And if you think I am, well, you're overestimating my superpowers. This is going to be my prison. I realize I just hit the corner. I will get rid of it. Okay. I can't make a dwarf jump into lava. I could throw a dwarf into lava, but I would rather keep my population, thanks. Let's choose the unhappiest named dwarf. All right. Do sloth dead 46. She acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. Definitely true. Really swifty. I don't know what smiley you were trying to do, but I think it was better than the default one. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is very comfortable around the others that appear unusual or live differently from herself, that are different from herself, and she is often sad and dejected, and she forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and she finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She is conflicted by this. She values harmony as an intellectual concept. She doesn't tend to hang on to grievances, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She's a friendly individual, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family, and she personally views competition as a crucial driving force, and she respects perseverance and values independence and a harmonious existence. She doesn't care about nature one way or another, and she doesn't particularly care about good craftsmanship. More or less, yeah. She likes cinnabar and black bronze, as well as star sapphire and raven parchment, gizzard stones and mail shirts, and goats for their eating habits, and the sight of the wispy style. When possible, she prefers to consume emu and sailfin molly, and barley wine, and dwarven milk, and absolutely hates mussels. She worships Mythos, the god of sacrifice, etc. Burial, -C. What do we still have here? Well, that means that we are all caught up on designatable tombs. So that's good news, at least. Okay. So this needs a roof put on it. Now, I need you to go chop down trees when you're done there, Dwarf. And then you realize it's made of mercury. It's literally, yeah, what mercury is derived from. I'm glad I'm not the only person slowly being indoctrinated into that of minerals and crystals by playing Dwarf Fort. I'm glad it's like a thing that happens to multiple people. Now the question is, are we gonna get more migrants? And the other question is, can I get power? You know what? Fuck it. Actually, the smarter way to do it is to go further down. Bring power up. So I've got this water down here, which is admittedly draining slowly because of this sucker right there, who's still actively moving around and setting shit on fire. But we need to go down into the cavern anyway. No, it's my moat, yeah. Probably somewhere in the Yukon? Dude, man? Northwest Territories, maybe? You know, actually, I think the way I'm going to do this... First off, I got to close this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a staircase on the outside that goes down to the cavern lair, so that I don't have to worry about the Forgotten Beast as much. The dwarves troll other dwarves. Your carpenter made somebody a bed that had a depiction of the owner. Yeah, I love seeing statues of, like, the queen or the mayor surrounded by the thing that they hate. It's always funny. It's like, oh, look, it's political comedy. Okay, let's also unforbid this. And I'm going to start moving stuff underground. That's the next priority here. So we're going to go down into here. I'm going to move a lot of my manufacturing down into here. Redamant, thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Jack, can I get a round of beers? I mean, there's volcanoes all over the place. Actually, in regards to places in Canada to start a dwarf fortress, look up Black Tusk. It is hard, but fun. I mean, a little bit salty, I would say, actually. We've had some FPS slowdowns today, but good. It's been nice. It's nice to see people playing the game again. I'm enjoying it. What do you think? I lurked in your stream a little bit the other day. But, yeah, I don't know. I've been enjoying it. It's been nice. It's nice to see the game get a difficulty spike for the first time in a long time, because the game coming out on Steam was, like, kind of the opposite. Like, the game got easier when it came out on Steam in a lot of ways, and then also got weirdly hard in some very unfair ways, which a lot of people, myself included, immediately turned off, like the cavern invaders and such. So it's nice to see that switch be flipped in the other direction once more. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been nice to see. I haven't turned anything off. Red Fogel. So, yes. I was like, oh crap, it ain't balanced. Dwarf Fortress has never been balanced, I'll have you know. Speaking of not balanced. At least we have a new hospital now. Yeah, remember how earlier, chat, I was like, I'm gonna need to start expelling people? I'm just gonna have to expel people. Thankfully, I do have Calm traded, so I can request them back. Get out, Tubby. Who tantrumed last? Oh, I don't even know. But like I said, the good news is... You're in a strange mood. What do you need? Presume bones? Yeah, this fort needs a pretty big reset. I mean, oh my god. Why is everyone so unhappy? Chat, could you give them the TLDR as to why you think this fortress is unhappy, and I'll form my thoughts and give my answer. We had a horrible siege that damn near killed the entire fortress. We've had multiple really bad calamities that ended with a lot of people dying. I haven't been able to properly provide all the needs for the dwarves ever because I've been too busy trying to defend the fortress. Mostly that. TLDR shit happens. Yeah, actually, that's the best way to put it, probably. A lot of me trying to keep the fort from dying and doing my damnedest, and now we're just kind of fucked. in a lot of ways. So I'm just gonna start expelling people, probably. Not because I want to, but because quite literally I want this fort to continue. Thankfully, I do have somewhere to send them because we do have a helix associated with us. That's where the best stories come from. I personally feel, in my history, the best stories come from situations where, yes, things are falling apart, but the player is still in control. Because if the player isn't in control, and if I'm not in control, I guess, I can't push the narrative in a direction that I think is interesting, and often it just ends in collapse, which is fun if that's the first time you're experiencing that kind of story, but after a while, it's like, well, okay, it's a collapse. Okay, well, yeah, it's a collapse. Oh, yeah, well, okay, it's a collapse. Which is fun, and can be fun, if you're trying to min-max it, but from like a storytelling perspective, then you just get the one story problem. I think some of my favorite forts ever are forts that I either intentionally ended or retired. But that's just me. But, you know, we're still in the learning phase of new difficulty stuff, but... That's what I need. Knifest ill. Knifest... Knife... Still is what your name is, but it... This dwarf's got, like, Vulcan eyelashes. What the heck? Cool. More hands. We need you. Get in here. You and your gosling. And the stray reindeer. Ooh, you're a talented swords dwarf. Do tell. Tell me more, my dwarf. Distrustful. Quick to give up. Me too. Hates martial prowess. Can't handle stress, though. Get in the stab face squad, or rather, don't get in the stab face squad. Get in this. How about you? Weak, vengeful, values peace. So you're the suburban neighbor who like lets his dog poop on your lawn. Values peace over war. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, we don't have that as an option. You're a surgeon, we need those. That's good. High Master Carpenter. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Yeah, me too. Word. It's Dwarf Fortress, not Animal Crossing. But what if I want Animal Crossing Fortress? What if I want Dwarf Animal Fortress Crossing? Nah. Actually, now, hold on a second. I need to look something up that's very important. Animal. Okay, I could not name it Animal Crossing. Damn it! I want to be like, now it is! Fight me! But I can name a Fortress RimWorld, so I'll keep it at that. Trauma Gosling. You know, honestly, I'm sure Ryan Gosling would be proud. That's just a movie Drive. That's a chick. Why am I clicking on the chick? You're a brawler loner who's ambitious. A loner brawler who's ambitious, right? I wonder if my giant lava basin in the basement is overflowing yet. Very well, maybe. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dig down. That is a lot of water. You're haggard. You can get out. That's just the volcano layer. I need to prospect and see if I can find more useful materials. Gotta dig out this. Let's throw some catapults Actually, let's put all these on an angle, facing, like, up left. Although, in regards to the joke about it not being Animal Crossing, that's, like, I think, kind of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, because you can turn enough stuff off that it can actually just be Animal Crossing if you want it to. Like, you can set the game up to just be whatever you want it to be, and that's kind of what I love about it. Well, this is what we needed. Nice big migrant wave. All of this is done. How about the... Well, this is all going to take a while. Just unforbid everything that got forbidden. You had a shit day? I slept like shit last night. You had a fort where you unleashed 420 naked goblins from cages on 2 squads of legendary dwarves, but one... Was this recently, Daggett? But one squad was a poorly equipped Marksdwarf, and the goblins earned for their freedom that day, except they got caged trying... they got caged again trying to flee. Oh, that's funny. I don't know who Rimtar is, but they left their teeth there, so we're just gonna get rid of those. Hospital is still completely fucking packed. Darut lost all their teeth. Good news about Darut losing their teeth is if they ever become a were creature, they can't bite anybody. Wait, actually, that's not true. They'll grow them back. If they ever get husked, they can't infect anybody. I don't know if you lost all of your teeth, but you definitely lost teeth. Also, a thief has stolen a wooden bucket, and you know what? Honestly, they can have it. Okay, I'm going to turn on this burrow and set everybody to go in here. I'm just going to kind of stare at this until I see people stop going out there. Also going to check, are we still melting metal objects? Doesn't look like it. Where's my manager at? Who's injured? Oh, I see, you're giving water. I mean, that's fair. I'll take you off of orderlies, though. And turn off in dire need. You really need a new cloak. Ah, cloth. What do we have the most of? Fuck ton of everything, actually. Let's just do cloth cloaks. I'll just do 100 of them. Everybody gets a new cloak. I am the Oprah of cloaks. Things just attack you. If you are at war with them, and I am at war with them. This is a small world, and there's a couple Necromancer towers, and so Necromancer towers just attack anything within proximity of them with no, like, rules, basically. Like, some things will, like, wait if they think that, like some things will wait until they decide that you're a threat. Whereas Necromancers don't have rules and don't care. And that's kind of the difference there, is because they don't care. You're just kind of SOL if you try and fight. Unless you try and fight, because they will just keep sending zombies. And they also don't leave, unlike other sieges. Good news is this is almost full. It's getting there. Enjoy your lurks later, man. A were creature dentist in your mind? I don't know how I managed that. What? They want a doctor's guild? That's funny. Turns out, everybody getting injured a couple of times makes a lot of doctors. Not even Shady Shop. Well, they do that, yes, because that is their only goal, is to acquire bodies. Which is why sometimes they'll even send thieves to rob your corpse pile if you have a lot of corpses on the surface. But like the fun thing about them is they just patrol the general area around their tower with undead. You can see them doing that in like Legends. And if you settle close to them, you'll just get attacked because they'll just show up. But if there is like a intelligent undead or a necromancer with them, then they are maliciously attacking you. So it's always a little bit of a mix. Oh, I see the problem here. How well do you think it would do? I don't think it would be fair. Well, wait, you mean against other Dwarf Fortress creators? There'd be like 3 of us. It wouldn't be much of a round table. I guess it depends on how advanced the questions are. There's certainly plenty of things I do not know about this game. This dwarf is injured, but still making an artifact. It's kind of wild, actually. Okay, I need to throw a traction bench in here. So I've got several dwarves that need traction. We're doing what we can. So I'm gonna go here. We'll just see what we have the most of. Let's use chalk. Let's use chalk for this. This is me moving my metal industry, for those of you who are wondering what the heck I'm doing. Uh-oh, I'm hearing fighting sounds. That's not good. Oh, for fuck's sake. Which one are you tantrumed? Okay, so Kogan and Maffle. Expel. Get out. Because y'all are going to end us. Zephon, the paper maker, has created self-titled, which is a llama bone helm that's jagged. And offers it to the Song of the Wind, which is this. This is a jagged llama bone helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval green zircon cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of llama bone and green zircon and iron. On the item is an image of a long six-sided prism. They're just killing each other in Daysite. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go bars. Jesus H. Fuck Christ. We are so dead. This fortress is fucked, chat. We have no chance. That's kind of where I'm at. Okay, let's actually get rid of like 2/3 of this. I bet 2/3, I mean like most of this. Famine War died, apparently. Yeah, no. What's going on? We keep having multiple tantrums simultaneously. We're fucked, basically. If I can't quell this, we're fucked. I mean, I'm like pretty close to just throwing a third of the dwarves in this fortress into the lava. Thankfully, you know. So these are all the dwarves that are currently in hospital. That's where we're at. What's funny is, like, this isn't even a tantrum spiral. It's just there's a lot of tantrums happening. And a bunch of haggard dwarves. It's not quite a tantrum spiral. It could be worse. But I can't actually remember the last time I successfully made a tantrum spiral. So this is like a first time for me in a really long time. Thankfully, like, we're getting some real good doctor training. Why are they so angry? Fucking genius. Why are you asking the dumb question? Look. It's a recurring cycle, okay? Thing bad happen, okay? You try to recover, another bad thing happen. You try to recover, another bad thing happen. You just about recover, and then 5 bad things happen at once. And then you've mostly recovered, and then 5 more bad things happen. That's why they're all so pissed off. Why are they so pissed off? Because people keep asking me why they're so pissed off. And I go, I will huff, and I will puff, and I will cry, mostly. There's literally nothing I can do aside from wait for them to tend to these injuries. I mean, most of the bad thing happened in this fort was the necromancers close by. It's on your screen at this very moment. 3 dwarves tantrum simultaneously. 2 of them were in the military. 1 of them had an axe. What else is there to explain? Sorry, I'm a little bit salty at the moment. What else is there to explain, man? I need to expel a third of the fort, is what happened. And I'm gonna do it. I'm just waiting for them to slowly fucking come to so that I can boot them. I don't care who they are. I'm not gonna kill them. I'm just gonna send them off to Calm Traded, because I'm sure that place is nice this time of year. And I will do my damnedest to get as many people buried as possible. I'll tell you this, we've been gloriously defending this fortress for a while. Like, the defenses aren't actually the issue. The issue is I haven't had enough time to recover in between bad events. There was a point yesterday where we had like 19 dwarves that were super pissed off, and I remember stating pretty loudly that, like, if I'm not able to recover those moods, this fort's gonna have a tough time. And chat was like, nah, you're good. And to a degree, you're not wrong. However, the reality is, this is the result of that. Like, if you kind of put down a really bad foundation early on in the fort, which this fort got, and you never quite recover it, which this fort never quite did, it is very hard to pull away from that after a while. And that's where we're at. It's very hard to pull away from a fort that is in a situation where there's a lot of haggard dwarves. So I'm just trying to recover this as best I can, because I would like to keep this fort alive. But in order to do that, I need to pause a lot of things, cancel a lot of other things, and cry for help and hope for the best. That's what I need to do. I mean, you want to die? Okay, get out. I was not gonna expel you, but because like I don't expel named dwarves. If you don't want to be in the fortress, then don't ask for a dwarf next time. That's my request of you. I'll expel you if you want, but you said you wanted to die, so I will do my best to make sure that you fucking die without expelling you. I do maintain that, though. If you don't want a dwarf, don't ask for one. Like, I don't know what more you want from me. Good news is we are slowly pushing through all the depressed dwarves in the fort. We do have enough medical dwarves to deal with everything. And Wilmar, thank you very much. You wanted a brief moment in life to pass on. Fine then. I'm tired of this bit. Exterminate this. Oops. Exterminate this. There you go. You're now dead. Hope you're happy. Next. Sorry, I'm just really getting tired of that bit. You are now dead. Struck down by the wrath of Armok. Or me. Anyway, chat, can I get a round of beers for Wilmar checking out a gift? We have one rule. When somebody throws money at stream, post beers. It's very simple. Thank you. Appreciate you, chat. Tell me you want to die, and I'll make sure you die. I don't want to be talking back and forth about how you want to kill yourself. Like, that just sucks. Just as a conversation to have, period. Especially when I'm trying to, like, do the opposite of that. Like, I'm trying to keep the dwarves alive as best I can. And you telling me to just kill you is like, well, then why are you in the fort then? Like, no offense, but... if you don't really want your dwarf alive in the first place, why am I even bothering? Okay, I need splints. Got cloth. Stuff's getting broken everywhere. It is a bearded armored furnace operator. I spelled you iceberg as in like an iceberger. I'll be completely honest with you, Slothdad. My goal is to keep the fort happy. Yeah, and my goal when somebody names a dwarf, personally, is to keep that dwarf alive. Because you're a named dwarf, so to me, in my mind, you're now a character. And if somebody pops in and says, I want the dwarf that's the most likely to die immediately, I will do my damnedest to make sure that happens, but the last thing I really want is to name a dwarf, do the thing, and then you just start telling me that you want your dwarf to die. It's like, okay, well then I'll just make your dwarf die. I don't, that's not why I play this game. That's about it. It's not like something you need to apologize for. It's just I'm very tired of this bit. I'm trying to keep this fort alive, and you just telling me to, like, boot you out, okay? As far as expelling dwarves, I'm not actually killing them. I'm sending them to Calm Traded, which is my Helix, so I could request them back. So if our luck turns and the fort gets happier again, I could bring them back. I'm not killing them. I'm literally sending them to, like, a separate colony, quite literally. And that's not even like oh, I'm sending them to the farm up north joke. Like, that's literally what I'm doing. So, if that makes any sense, fuck off, Mondays. If that makes any sense, that is what I'm trying to do. So if we're clear now, hopefully that fixed that. I'm going to stop looking at chat for the next 20 minutes because I want to fix this fort. He rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he never would pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He has a calm demeanor, and he's slow to trust others. He is curious and eager to learn and doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to be natural in beauty. I'm lying about not looking at chat, by the way. I'm still looking at chat. But y'all are irritating the hell out of me at the moment. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is moved by art and natural beauty. He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he overindulges. But that's fine, because half the entertainment of a streamer is to, like, poke them until they turn into a puddle of grumpy. I should sleep better before I stream, to be honest. He can handle stress, unlike me, and is particularly interested in what others think of him. He lowers his eyes when he's nervous, and when he's nervous, he often rubs his fingers. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the workday. Why is my posture so goddamn bad? What the hell's happening to me? He personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and dreams of creating a great work of art. Are we there yet? God damn, I wish, mate. I want to cry. I just want this fortress to be happy. You don't pay me enough to be allowed to feed my salt intake, Shady. So, you just feed it as much as you can. But, like, I will start ignoring you if you just keep feeding it. He likes marble and nickel and silver, as well as pineapple opal. I love pineapple opals. Giant Swan Tooth. Giant Swan's a great band, by the way. Or, like, a great electronic underground, like, dance duo. They're pretty dope, actually. Prefers to consume radish plants and blueberry wine and absolutely hates leeches. He has a son named Nil. Pack cudgels. Anyway. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? Feel free to keep feeding the salt intake, but you have to realize you're feeding my salt intake. If you feed my salt intake, you'll get the result of feeding my salt intake, which is salt. Which means you get sass. I'm just gonna full heal this gosling so I don't have to see a sad baby goose walking around, because that makes me sad. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. I don't have any dwarves that have a lot of pet cats in this fort. I don't even think there's any cats in this fort. I don't breed cats generally in Dwarf Fort, unless chat makes me. All right, well. Why am I a monster? I didn't embark with any cats, and nobody's really brought any. Yeah, there's no cats. Like, I never embark with cats in Dwarford. We've got Lanix the hero over here. He's making wood splints. They don't see through stone, they can hear through stone. So if you play adventure mode, anything that has ears and the ability to hear can see things moving through stone, and you can tell whether or not they're hostile or not based on the kinds of sounds they make. Wonderbot, thanks for the raid. What's up, man? Jack, can I don't know, get a shout out from Wonderbot? Raiding and running. Cheers, mate. Have a good dinner. Thanks for the raid. I'll do my best to take care of them. I'm slightly salty, but we'll survive. We will survive the saltathon. I really wonder what those thieves are. Because something is just like... Oh, actually, it's probably the dwarves I'm expelling. What are we out of? Catching up on splints. We also need crutches. The dogs in your fort keep having puppies, and there is now a wave of puppies that sweep across the screen periodically when you want to butcher them. I had a dwarf once that had about 24 pet cats, gunmetal unicorn, and that dwarf got swept off of a ledge and into a river. Not directly related to the cats, but not unrelated to the cats. Anyway, they ended up in a river drowned. And while that was happening, excuse me. So simply put, I did a thing upstream that caused a flood of water. Dwarf got swept into the water and drowned, and all of the cats that were associated with that dwarf hung around the edge of that creek forever. They refused to leave it, even after I removed the body, and periodically would drown. Sorry, I thought that was a funny story. It stopped being funny at a point. Accept that Doctor's Guild and see if I can make it in time. This is getting weirdly satisfying to look at. What was the size of the in-park location? A 5x5, I think? Pretty sure it was a 5x5. I'm gonna go against my rules, chat. Good news is I do have a lot of food and drink. Yeah, I usually end up doing 5x5s because there's almost always something I want to embark on that's not in the center of the map. Or that's not immediately in the center of the map, I guess. Did I not take you down, though? Thought I did. What's going on there? Okay, so let's go through the worst of the worst. Actually, no. I'm going to go down to here. Do that. Oh, that's reinforced walls. Wrong thing. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just making a bunch of 3, 4, 5, 6. Most dwarves are now just constructing buildings, which is what I need them to do. So we're still smelting metal object. That's good. Okay, so down here, I'm going to make a captain of the guard. I hope I have tables and chairs, actually. I do! Excellent. Do I have chains? We are going to fix this fort, chat. I would say if it's the last thing I do, but I'd be lying because I will do other things after that. So, if it's the last thing I do in this fort, I will do my damnedest to fix this fort. We've already lost our barons, so it's unlikely that we'll get a monarch in this fort. Not impossible, but less likely. Let's queue up a dungeon. And a dungeon. And a dungeon. Let's unforbid this. Let's go table. Table. Got the desert lime one in there. 2 custard apple chairs. So let's throw in that. Now, this right here is going to be an office. That is not going to be the office. This is going to be the office. And now we get to figure out who's going to be my captain of the guard. Elf Poles, how do you feel about the law? Oh, you're very happy. You're actually like a shockingly happy dwarf. Easily moved to mercy. This competition is wasteful and silly and doesn't care about friendship. Ooh. She's brave in the face of imminent danger. She can handle stress. She likes things practical without diving too deeply into the abstract. Welcome to the captain of the guard, elf bulls. Then I'm gonna go over to here, back down to your office to be. And there you go. You get that. Elf Pole's bedroom is gonna go right here. Or they're gonna get their own private bedroom right there. It's kind of like these weird stairs going down at the back of the tavern. The fort than me, but you're learning. Oh, that's fair. No, I mean, it's not really that. It's not like it'll be impossible. It highly depends on what the game decides to do to me. Like, if we get a season or two without any serious raids, I have a pretty good chance. That dwarf, you... Okay, hold up. Okay, so are we in a burrow at the moment? No. Is this in the burrow? Yes, it is. And just like this, we begin chaining people up. That's good. As that dwarf who was tantruming is getting chained up. So this will do one of two things to dwarves that I chain up. They'll either immediately go insane, and then they're not my problem anymore. Or they'll stay sane, and they will repent. Alternatively, they may also just get more pissed off, which, you know, it's not the end of the world, because they can't really get worse. Captain of the guard, up here, you. The amount of crimes, my gosh. The wacko floor, pretty much. I mean, giant cave spiders will mess you up at any point in the game if you're not prepared for them. Giant cave spiders are definitely a difficulty check thing. The humans have arrived to trade, which is kind of nifty. We'll see how long that lasts. Let's deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. And I'm going to go down here and go Magma Forge. And Magma Forge. Let's unforbid this. Go down to here. Let's see you. We can get rid of these. Unless we're still out of splints. Nope, currently okay. They probably all just need traction, right? Yeah, you need traction. Why are you... Oh. So... Like, this dwarf has been expelled. But they can't move. I'm just gonna make own you. And see if you go back to whatever the hell you were trying to do. Because there's some shenanigans going on here. And you're just nuts. Wait, what's the name of this dwarf? Oh, you moved. That's good. Doran. Let's go to the justice screen and arrest you for a crime or actually interrogate you for a crime. You right there. And whatever this dwarf is, Odom, the planter. Oh, the other thing I need to do is I need to go back over here. And I need to unpause everything. I also need to go back down here. On lowish priority, just smooth all this. Let's put some blocks down here. Although these are supposed to be floors, that's fine, I can swap those out. Sounds like such a made-up BS. Disorderly conduct is usually got into a fight, beat the shit out of somebody, which could actually, in this case, mean they killed someone. But disorderly conduct can be anything from got into a fight, beat somebody up, hurt somebody, injured somebody, toppled a building, killed someone, if they can't prove it. For me, disorderly conduct is like the equivalent of manslaughter in Dwarf, because half the time when there's disorderly conduct, it usually means the the person who was attacked died. Almost always. Right here, this can just be for gems. Let's remove gems from here. Deconstruct that. Let's check bars. Let's do a couple iron battle axes. Let's do 10 of them. Because I'm very short on woodcutters. I'm amazed that Darut survived all that. Jesus. So that dwarf got, like, maimed a couple times in quick succession. Let's do that and that. Fill the rest of this in with floor. Or just, if there's a deadly dust thing, just wait until it collides with some livestock, or throw some livestock into the caverns with it so that they go figure out what it is for you. That's honestly the best luck you'll have, success in my experience. Okay, so that gets done. Let's do wear and armor. Let's just try and get clothing down here. So let's actually just do everything, but nothing. Wear. And armor. But not unusable armor. Why are moods so bad? Because lots of bad things have happened. That, or because people keep asking that question. One of the two. I haven't figured it out yet. More science must be done. Also, if it may shock you, but it's significantly better than it was. Like, that may actually shock you, but it is significantly better than it was. It's a powder keg about to pop. I find that your optimism is convincing. I hope to disappoint you with the lack of powder keg. Or excite you with the massive powder keg, depending on what happens. Because who knows? Maybe. Yay, an apple was found dead. I'm glad that dwarf died. They were a problem. Sorry to an apple. But it's true. Worse things have happened. I would say, yeah, it's popped like 4 or 5 times at this point. Tree gun. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to here. I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do now, actually. Sometimes I like have a plan when I'm like, what I'm going to do now is, and then the rest of the time I absolutely do not, and this was one of those times. I'm going to make bedrooms is what I'm going to do. Oopsies. Wrong button. Oopsies. I don't know why I'm trying to click so fast, like the game's paused. I tried to do that when like when the fort's having a rough month. It's like I just find myself playing faster and faster, and it's like there's no reason for me to do this. Why am I doing this? The only thing I'm doing is like making my hands tired. Oh, I've got a missing bedroom in there. When people stop asking and forget about it long enough for them to finish it. Samwarty, you should ask them that question, not me. And they will tell you this. You're not going to get a magic update. You will get lots of little pieces of the magic update. If you were watching what they were doing and read the blog posts, you'd see that. But because you had to ask me, you probably don't. So, there's already magic in the game, and there will be more. Wander's good people, Arthur. It's a small world, though. This time you came in on a raid? Well, hi. You know, here's all you will ever need to know when it comes to Dwarf Fortress development. Read that. I'll tell you everything you need to know. All of the details. What they're working on next, the order that they're doing it, how they're planning to do it, etc. So how many years? When people stop asking and forget long enough for them to develop it. I'm not the developer, so I have no idea. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 13 months from a baker's dozen from Dinesta? Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you. Montecore, thanks for the 5-pack. Happy to help. Wicked cat. I don't have any dogs in this fort either. I had some, and then they all died in a goblin siege. They were trained as war dogs. It was a sad day. Sam Awardy, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, that's very kind. And I have to reiterate, apologies for the salt and or sass when it happens. I'm trying my best to keep this fort above water, and there's a lot of water. The Tan the Mason has been possessed. I hear that they need a new chief medical dwarf over at Calm Traded, because mine is very, very, very depressed. So we're going to get rid of you and send you to the Mental Health Institute up north. Chat keeps making the joke, so I'll make it too. Let's go back to here and then go to Chief Medical Dwarf. Give it to the Talented Diagnoser. They get a promotion. Etten Slayer, I don't want to expel you, but unfortunately I don't think I am going to have much choice in the matter. At least I can arrest you. Try and keep you safe. Got 2 counts of vandalism. What did I get out of these? No new information was revealed. Subject agreed for love of the interrogator, despite it being a natural loner. No new information was acquired. It's like, I love you, I will tell you everything, and we don't learn anything new. Okay, Captain of the Guard, let's follow you. Frozen Beast, Deadly Frozen Extract Dust. The name has nothing to do with its effects. I would honestly, like, if you can, just train up some Marks Dwarves and see if you can fight them from a safe distance. Like, that is the safest way to combat a Forgotten Beast with Dust. Same with Fire or a lot of those other effects, is just keep it at a distance and try to just fight it cautiously. Like, that is the most luck you'll have. It's just being careful. It did instantly murder a cave croc. I'll say this, when it comes to Forgotten Beasts with Deadly Dust or just Deadly Dust in general, as long as it's not the dust that just paralyzes you instantly, it's never going to be that bad. Like, you might want to be careful still, but like, you know what, actually, I'm just going to set you to also load dwarf stuff. Just get rid of all of it. Topaz? Ooh. I mean, Topaz is not... Okay, I mean, that's just bad because it's hard to make them bleed. Let's just go... armor. But no usable, just unusable. And only metal. And then this is going to be stuff that I melt down. Let's go wooden bins and queue up a bunch of those. Also, this is good. Wow, you are a talented soldier. Holy crap. And you've got very fancy shoes. Very bright red socks and very bright, like, green, bluish, turquoisey shoes. Huh. Works for me. Tough, patient, lustful, values power. Certainly. What kind of dwarf would you like? We've even got some nobles available. I mean, we've got a chief medical dwarf, and a... Yeah, I guess just... I also need a new bookkeeper, it turns out. I also need a new record keeper, because my record keeper died, apparently. But what would you like, Alan? What kind of dwarf would you like? It's still up to you to pick. I'm just reorganizing things and moving everything from everywhere to everywhere else. Trying to do everything everywhere all at once, if you know what I'm saying. It's actually, I mean, that record keeper was one of the longer lived dwarves. No preference, really? All right, we'll just give you somebody happy then. Give you almost the now very well trained pump operator. He lives a high energy kinetic pace and generally does not respond to emotional appeals. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he often feels envious of others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual and or live differently from himself. He has an active imagination, and he likes to brawl, and he doesn't handle stress well. He occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally doesn't see the cooperation as valuable and dreams of mastering a crafter work someday. I know I said that incorrectly. I did that intentionally. He likes tin, rock, and crystal, and dingle leather, pond twiddle shell, and giant hair parchment. And maces, turkeys for their gobble, and the sound of the flowery skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume rye beer and lettuce leaves, and hates rats. And dreams of mastering a crafting work someday. No, it's just they were pumping because I forgot to turn those off. But down in here, this is deep enough. So I'm gonna pull that. Well, yeah, we're gonna pull that. And a dwarf has claimed a workshop. What do you need? Probably bones, right? Cloud thread, bones, yes. You wish you were patient? You can only do stubborn. Yeah, I know the feeling. I love how this keeps getting changes made to it and keeps reallowing all of its bins. I'm actually just gonna straight up just get rid of this stockpile. That's what we're gonna do. That be what I do. And this is not gonna be the option I use. We're gonna try and just move everything. Or at least as much of the thing as we can. You can be deconstructed and you can be deconstructed. We'll go down here. Oopsies. That was not where I intended to end with my camera. Let's go to clothing. Something that I have to try really hard to do. I don't know if you guys ever run into this in video games. But when I'm stressed, I speed up. And it's very hard for me to slow back down. So I'm trying really hard right now to slow down. Because otherwise it just makes shit go worse. I listened to the music that they added to the game recently, Clam, and the new psychedelic Porn Crumpets album, but I'll be honest with you, I've barely done anything for myself since this patch released. So not really. I was listening to a bit of a band called Ringfinger, which is a very, like, post-punky synth-pop thing. I was listening to some extremely out-there tech death. Because I was listening to Black Throne Ascension, and these are just the last bands I saw, so I tend to listen to bands that I've seen recently. I saw Black Throne Ascension and No Living Witness, and so I was listening to some Black Throne Ascension recently, as well as a bit of No Living Witness. That's about it. What have you been listening to, YouTube chat? And also Twitch chat? Somebody was dumb enough to have a child in this nightmarish hellhole, and it was Cole. Bakorzen, the militia captain. Let's give him birth to a boy. I get pissed off a lot. I take a smoke break. Oh no. That seems like a vicious cycle, but... Okay, so the good news is there's only one body in the hospital right now. That is the goodest news that I got for you, chat. Actually, Etten, you weren't too thrilled about going to prison, were you? You were regretful. And regretful after starting a fight. Maybe your regret will be enough to make you into a better dwarf. But for some reason, I doubt. I do doubt very much. Let's get some lignite made. Wait. Oh, I thought I set you just to be metal ores. Guess I didn't. Guess also lignite. It's once per stream, or if your dwarf dies, respectably, wait until the next stream. But it's just set so you can only redeem it once per stream. Viking Ball. Okay. Maybe we're on the upswing again. I don't want to get too cocky, but... Okay, so now that I've done that... Those are not currently making blocks. Rock block. Let's make 1,000 of them. And also, I'm actually just going to move this cloth stuff up here. Erase that. Down here. I'm just going to do this. And make cloth, leather, no metal thread, and no metal cloth. Everything else, though. On, Fragga? What did I do? Are you congratulating me on not shaving my beard yet? Because that's something I need congratulating for. I really liked Beast in Black, and then I saw them live, and now I kind of don't like Beast in Black, the Kit Kat. They just didn't put on a good show at all, which was unfortunate. Maybe we just got them on a bad day, but the audio was terrible, couldn't hear them, and half of them weren't doing anything. It was like the most, like, I'm going to stand stationary and play one chord every so often band I've ever seen, which was not great. But they're fun producers, and they write fun music. Datan the Mason has created an Akos, a chalk floodgate, and claims it as a family heirloom. The good news is, a lot of the dwarves that are absolutely crazy seem to just be going crazy. This is a chalk floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant brown recluse spider silk and decorated with reindeer bone. This object menaces with spikes. Okay, it's just one person individually going insane. Game had me worried for a second there. This object menaces with spikes of giant brown recluse spider silk and reindeer bone. This object menaces with spikes of schist and llama leather. On the item is an image of water buffaloes in chalk. I need to make a doctor's guild. So I'm going to use that to make a doctor's guild. Yeah, I have no idea what you're congratulating me for then. So, big sag. Oh, you watered the yard before tuning in, and now it's raining, and it rains like 4 times a year here. You know, there's enough people in Los Angeles that just like mathematically watching this stream, Sloth Dad, there has to be at least half a dozen of you, maybe more. It's one of those, like, if you have more than 100 people in a room, like, X number of people share a birthday kind of deals. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, Tapioca. Speaking of music, did any of you guys see that Dabu released a new track last night? Like later in the afternoon yesterday. It's on Bandcamp and Dabu's YouTube channel. So there's actually new Dwarf Fortress music. Yeah, really. I mean, here, I'll play it. Give me a sec. Of course, when I just go to Dabu's YouTube channel, my web browser defaults to Danger Room. Yeah, it's this. It's super low-key and vibey, though. I used to laugh when people would ask if this game would ever get graphics. Well, tough cocktail, so yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm not super thrilled or excited about this one. It's just, like, kind of vibey. It seems like walking around in a town in adventure mode music to me. Or, like, looking at an overworld music, you know? Or I just got back to town and now I need my quest log kind of music. The Steam version released in 2022, but texture packs were releasing like as long as the game's been out. Yeah, here, I'll link it if you guys want to just listen to it yourselves. You know this, the dude in YouTube chat says this sounds like travel music. To me, it sounds like something you'd hear in the Oregon Trail. Turn it down a bit. Yeah, no, it's a vibe. I like it. It'll fit in very nicely. Kind of reminds me of 2 coins, actually. It's also got like a little bit of a, Eastern European vibe to it, or maybe I'm like missing it. A little bit of Spanish guitar. To me, it's like the tavern, but like after the brawl is over. You know, like there's just bodies everywhere and a bunch of thieves are like picking stuff off the corpses as well. It's like that or traveling music. You're either walking along a road or like a bunch of people just died and you're like robbing them. But yeah, that's it. So, new song. It's like the music. Actually, I got it, chat. I figured it out. It's the music that plays for the necromancers, like thieves, as they're traveling to the fortress to steal your artifacts. That's what it is. I figured it out. I'm a genius. So we've got all the details. You know, it's like we got the traveling. Or you're sitting there bandaging yourself after the troll's beating you with a sock. Yeah, true. Would it be filmed over wide or sweeping shots of New Zealand? I don't know. Nor do I know how I would know. Also, how's your evening going, Clino? My fortress is going pretty terrible, but we're trying to cope. I'm doing all right at the moment. Got 31 bronze. How geared up are we? Let's do some bronze breastplates, some bronze greaves, and some bronze gauntlets. Considering I haven't made any of this bronze myself, it's literally all goblinite. I think we're doing pretty good. So the bozo is me. It probably is. You're made out of rhyolites. Oh, that's kind of incredible. I thought this was worth more. Guess not. Unchowder, thanks for the raid. Today seems to be the everybody's rating blind day. Not that I'm complaining. I appreciate it. Thank you much. How was the stream today? I've been so covered in salt today that I can barely breathe. But, doing all right, aside from that. Like, the last 2 streams, for some reason, I think it's because I've slept like absolute crap the last 2 nights. Last night especially, but the night before not well as either. So I'm just like a little bit on edge. But doing my best. Enjoying it though. Hope you are also enjoying it. Yeah, no, I mean, Robaz was streaming. Remnant was streaming. That person whose name I can't pronounce was streaming, who speaks Spanish. Yeah, it's nice to see lots of people streaming Dwarfs. It's nice to not be the person at the top of the directory, and that sounds kind of weird when I say it out loud, but it's true. Just because, you know, it's been so long, right? Because, like, Adventure Mode was, like, back in January. There was a bit of an influx, actually, when the Down the Rabbit Hole video released, but since then, like, there really hasn't been a huge influx of players at any point. So, yeah, it's absolutely really nice to have influxes again. Really makes me curious what the next thing that's going to bring people in is. Stream was good, right as you were wrapping up your first Goblin Siege since the update showed up. Oh, really? Wow, it's been a minute. I guess you don't play super crazy long hours or anything, so makes sense. Okay, some more magma glass furnaces. Lord. This fort is, a mess? That's all I really got. This fort is an absolute friggin' disaster. Green, glass, throne, sand. Let's do 30 and 30. Do I even have a throne right now? I do. Throw that in there. That'll work. I mean, I've done plenty of, like, SEO meme forts, and they almost never really have any returns, I guess. As, like, no noticeable impact on the SEO. I'll put it that way. I mean, if there is, it's minimal. Starfield was probably my favorite of the joke ones, which was really funny because, like, the jokes very quickly became, like, bad in Starfield's favor. So, like, within, like, 3 days of me playing a fort called Starfield, we were all just kind of poking fun at Starfield. Is outside of Goblin Civ's range. Is that intentional, I assume? Yeah, I'm, like, pretty close to a Necromancer tower, so things have been kind of tough. I'm just gonna boot you out of the military. I don't actually know why you're running around with an axe. Clearly, it's part of your Halloween costume, and I can't take that away from you. The thing is, though, there isn't going to be a magic-specific update, right? Like, it's one of the things that I'm kind of getting tired of trying to tell people, because, like, Dwarf Fortress isn't doing updates like that anymore. Alongside of the Steam version releasing, they now do updates in a much more small portion package. So there isn't, I mean, they might do it just for the marketing at some point, but as far as we know, they're not going to make a patch that's just called Myths and Magic Update. Like, that's not going to happen in the way the development is going anymore. Because instead of spending 2 years making one massive patch and releasing it, they're doing the much more intelligent thing, which is making updates and then as they're ready, releasing stuff piecemeal. So, like, patches that come out in the next year or two will include small features that very much are from that portion of the backlog of features that need to be added, but I don't, as far as I know, we're not going to get an update that's just strictly myths and magic, right? Dwarf Fortress is just one of the games I figure that we're just lucky to have in any form. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I'm also very curious as to how they're going to tackle that from, like, a marketing perspective. Because, like, you know, Tarn and Zach spent, like, years talking about how myths and magic are going to be, like, you know, this thing that's going to take a really long time to develop and yada yada. But the reality is, like, right now, Putnam is working on, like, the Lua Raw rewrites, right? That is myths and magic. Like, it's in active development, in a way. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's games that imitate portions of Dwarf Fortress, but I don't disagree with that there's nothing really quite like Dwarf Fortress, which is why it's special and why I tolerate its flaws, right? Like, you know, there's always a lot of, like, pointing out of Dwarf Fortress's flaws and, like, the things that it could do better. I think that's part of what makes it endearing, is that regardless of its flaws, like, we keep playing. I don't think that this works, because they're just, like, seemingly endlessly making these, so I'm just going to stop this. Might make just, like, 10 per month or something, and then just get these training again. Wait, what? How do they not have access to this? Oh, I went too far back. Yeah, it's possible. Definitely the thing that happened there. Except this lower one, I will just do this with walls. Sure. Triacon. It's the only game that I've played in the last 20 years, Gunmetal, where I actively think about it when I'm not playing it, and I'm not saying that because it's my job. I mean, like, yeah, I guess you could interpret that in a way that, like, yeah, of course, I also think about my job, but... It's not a fair comparison at the moment, Tapioke. Uh-oh. That's not good. I say that's not good because the frame rate just suddenly dropped down to very low. Although I did pause it. I'm just suspicious we're getting invaded. Tapioke, I mean, I can't say specific words, but the idea of the RAWs is to make the game more flexible in the future for future development and also exposing parts of the games that weren't previously exposed. It's got very little to do with trying to make more in-depth mods than DF Hack. It's got everything to do with making the game faster, easier to develop, and more manipulatable in a more modern context. That's all I have to say. Okay, so why did my frame... Okay, well, frame rate's back now? That's a little concerning. Going to throw a bunch of dwarves in prison. Specifically, a dwarf in prison that just tantrumed. Building destruction. Lovely. You don't actually see building destruction all that often. Someone had to witness it. Also, shady shopkeep. Also getting thrown in prison. Which means I may need to replace them. Enjoy your din-din. Chowder. I mean, Tapioca, right now the raws are not capable of having scripts put in. They're tokens that you can turn on and off, right? That's what the game's raws are. Converting the game's raws to Lua allows for the raws to contain scripting, which right now does very little. In the future, could provide much more in-depth modding that the game does not currently have the capacity to allow for. And already does. I mean, you can modify Forgotten Beasts already, which is something that you've never been able to do before. That's all. I don't know. I'm just gonna... I don't want that conversation. That's not a ban, Frag. I just don't want that conversation. Maybe if you're incapable of reading a book. If you'd like to learn more about the Lua Raws, there's a YouTuber by the name Blind. No, don't. If you want to learn more about the Lua Raws, go to the KitFox YouTube channel and watch the video they published about it with somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Not me. That's all. Because there's literally descriptors and overviews there, and it's all beyond me. I can just, like, basically repeat the press release. I think, like, the hardest part about communicating to a community is people are often automatically dismissive of things that are new. And I will be completely honest with you guys. I think I'm terrible at actually dealing with people being dismissive of things. Like, I think I just get way too sarcastic. I think I need to do better. I mean, I'm not a game developer. I didn't develop this game. I don't like being asked development questions about this game, period, because I don't develop this game and I'm not a game developer. Go ask the developers is always going to be my response. Period. Because, one, they're active on the KitFox Discord, and two, they'll actually give you accurate answers. All I'm doing is regurgitating the thing that might be somewhere in your email if you're signed up to the KitFox newsletter. That's all I'm doing. And hopefully I'm entertaining during the process. I can teach people mechanics, but I don't know shit about game dev outside of, like, enough so that I don't get... I was going to say shot, but that's the wrong word. It depends. Some people are incapable of processing sarcasm. Dragon. So, like, sarcasm is a really good response to people who understand and acknowledge and can relate to sarcasm. It's a really bad response to anybody else. I'm also one of the 20 people who read Future of the Fortress, and I inflict it upon thousands. Actually, I'll be honest with you. Reading the Future of the Fortress makes me feel bad for Tarn. Like, truthfully, because, like, I scroll through all those responses every time, and the number of times there's, like, the same question asked, like, 6 months in a row by 4 different people. And it's, like, a question that was answered in a Q&A on the roadmap 8 months ago. Like, I just... Because I do edit them, right? And I don't, like, read out every question. The number of times per month that Tarn gets asked about the Mac version, all 6 people who use Macs, who want to play Dwarf Fortress on a Mac, who don't understand what a wine is. I just... No, I get it. But people are a lot, right? And, like, having a successful product or being somebody with something that has sold to a lot of people is always gonna end with... Stress is the wrong word. People asking questions, which is great, but can be a lot sometimes. I'm just going to throw green glass, crystal glass, and clear glass furniture here. Start cycling stuff out. Yeah, I mean, when it's your job, for sure. I think, like, my problem with answering questions about the development of this game is I don't actually have the right answers all of the time. I just can scrape my memory for press releases, which usually is the right answer, but isn't always the right answer. And I don't like accidentally spreading incorrect details about something. Because, like, you caught me on a cranky day. And then I just blurt out something that's, like, not accurate. Like, that's actually, like, a pretty big fear of mine, is that I will say the wrong thing and spread the wrong information, because that doesn't help anybody, right? Holy shit, zircons. Let's cut some gems. Whoopsies. That was a adamantine ballista arrow, I think. Let's actually just look at how many there is. Say 280. Because there's 283. And then encrust. Furniture with cut gems. We'll do 200. And I will make another one of these in a sec. That's a naked ghost dwarf. I was like, why is there a naked dwarf there? It's because it's not a dwarf anymore, it's a ghost. Let's go up to here and place a... I think I made a slab for it, so... They're back! Who's ready for another round? He just says, yeah, like those 4 people said, so it's not so bad. Yeah, true, I guess you're correct, Gleno. Yeah, you're right. Tarn does do a lot of quoting. And they prove defenses, they prove defenses and then retreat, try new angles, and now they're at a point where they just sit back and don't advance your fortress at all. Oh, so they're doing the original strat that they used to do. Slot that, that's really funny. Because, the way humans used to invade is it would say enemy have come in or laying siege to the fortress, and they would literally just like pick a corner of the map and stand there and wait for you to come fight them. That's what they used to do. You've like beaten them into submission. They've like given up. See if there's dwarves outside. Not that I'm really seeing. Also, they picked a different angle. Man. I also don't have a lever connected to any of this yet. See if I can get that removed. All right. Let's see what we can do. Actually, why did I do that? I don't need to do that. Have speech? The reason they have speech is because, like, it's like a status effect. So this means that they have, like, the red heart with, like, the things. Same with, like, the yellow heart means that they have injuries. And zombies have injuries. Like, they always have injuries. And these are all undead. Adult that is bearded. Okay, can do. Speaking of, hold up, actually. The good news is my dwarves have had a lot of time to think about and practice siege operations. So I should have some better siege operators. I can actually get rid of the novice ones. And now let's just go here. You're a pump operator named Lycott. A Viking. Your next dwarf's just gonna be named Ball. And Viking enjoy relics. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is slow to trust others, and he tends to avoid crowds. He can handle stress, and he occasionally overindulges. He likes to take it easy, and he's often cheerful. Though, he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. What? I don't think I've ever seen that before. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams mastering his skill and personally is appalled by merrymaking, parties, and other such worthless activities. I hate you. He strongly values tranquility and quiet and finds friendship burdensome. This is like the weird neighbor who never goes outside. He's put off by family and disregards tradition. And probably issues a lot of noise complaints. He's part of the creed of angels. Of course you are. All right. So now I go to places. Fire everything. Except for those three. And let's get to it. Everybody's storing owned items somewhere. Not too keen about this. And it's the perfect avatar for depression. I mean, we don't need to be too real about it. But yeah, kinda. Can't really deny it. Wait, hold up. Okay, so they got one leader. There's the Putrid Slayer. Which is this one. This is their legendary mechanic. It's got 30 bronze bolts. Dust Slut is his name. He killed Samos Landsinge, the piss demon Putrid Slayer. Chat, we found a slut. I kind of wish that they would do the announcements of the who's the leader for the zombies, but I realize that the zombies are a wee bit different. This is what we call the zombie ball. Maybe the zomborb? The zomborb. Not the piss demon. It's true. Anything but the piss demon. Excuse me, why don't you have a crossbow, Dwarf? You should have a crossbow. We have plenty of crossbows. I find your lack of crossbow disturbing. Print screen the zombie ball for. I mean, you could clip it. Why Dwarf said? Eh. That's why. Uh-oh. Okay, I would really like to know why. Okay, hold up. I'm just gonna. Because you're gonna die if I don't do this. I don't know why they're doing this. Why they insist on doing that. Because, like. What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to. Who's conducting a meeting? This dwarf up here who's getting beaten to death by Etten Slayer. And you who's winded, who's about to die. You know, I'm just gonna convict Etten Slayer of a bunch of crimes. Because you deserve it. You've killed several dwarves, most of them your own followers, because you're the religious leader. I need you to go to prison for a long... Okay, also you. Also you. And also you. And... I need you to just go to prison and stay in prison. Or get your face removed by the captain of the guard's fist. And as far as that dwarf that's trying to climb the wall, I don't know what the fuck to do with it. They're not supposed to do that, so... I mean, yeah, you're still trying to climb. I don't... I don't know. What's up with that? Also, a tech at the pump operator has been found dead, but that's because the Etten Slayer beat him up. They're clustered around the intelligent undead. It's like they're following the smart one. It's like Squirrel Girl, but with zombies. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move them out of here. Because I need to put a roof on this. Good night, Zordos. All right, now everybody click on that clip so it ends up in the leaderboard for True Egon. I should commit lulls, shouldn't I? Because this first zombie is running ahead, right? Which is fine. But around the time they end up on this bridge, let's see if I can fling some of them into the sky, right? That's what we're gonna do. I need I don't know, some good lucks for these dwarves. Because if I get the timing on this lever right, it'll be very funny. If I don't, it'll still be very funny. Meanwhile, this dwarf is still committing crimes. Why are you still committing crimes? Dear dwarf, why are you still committing crimes? Sincerely, me. 141 days in prison, 113 days in prison, 29, 15, sure. All of this is good. Put them in prison. Keep them there. Apparently they brought in the Ferrari pit team back in the 90s to help learn how to keep pediatric and cardiac post-op patients alive, and it worked pretty well. Wait. I mean, like, taught them first aid, basically? I guess I don't understand, like, the purpose of this fun fact. Doesn't super surprise me, though. I mean, it would make sense why the pit crew would need to be, like, basically EMTs. All right. Now we get to find out a fun fact. Can zombies fly? Yes! Whee! Look at this. I'm so happy. Sometimes it's fun to do the old-fashioned silly tricks. It's good to know that this still works, you know? It is good to know that.
Woo!
How high can you go? You can take me high! Splat. Oh no, he landed in the lava! Well, sorry about that. Yeah, literally, actually. Some of them are... There's probably still someone in here. I mean, that's someone's arm that just went flying. Found it. It was definitely your arm, yeah? Ah, you'll be fine. Still got one arm left. All right, let's, now that we've softened them up a bit, let's let them through for real this time. And this elf swordsman is determined to make my frame rate worse. Okay, now they come in for real. This guy got exploded by a boulder, amongst other things. Part of the reason I actually built this road here is if this does catch fire, the dwarves can still walk across it. Bits and pieces are flying. They've got fire behind them. Some of the dwarves have now turned around to, you know, go reload. Because while we do have ammo, we don't have a huge amount of ammo. We're going to need to reload pretty soon. I mean, most of these are in the process of reloading. Many bolts are flying from both my Marks dwarves and other places. We've got zombies coming in. I thought that they were going to go down that way. They appear to be exploring a little bit, which is kind of adorable if you think about it. My dwarves are over here doing their thing. Over here on this side. Still got zombies. Seems like the friendlies are burning, which is fine. Uh-oh. I was waiting for that. Nice knowing your frame rate. Okay, hey, it's back a bit. They're still moving forwards. I could lock the door. That may actually be the wise thing to do. Although they appear to be regrouping, which is even better. I'll take it if they're offering. So they get to walk through the volley field once more. And more of them are falling in the process. I don't think any of my Marks dwarves have been hit by a catapult yet, and considering how many of them run in front of it, I think that's actually kind of a miracle. Oh, you having a hard time there, dwarf? Yeah. It's been rough days, eh? They are still falling back. They're all kind of regrouping. Kind of don't want to fight them right there, but maybe I can fling them again. Drawbridges are so cheesy, but my god, they're still so entertaining sometimes. Okay, I'm not seeing any over on my side. Whee! Good timing, hobo. Yeet. I think that's the siege done. Maybe? They do seem to be retreating. Well, maybe not. We will reopen. See if they're just heading out to go regroup, potentially. You had fire boulders? Well, the boulders do explode, but no, the fires started because it was either from the lava splashing when the zombies landed in it, or it was because, it was either from the zombies landing in lava and it splashing, or because they, landed in the lava, caught fire, and then climbed out. It's one of the two. Mostly the second one, though. Okay, so we are out of ammo for bolt throwers. Those ones that are still loading will keep firing. How many bolts do you guys have over here? Actually gonna take this squad off duty. Okay, I'm gonna send the squad over here. And I'm gonna go to labor, places, thunk. Let's just turn everything off. Here comes the squads. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the squads, and I say, we're all fucked. Eventually, but dwarves move forwards. Where's zombie? There's zombie. They'll pop over here eventually, sooner than later. And my dwarves see them and then run forward and do the thing. Now the question is, are they leaving? Okay, everybody's retreated. And so have they. Well, they're regrouping over there. I'm going to wait until they come in again, and then I will rally my troops and send them back in. And I'll say, we'll all fight to the death, or whatever. I really need to get off my ass and, like, well, go for a walk. But in reality, I really need to get off my butt and, like, just make a minecart shotgun and just flood the surface with lava. I need to do both those things, but the thing that I didn't account for was that this map would have no wind. So I really need to have, like, 25 minutes of, like, no serious prison sentences required. Actually, hold up. What the fuck's going on? Captain? Excuse me? Okay, you are in fact chaining people up. Okay, good. I was gonna say, why are you not doing the cop job? Cop job, very simple. Why? Okay, whatever. I need to watch this. Okay, there's one zombie dead right there. I don't really want to risk my dwarves fighting on the edge of the lava. That is how you die. Hobo, how's things? Also, Fog was flattered that the Crypt Brewing shirt made it to Warp Tour. Okay, so are you gonna turn around, you zombies? Looks like it. Sayonara's wild zombs. We're also missing trading because it's mid-autumn, which kind of sucks. Here comes 2, 3, 4. Here they come. Let's get the Marks dwarves up there. There goes another one. Here comes a few more, flying to pieces. Here they come. There's an ad break, which I didn't see until it was too late, or I would have paused it, but... I am trying to do a long stream today, by the way. You love the Crypt Brewing shirt? You'd love a zip-up jacket with that logo? Oh boy, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I'll look into it. If that's a formal request, I will look into it. We're just in a minute-long ad, so I will leave the game paused until the ad is done. To tempt him? I mean, we're working on mugs. For whatever that's worth. Here comes a elf corpse. Many people's favorite kind of elf. It's very nice of them to take this way, because that's right next to where we throw the bodies out. So I kind of need them to be right there, because it's more convenient for me, to be honest. Splat. Shout out to this dwarf who, is like, fuck armor, I am all stitches. Holy shit, you have a lot of stitches. This dwarf is one gigantic, stitched together. Her spine is like, she's just all old bruises. You're 23 years old and you're more scarred than Dwarf. Her neck, her back, her ankle, her left lower arm, her neck, her knee, her wrist, her knee, her foot, her arm. Christ almighty. You poor dwarf. At least you got nice clothing now. Okay, here come another zombie. Actually, I wonder how many more of them are left. Can't be that many. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-dorf. You need a vacation update? Wait, what do you mean by vacation update? As in, that dwarf has earned a vacation? I won't deny that. She needs it. I mean, what about the ones that literally fell asleep in the battlefield? Ironically, she seems pretty okay with all of this. Same with Alan. And Ludio. And this baby. I mean, what actually I need to do is leather. I'm going to say... These dwarves need backpacks so they can carry food with them. Same with water skins, so they can carry booze. She needs her own catapult. Why? So she can fling herself to death? A forgotten beast, Utheg Nagotukim, has come. A enormous tananger composed of clear glass. It has poison vapors. It squirms and fidgets. And has a round shell. Oh, it's gonna murder all the trogs. Poor troggies. Rest in dites, troglodytes. The old road soda. Well, thankfully the dwarves aren't driving. They walk mostly. But yeah, tanager definitely sounds like a bird. All right, now's where I get brave. Let's hope the dwarves have decent balance. Okay, so they kill the first two pretty swiftly. Yep. There goes another one. Okay, now that they've downed that one, we're going to go over to here. There goes Iceberg. Now there's one left that I've seen. That's the Siege. I'm going to call you Stitches. Because, man, she's got stitches. Holy shit. Holy shit, goddamn. That's it, chat. That's the Siege. We killed them.
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
True. Well, I don't think there was there any deaths in that one. I don't think there was. If there was, it was certainly minimal. Oh, I said bismuth. I'm stupid. Bronze, green. I was like, didn't I queue up a bunch of bronze armor? And it's like, no, I said bismuth. Bronze breastplate. Bronze gauntlets. I've been melting down a ton of goblinite, and turns out I was melting down a bunch of stuff that I wasn't intending to melt down. Now I can turn that on, pump it into the upper level, get all this stuff put away. We can get back to work. It's a lot of furniture right there, a lot of tables and chairs. Let's get this fortress tabled and chaired up. Tabled down and chaired up. That was rough investments, was it? Let's do green glass cabinet. And green glass box. Except I'm just going to say only one of these. So that the rest are all just doing sand. Although, where is sand? How much sand am I currently working on? Let's collect a bunch of sand. Let's do 80. Okay. Then you, we're gonna table and chair this area up. Are cool. Not sure about glass chairs. It's the glass floor that like irks me when there's nothing beneath it. Like it's not I'm not gonna say like that's a phobia, but it's like, ooh, not a fan. Not a fan of that. It's like wouldn't wanna be walking underneath the glass floor in a dwarven fortress, you know? A lot of dwarves don't have underwear and wear dresses. I feel like that wouldn't be all that pleasant. And you know, it's always like the really upset like dwarves who've seen some shit or are walking around with no underwear on and a dress. So probably not in the best of way. Definitely not the ones you want to be seeing from that angle. I don't think I intended to arrest you. Okay, how come you're incapable of chaining Ettenslayer? What keeps happening? Oh boy. I'm going to see if I can make this look like a fort. Because right now this kind of doesn't look like a fort to me. It's just kind of a mess of a lot of shit. Mostly piled around on the ground in various places. So I'm going to see if I can, like, fortify this place a bit. I think I need that a little bit wider. You had serious fear of heights, which is, I mean, heights is just like a decent sense of self-preservation, in my opinion. This kind of looks like a weird long crossbow. And your family moved to a flat that was on the 9th floor. Walking out on the balcony was interesting. Oh, yeah. I mean, I live on the 4th floor of a building, and I'm on the top floor. And I'm fine with standing on my balcony. But if it was, like, 2 or 3 floors higher, I would have trouble going out onto my balcony. Because it's, like, kind of pushing it, I guess. Like, it's not that high up. It's totally fine, but I could see a world where I was much less enthusiastic about going out on my patio. Let's just build a wall along here, and then this back here can just become a dormitory, or even just separate bedrooms. Just build a row of bedrooms along there. Let's throw some more beds in here. Glassmaker's been taken by a Fey mood. See what you're up to. Sometimes, someplace it feels like you shouldn't lean on the railings. I got back problems from being 6 feet tall and working in fast food because everything is designed for the shortest person in the room. Which, like, on paper is fine, but, like, in reality, it gets a little queasy up there after a while. I played Lemmings... Was it Lemmings 3D? No, Lemmings Paintball. I played Lemmings Paintball first, but years later I played Lemmings, yeah. I mean, you're supposed to kill them. That's like part of the mechanics of Lemmings. It's like one of the key things in Lemmings is that some Lemmings will die and oh well. Wait. I didn't put bars and blocks in here, did I? No. I don't actually know what stockpile those all ended up in. Oh, they're all just up there. Okay. I need a metal bars and blocks stockpile. I am, in fact, still streaming, Ice Blue. Just like boiling a frog isn't true. Lemmings jump off cliffs when they were pushed. I mean, if you push a lemming off of a cliff, they will die, yes. My favorite thing about Lemmings is that it's Rockstar before Rockstar was Rockstar. That is literally my favorite thing about Lemmings. Is like, oh yeah, well, hey, Lemmings? Grand Theft Auto? Just, casually one of my favorite facts. You know what? I'll just set it up like that. We'll just melt them as they come up. It's like, oh man, I wondered where all of that, like, horrendous, like, terrifying amounts of sadism came from. That's more the word I was looking for, terrifying. Obviously, it's Rockstar. It makes perfect sense. This fort kind of looks like a garbage dump to me. Like, truthfully. It kind of looks awful. Like, mostly because of this. It's like there's just shit everywhere. I'm trying to get it organized. Trying. Alright, Koshin, thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. Appreciate you. I haven't actually hit the daily minimum yet today. We're still like $30 below it. But, is life. Dishmab, the glassmaker, has created Lolo Kemser Ibra Mishkatem, a green glass earring, and claims it is a family heirloom. I shall put it over here then, in the place that I want everybody to go. Thank you, Kapiwa, for the 5-pack of gift subs. It's very kind of you. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And for paying forward that gift from Dragonmans. We have an elevator, yeah. But I almost never use it. Because there are some seniors in the building that can't walk. Like recently, there was a person in the building who had a stroke, actually. Which is kind of terrifying. Not something I'd wish on anybody. Except for maybe my arch nemesis, of which I don't really have one, so I really wouldn't wish that on anybody. Started this playing this game, discovered your channel, and you wanted to give you a small thanks for teaching how to play Dwarf Fortress. Happy to help, mate. Many people have taught many people how to play Dwarf Fortress. I'm simply the most recent iteration. Green glass earring. Quick, become Blind's nemesis. Why? So I can wish that you have a stroke? I wish that you shall be cursed to stroke nothing but kittens for the next, I don't know, rest of your existence. I don't know why I went to kittens with that, but that's what I did. Since the baddies have been taking this route, throw some of those over there. Let's also Throw some weapon traps over here. And some over here. Thank you, Transplanter Sage. And thank you for the 20th month. Wait, what's Fluffy? What, kitties? Yes, sure. It's a lot of corpses. I mean... yeah. It's hard to get into fights with a lot of baddies without running into corpses. Kind of comes with the territory, you know? Speaking of the territory. That Forgotten Beast is chasing a Ruthra around. Oh man, that's actually scary. Came very close to letting a Forgotten Beast in. By that I mean it could actually get in if it decided to fly up here. Thankfully there's lots of Ruthras to keep it busy. Let's go find that other cavern lair. Okay, we are finally starting to contain the nightmare a little bit. DFM on screen, hockey on the other. Who's playing? I know I'm Canadian, but I don't really follow hockey. I did at other points in my life, but not anymore. Discovered a deep, expansive cavern deep underground. An expansive cavern deep underground. I see iron. I see lots of iron. All right, well. We're digging into this so-called expanse of cavern. And actually, let's just go up to here. And be a little bit more direct with this. There's dolomite. It's like over there. And down in here. So let's go, oopsies, can't do that. Okay, so let's go like maybe through here. Let's just go up. Of course, I'm going to collide with my own creation here. But that is kind of the design. And then you go down to here. Let's start digging. There's also more up there. Probably more in other places. Gonna dig over here and smooth this. We're gonna go take a look. You know, it depends on the material type, True Egon. For me, if it's like mostly an area that, or if it's like a library, for some reason I really like different kinds of wooden, like furniture. But if it's like a dining hall, I kind of want all the tables to be similar. you know? That's kind of how I treat it usually. It depends on the type of furniture and the situation. It's like I want the tables to all be relatively uniform and like weapon racks and stuff like that, but the second it's like a more varied room, it's educational. Sure, yeah, we have to explain to you all the different kinds of wood that I've made these things out of, you know? Humiliated after being confined, guilty after being confined, relieved after being released from confinement, guilty after being confined. Sad days, man. Holy fucking dwarf pus. Gross. Whenever I see pools of dwarf pus, I always get really upset. One of the most disgusted things I've ever felt while playing this game was I saw a dwarf that was disgusted after being forced to drink dwarven pus. I'd ran out of alcohol, and there was pus at the bottom of my well because my well was dry because they were all drinking from the well, and it couldn't refill fast enough. And all that was left was pools of dwarf pus. And, you know, honestly, like, it's pretty common, I think, for people who play this game to go, come on, dwarf, this ain't that bad. Like, you're fine. You can push through. You'll make it. It's not that bad. Like, you've been through worse. You've seen your mother die in front of you, and you didn't seem to care. And then it's like, you know, forced to drink dwarven pus. You know what, dwarf? I get it. I feel you. I'm sorry for everything I put you through. You know, but this is on me. I owe you an apology. I fucked up bad, man. What a horrid day to have years. Yeah. Yeah, such is reality. Oh, God. That might actually be worse to me. Because that's real. Tree gun. It's like this story that my friend's boss has, where he went and got drunk with his boss and a bunch of his coworkers at the time. And they put a bunch of bottles of water in the fridge. And one of the bottles of water was like basically just moonshine in the same bottles of water, because that's what they were drinking. And just grabbed a bottle of moonshine and took a chug of it. And immediately passed out and went to the hospital. Same kind of vibe. I don't know. So if I go one layer further down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set these as priority number, fuck it, number 1 even. As they mine these out. Bottle of sneeze. That's how I choose to read that. So this is just for metal ores. We actually have kind of a lot of iron now. Still making blocks. Still making blocks. Anyways, I want to throw up in my mouth now. Thanks, chat, for this this lovely discussion. I realize I started it, so it's all my fault. You can blame me. It's okay. I blame me too. How are we doing on cloth? Let's give the dwarves a new type of clothing. Let's go with cloth loincloths. We're going to make 100 cloth loincloths. And then after that, I'm going to make 10 seasonally. Word, painter. You have to go. Have a great evening, everyone. Cheers, says TS. No, honestly, checks out. I feel the same. I kind of want to do the same after this conversation, but it's fine. I will tough it out. We got, I don't know. It's 9 hours and 40 minutes. I'm not doing any editing tonight, so we got a good chunk of time left, I think. I think I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to put a bunch more of these wall pieces in, or floor pieces in. And this is going to be a finished goods stockpile. Oh man, I didn't want... Yeah, I guess actually I'll leave that there. It's fine. Although I kind of would like to... maybe not put metal armor here. Let's make another stockpile right next to it. And this is just going to be for armor that's made of metal. We're in an ad break, so I will pause until the ads are done. Patchwork wooden floor would make me flood my own fort with lava? Wait, do you not like wood floors? Or wait, are you saying just like use nearest or whatever floors, True Egon? I saw somebody once building a fort where there was where literally all they ever used for building was use the nearest material. And it was kind of interesting. Like, it was like this wild, like, psychedelic patchwork of bizarre colors. Like, it was not something I would ever do, but it was interesting. Yeah, it's like somebody didn't sort their Lego bricks kind of thing. How the NHL has two teams that are just people from Canada? What are the Yankees? Other sports do that too. I just want to say that I appreciate you playing Dwarf Fortress because you can enjoy DF without getting sucked back in while trying to thin your backlog. I appreciate the fact that people watch me play this game, Scooter, because I'll be completely frank, I was not expecting to be able to continue streaming Dwarf Fortress at the density that I do. When the premium version released, I was kind of like, okay, so this will give me like 6 months of like a lot of Dwarf Fort. And then I'm going to have to go back to some variety, or like maybe kind of a lot of variety. And my numbers will drop down a lot because I figured that the audience would thin out quite a bit. But it kind of didn't, which is wild. Like, it does, but it stays busy enough around here that I can just kind of keep doing this. Yeah, Cowboys as well. There's also like the Rough Riders with stuff. I don't know, there's a lot of that. Patriots. Appreciate it. Verdam. Is the 1T supposed to be pronounced? And if so, how? Directly. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, geez. I thought I color corrected that. Oh, well. I'll do something with that. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Everybody's got gear. Freaking finally. Let's throw in some extras. A Kenton as well. Man, Bear Dwarf, you were pissed, weren't you? Okay, you're coming around a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, so this right here. Let's see, what kind of blocks do I have to make floor in here? Let's just use some of this. And then we'll use some green glass. And then this is going to be a stockpile for finished goods. Yeah, but that is a choice of word that is extremely USA, USA, USA. More so than, like, the Panthers. Or the Jets. You know? Atton Slayer threw a tantrum and probably killed that dwarf if I were to bet. Rest in pieces, Suxwell. 15 angry dwarf, what happened? Oh yeah, no, there's so few compared to like earlier today. It's crazy. Thanks, Dragon. What happened? Many bad sieges. Many sieges that went badly. How's that, actually? You're a gem, friend. This right here can be for finished goods. Is with every tile cluttered with stuff. I mean, that's the way to annoy people who don't like cluttered forts. Myself kind of included, actually. Actually, just going to deconstruct this and reconstruct it. Did you know you can't smooth under a trading depot? I didn't. Now I do. Learn something every day. Oh my gosh, there isn't actually that much. That's disappointing. And then right here, we're just going to smooth this and then fortify it. I don't think you can smooth under any workshop. That's not true. Statues you can't. Most workshops you can. It depends on if it counts as a wall. Things that count as a wall, you can't smooth under. So you can't smooth under windows. You can't smooth under, statues, but most workshops you can. Actually, that's not, I'm pretty sure you can smooth underneath a slab. Man, my captain of the guard's being kept busy. I'm just going up here to go pray. Honestly, I would too. I love that this dwarf got credited with the kill of Sloth Dad. So I guess she was the last one to beat him. That's really funny. Do you think that there will be an update that adds volcanic eruptions? I don't know. And that's honestly the best answer I can give you. Because I genuinely do not know. Let's just do iron bolts for a bit. So I'm gonna need those for the next siege. It's actually like the really tough part about this fort is the way that I'm managing it. Like we basically are required. We're basically required to dispose of metals by using them as bolts. I'm happy and sad that they fixed that. I'm happy that they fixed that because it was kind of an awful game-breaking bug for a lot of people, Pixel Fox. I'm sad that they fixed it because I made some of the coolest fortresses I ever built were because of that. Let's see what's down here. Let's get a better view. I was like, wow, that's a very big open cavern. We've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Oh, that's neat. Hmm. Intriguing. How fun fire-breathing creatures are to deal with. If they get smoke in between you and your dwarves, it's awful. Although, if you have squads and you tell them to put water in their water skins, when the water evaporates, it'll extinguish the fire. So does alcohol, but I find it doesn't evaporate as much. And usually the dwarf like burns to death before it evaporates, which is like kind of not great. But I do find that to be kind of interesting. Remember making annual coins to see what they would put on them? Annual coins are like actually a pretty good projectile weapon if loaded into a minecart, but yeah, I agree, it is kind of a waste. Let's see, also, actually, was there anything else over here that I can spot? There's some more iron ore. It's such small deposits. It's like the least potent iron deposits I've seen in maybe ever. Outside of maps that like don't have iron on them. Well, things are slowly getting redistributed. Let's do, some more blocks. Got a bunch of chalk over here. Expand this. Alcohol isn't flammable in Dwarf Fortress, no, but the boiling point is way higher. However, it is explosive. So this is a monster hunter, apparently, who has the farm exposed in observation and other travesties. You know, you're 64 years old. I think you should go home and spend time with your grandkids. Get out of here, old man. If there's a flammable alcohol mod, let me just tell you this. If you have glass pots and you get alcohol in it, the alcohol explodes. That's all I have to say. So this is the Holy Cradle at Enslayer. I'm actually going to remove them from their position in the temple. Because as cool of a thing as it was to have them in that position, they are a liability. A massive liability. Because they do keep killing people who happen to, you know, worship their god and come to try and have a meeting with them. Beer grenades sounds sweet. What about the piss grenades from Death Stranding? Those were pretty funny. At the time, at least. So over here, furniture that isn't made of glass. But not siege ammo. And nothing made of glass. Crundles, to me, in my mind, are just Dwarf Fortress's answer to Despicable Me. That or Despicable Me is like Funimation's answer to Crundles. One of the two. I'm pretty sure Crundles came first. But those two are just kind of like one and the same in my brain for some reason. And I'm not even like knocking Despicable Me and or Crundles because I think that first movie is great. Like no jokes or memes. It's like legitimately a good movie. Oh, fuck me. I want to kill a dwarf. Somebody broke my lever, and now I want to stab them in the head. I'm not even sure which one it was, to be honest. I think it was like the lava gates around the edge of the moat. They're also there to cancel all of my tasks and annoy me, so... We're just gonna do this monthly. We now have a cheese industry, chat. Now is honestly the best time. There's never been a better time. Nobody has ever had a better time to use the, you know. Yes.
Cheese
That.
for everyone.
It is truly the best time. A time of our lives. The way in and out of the fort is about to take a much longer time. The best culinary invention ever? I might have to disagree with you on that one and say butter or MSG. Actually, I might go directly to MSG. The dark arts of cooking. It's certainly one of the best things on sliced bread. I don't know about since. Great. Somebody kicked the shit out of you, and I don't even know who. Oh, you never mind. You fought with the captain of the guard because they tried to fight with you, and it didn't go so well for you. Sliced bread, sure, but bread has existed a lot longer than 100 years. What is flatbread if not sliced bread? But comes pre-sliced. You know, outside of the occasional, like, latte when I'm feeling fancy, dude, man, I don't think I've had milk in easily 5 to 6+ years. Because usually I get Americanos if I'm going to get, like, a fancy coffee or an espresso drink. You just taught me something about TF2, Majestic. For the same reason we've only ever seen one attempt at making chess 2. But yeah, never. I'm good. I'm not a baby cow. I don't need milk. I'll eat eggs, but I'm good on milk. Much prefer almond milk or soy milk at this point in my life. This is true, Alan. What I want to know about milk is who was the fucked up moron who decided to do that first? BRB, just gonna go suck on a cow real quick. Like, it's maybe the most human thing ever. Someone was just really curious, Cathode. Did you also get kicked in the head? Dude, man. Maybe that's why you're so, obsessed with the concept of milk. Not Dio? Wow, that's wild. I was reading that sentence, I was like, it's me, Dio! I was like, no, damn it. According to Majestic in YouTube chat, there are piss grenades in TF2, so, you know. My 6 hours of time spent playing TF2 in my entire life clearly were not sufficient enough to witness the distress of piss grenades. They're jars? Oh, that's even better. Okay, good to know. Thanks. Thanks for clarifying, Stone, that they're jars, not grenades. Probably around the time animal husbandry took off. Right. They're great for putting out fires and pranking your friends. Struck Star Ruby. I like that there's a Kinder Surprise egg next to the fun tube. Bunch of random diamonds and things. Yeah, we're just gonna dig around down. Oh man, it's literally right up. It's always so disappointing. See if I can find any real substantial amount of iron ore down here. There's a few. Couple of rocks here and there. Well, I was gonna say someone had to. You can use the sniper's jars to apply a debuff to your enemies to extinguish a friend who is on fire and who will not want to talk to you anymore. Right. Yeah, I played TF2 before it was free to play and didn't like it. And then played it once after it went free to play and still didn't like it. And that was like the extent of my time spent playing TF2. So like when Overwatch came out, I was like kind of immune to the spell because I was like, oh, it's just another one of those. I'm good. Hard pass. Like nothing against it in particular. It's just like, meh. You know? It's kind of it. It's like it just does nothing for me. Is guilty of helping normalize loot boxes. I mean, you know, I really like Valve as like a software developer and a kind of a steward for PC games. But I really kind of hate Valve for having absolutely zero fucking ethics when it comes to like how they monetize their products. Well, actually, I guess they could be worse. But not by a lot. I don't know yet. I mean, I don't own a Steam Deck, but I am absolutely the target audience for the Steam Machine, which is actually kind of funny. Like, I remember when Steam Machines were first announced, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I was kind of interested in the concept back then. But obviously, I never bought one because they never came out. And now that we're getting like attempt 2 of that product concept, I'm still interested. So. Well, I mean, I've got to give Valve a lot of points because at the very least, you know, recently they caused the video game 2008 market crash, which, you know, honestly, like, kudos to them. And I kind of cackled at that a little bit recently and was immediately informed that I'm a horrible person because people have lost their life savings on fucking skins in a video game. And it's like, if you're investing your life savings on skins in a video game, you need help. And then they're like, oh, but they're in a country where, like, you know, the currency is valued differently. I'm like, no. I'm going to say the same thing a second time. There's other things you can invest in that are not fucking skins in a video game. It's the same reason I don't feel bad for people who lost a lot of money on the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Because, you know what? You do dumb shit, you get got. I 've Addiction is a disease? Certainly. But people that are hoarding tens of thousands of dollars in skins for Counter-Strike, it's not an addiction anymore. I mean, actually, to me, the funny thing about Counter-Strike skins, and also like TF2 hats and shit, is they kind of just prove the worthlessness of NFTs just by existing. Because like you can do the exact same bullshit without any of the actual like thing that makes NFTs NFTs. Sure. And I would argue that the stupidest thing that you could invest in is a thing that could be valued at 0 with a patch. And I stand by that statement. Like, genuinely, Hobo. Like, find a different unregulated market. One that can't be, like, patched out of existence. But anyway, I am very much the target audience for the Steam Machine because I've been looking at like mini PCs and stuff for a while as a thing to replace the ancient old streaming PC that currently sits under my television as a media device / game streaming and or basically I want a Tetris Effect box that can also play Tokyo Extreme Racing. And that honestly, like the Steam Machine seems like the perfect candidate for that. Like that is what that device is. So like I am the target audience for that in a lot of ways because I want a computer that isn't my work computer so that I can play video games and enjoy them. Because if I'm playing games at this computer, I feel like I should be streaming it and I feel guilty and I don't like it. It doesn't work, Hobo, if you do it in a response. I don't know why. There you go.
Yeet.
Oh, I mean, my eyes are horrible, dude, man. But that's why I have a chair that I can move in front of the TV when I want to play. There's a ghost in that wall. Oh, it's Fishbone. I guess that was one of the bodies we lost. Nice, Blue. Thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. That's the biggest sub drop today. Thank you. It's very kind of you. But yeah, I don't know. There's elements of Valve that I adore, and then there's elements of Valve that I really question. But, you know, I think for the most part, aside from their monopolistic tendencies, I think that they are one of the better asterisk companies in the industry when it comes to consumer-facing stuff and, like, the products that they put out and general quality consistency. I mean, I'm not allowing it. Hobo decided to do it. But hard to argue when they're one letter off value. I mean, Lol. I don't know how to respond to that. Sorry, I'm tired. My brain short-circuited when I read that. Although, it would be fascinating if they actually made a Half-Life 3. I mean, it's free labor. Why wouldn't you want a healthy relationship with modders? Just like, why wouldn't you want part of your code for something to be open source? It's like, it's free labor. What's wrong with that? Like, why not? Does Valve have a healthy relationship with modders, though? I mean, like, I know that they hire modders, but, like, I feel like when this is, like, super easy place for them to break in if they ever get up there. I feel like when the Steam Workshop first released, there was a lot of people who were not keen on the idea. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but no, totally. I mean, they're absolutely good when it comes to, like, open source development. Like, I can't knock anything when it comes to Valve's, like, contributions towards open source. Like, there's literally nothing bad I can say there. I'm talking about, like, Skyrim modders. Oh, Jesus. I clicked the wrong button. Now I feel dumb. Great. Look at me. I'm doing it, guys. Clicking the wrong buttons and accidentally deleting my stockpiles. Doing it! As Armok intended. There we go. I mean, who wouldn't? Are you saying you don't, Fraga? Well, that's good. I don't know. I feel like their way of distributing mods isn't perfect, but it's also not great. There are things that it leaves to be desired. This is a pretty monster. This is an enormous quadruped composed of water. Aw, it's gonna die immediately. It has a gaunt appearance. Beware, it's poison vapor. Nice knowing you, monster. No, your like, have you never called your mother? How do you know it's stinky? Maybe the poison vapor smells like sweet honey. That's how it attracts its prey. Man. Not much of a hit rate down here. Fly, my beast. My minion of power. Or whatever. My minion, not to be confused with my mini yawn. Yep, there's an obsidian well. Diggy, diggy hole. We're gonna need to clean up a lot of water. Gotta keep throwing Ettenslayer in prison. Warm stone located, eh? I know exactly where that was, too. Some diamonds. Sometimes you just gotta poke the beast, you know? On mega yachts? Doesn't he have like a dozen of them at this point? Kind of a waste of money. Mega yachts were once described to me as rich kids' Pokemon trading cards by somebody in chat. And I kinda get it, I guess. Like, it's just you have unlimited money, so spend your money. To me, the weirdest thing about Gabe is that he owns a charity-focused like racing team that donates their winnings to charity whenever they win, and they race in a weird. It looked like you were in combat, and they race in a bunch of like non-professionals, not the right word. They race in a lot of leagues that are like Ferrari Challengers and stuff, which are how do I put it? Just stock cars around circuits as support races. And so it's always fun when you see them racing because it's like, oh look, it's the portal car. Or look, it's a Half-Life mobile flying by really quick. It's like, is that Shell? What is that? Why is there GLaDOS on that Ferrari? It's just kind of fun to spot. Not much else. A Valve NASCAR team would go hard? No, that would require too many teammates. He bought the company that made many of them? Yeah. How big is a mega yacht? I don't know. I don't own one. I don't even own a kayak, and I would like one. I'd be happy with a kayak, to be honest. That'd be good. I'm sorry, native silver? The fuck are you doing there? Why is there marble down here? What in the shit? Let's just go back down to the Magma Sea. Why is there just a bunch of native silver? Well, I gotta dig on top of it and go mine it out. Weird. It is there to tempt and confuse you. Thanks. I presume so. Don't mind if I do. Much obliged, even. There's tetrahedrite over there? Okay. Well, add that to the list of gimmies. It's like I found a different biome down here at the bottom. Oh my god, there's more. There's tetrahedrite too. What the sh... Yes, please. I'll take all of the tetrahedrite and the silver. I mean, like... I'll take it. There's also some nice... You see, the game's trying to tell me something. It's like, be nice, mine the silver. Wow. What's that doing down here? What all is silver like you doing down here in a place like this? Oh, you're talking about NASCAR, Hobo? Because I don't watch NASCAR at all, so I occasionally hear references to NASCAR things and then realize that they're talking about NASCAR. I don't have time for more than one motorsport. One is plenty. My god, we're gonna have a ton of silver and tetrahedrite soon. That's dope. Except you right there, you can just dig through this. There's more silver. I'm like so shocked. I've been like suffering through this fortress without being able to find any metal in the game, like not even giving me the metal that it promised me. And now we're down here and it's like, oh my god, there's hope. I have a chance. There's even marble down here. I don't know why there's marble down here, but there's marble down here. We're not doomed. Oh my god. Look at all of it. I'm so happy. Look at it all. That's incredible. Also, I have a theory. I think I may have... Okay, no, I haven't. Somehow I've run out of plants. I'm a little bit confused. Because we clearly have plants, so I guess I simply just don't have enough plants for us to keep up with the demand. I'm gonna make awesome furniture. I don't have any gold though. But we can absolutely make some alloys now. We have more options all of a sudden. Okay. Well, it looks less messy now. Not by a lot, but we're getting there slowly. One step at a dwarf. One step at a dwarf. Also, Ice Blue, thank you very much for that 10-pack. I think you helped me make the daily minimum today. I don't think I would have without that. So appreciate it, mate. How many years old is the fort at this point? Getting close to 10 years. Getting close to 10. Not quite, but getting there. I'm actually going to get rid of this wall back here. So I'm going to expand this down into here. Just get a bunch more of this stuff moved down. So if I do that, that might actually be just about everything that we need. I'm also going to go over here and throw in all ammo that isn't bolts. I mean, they're now finally cleaning a lot of this stuff out. A lot of it. And I'm going to go here. No, not to there. I'm going to go to here. And I'm going to also throw in coal. actually just going to get rid of all of this, I think. The good cause of helping me pay my mortgage? I don't know if I qualify as a quote-unquote good cause, but I'll take it. For you it is. Appreciate it, man. I would say maybe more qualifies as value for money, but... Smelting all of that ore. Native aluminum. Silver. Tetrahedrite. Oh no. I got murdered by a ghost. Ashen better be happy after that, because you got a very high value slab. Toubl. Tobl. Tabul. Right there. Spooked to death. It's like the most common... It's like quite literally a jump scare death. Look at all that ore. What a beauty that is. I mean, we're not going to actually be able to get over here because this is far too wide, but... Ghost has been put to rest. Presume that Asmil has been buried. Let's throw another ghost to put to rest out here. See if they've got it. Nope, not yet. Still waiting. Many dwarves storing owned items, claiming owned items. You know, it's kind of nice, actually. The best part about this patch for me is for a while there I was actually, like, really burnt out. Where, like, working for really long days like this was getting pretty difficult. I think that this patch has maybe fixed that a little bit, at least for the time being, which is nice. I don't feel the need to stop streaming so early in the day anymore. Kobach as well. Presume it's you? Rev Brown, thanks for the 30th month. Appreciate you, man. It's a very long time. It's very kind of you. You know, I think I can just go down here and place animals. Like that. And we may actually have cleaned up the fortress. Aside from that, the game's suddenly lagging, and that's always slightly... oh, that's why they're doing this. That makes sense. Yeah, there's a few ghosts. But it's okay. I ain't afraid no ghosts. But, you know, this ghost should be honored because, honestly, this is a memorial. On the item is an image of a superiorly designed image of a broad... as an image of a broad crosses and in green zircon by Ushir. And the slab reads, in memory of Asin, born in 210, bled to death, slain by the giant cod called syrups. In the curtain with Peach braved the rampage, or in the rampage of the giant, the certain in Trumnpetmurdered in the year 263. Was killed by a giant. They also slayed the giant in the process and loved green tourmaline. Got yet another crime to convict. Done. Dwarfin makes me feel good. Don't cross the ghosts, that's for sure. We get more of these. Excuse me, dwarf. Can you please drop your pickaxe? Thank you. I'm gonna make copper crossbows. Let's also grab this top squad. Refresh this. Let's make iron helms. Potter was found dead? What the hell did you do, Ettenslayer? Dear dwarf, Ettenslayer, I'm gonna need to send you far away pretty soon, I think. I'm gonna have to tell you to go conquer and occupy some goblins. I don't want to do it, because they were a good dwarf for a while. But they're just such a net negative on the fort now. No? It varies from fort to fort. Sometimes I don't ever hit the magma sea. Sometimes I hit it super early. I mean, I hit it in like year 9 in this fort, as far as the lava sea. This was just a volcano, so it was convenient. It was in front of me when I started. So back when we began this fort, there was already lava, like, staring directly at me. So it was just something I kind of did right off the bat. No, but they should leave the map eventually. In regards to if a merchant is injured on your map, they should leave the map. Which should eventually solve issues like that, but... Oh my god, there's more. Oh. Sorry, I'm still just very excited about the prospect of there actually being metal on this map. I'm very excited about this. Wonder if there's some over here too. Although the weird thing about this, I'm not really seeing many dwarves. I see there's just a lot of hauling tasks going on at the moment. Oof. I mean, they might just have a broken leg. It might not be a permanent injury. It could very well heal. All right, chat. I've been live for almost 11 hours. I fear that if I get sieged right now, the fortress would fall because I'm a little sleepy. But somehow, we've managed to calm the absurdity and insanity of this fortress down kind of a bit. I didn't think we would do it, but we do seem to have found some, knock on wood, semblance of normal. You know, we built a bunch of different spaces, including many guild halls and even a hospital that isn't just like a shed. We're still very short on bedrooms, and the tavern is a little shabby these days in comparison to the parts of the rest of the fort. We got this beautiful structure over here, which is a beautiful description of the outside of the fort. We've got tons of things that are scarring my dwarves to all shit. We saw a dwarf fly through the air and go splat, and then just barely missed the edge of this and land in the lava, which was glorious. We've put a lot of ghosts to rest. We actually have several dwarves that are happy now, which is good. There's now donkeys in the fort once more, which is, I don't know, do with that information what you will. It's a pretty big migrant wave too, which got us back up to 109 dwarves. Somehow we've had no plants in the fort for a while, which is a little bit confusing. I probably just need more, like barrels, to be honest. Happiness is way better than it was. This is very much the case. And my snaky front door thingy is coming along. And we even have some silver. I mean, look at this. Got a whole bunch of copper, a whole bunch of silver. Which means I could go up to here and make some silver warhammers and some silver bolts. The other thing I could do is I can go here and I could say, make sterling silver. Or even some billion bars. It's always a good time. It's a good time to be a dwarf. Chat room, it's been a long one, but it's been a real one. I won't be streaming again until Tuesday, because I need to get some sort of video done this week. And I think that that's kind of a pretty important thing. Because I've got a couple things that I've said that I was going to get done, and I need to get those done. So what I think we're going to do is Tuesday we will be back. Tomorrow I'm probably just going to edit all day. Saturday I'm going to edit all day. Sunday I might take off. Monday I'm going to edit all day. And we're going to try and get you guys either a Fortress mode tutorial or a short video highlighting the first two fortresses that I did after this update, plus all of the sieges that happened in them. Chat was pretty torn as to which one you guys want more, so I'm kind of leaning towards the sieges video because I fear that if I don't get it done, then this fort will just intrigue me too much, and I'll end up making a video about whatever this dude is. It's definitely some of my best art, I have to say. Before you guys run off, I do want to remind everybody that on my blog, which is blindIRL.com, I will be giving away 3 copies of the Adventure Mode soundtrack on record. It's a thing that I'm doing in exchange for a free copy of it, quite literally. Plus, I think they're also sending me the Kingdom Come Deliverance track, soundtrack, which is this. The reason for this is a screenshot of one of my forts right here. So I helped provide some art for it. So it's actually kind of really cool. to see some of my mess, I guess, actually included in something official, which is neat. So, if you want to pre-order the thing, you can do that as well. It is pricey, shipping's expensive, but such is the reality of the hobby these days. There's a link to that. If you want to enter for a chance to win one of 3, all you need to do is be signed up for my newsletter, which costs you nothing. It's just go pump your email in there, and you'll get the occasional email from me, but I will be using the full list of emails as a place to draw names out of a hat, basically. So I will reach out to a person and be like, hey, if you want this, you want it. And then you will see, if you respond to that, you'll get an email from the fine folks over at Game Music Records. So that's that. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now, but if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Thanks for hanging out, though, YouTubes. All right, YouTube chat is now gone for the day. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the next couple weeks. See what ends up coming out. I kind of poked Tarn about maybe doing an interview, and his response was kind of maybe a little later. So maybe that won't happen for a bit. I don't know. I'll have to wait. But yeah, I need to go eat something.